Who's your team?
Some old comrade. We get dirty, and the world stays clean. That's the mission. Go, go!
Who's your team?
Some old comrade.
government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the axis.
Bring the madness.
Capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'm really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that man's against man's. A big presidents determining life of mankind. The dangerous, how we breathe. Papers, creep, got us blinking the streets with cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that man's against bands of dead presidents determining the life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe. Vapors, creep, got us blinking in the streets with cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the axis.
Bring the madness.
There's a pyramid of power. That's hot.
That's hot.
That's hot.
Get it while it's hot. Cause in another week it will be not.
Turn off the lights and let me feel you. I don't wanna think about myself right now. Stay out all night because I want to. Wake up in the morning and I'm hollowed out. I drew the outline on the paper, now I'm running out
Good evening and welcome to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Mountain Palmer, and we are coming to you from the Boise State Esports Arena in downtown Boise, Idaho. Tonight we have a great gauntlet of games lined up for you, starting with Boise State versus Air Force in Rocket League. Joining me at the desk, I've got Rocket League player Peyton Wayden Wilkin and Boise State commentator Michael Fish Fisher. It's great to have you two here. Boise State versus Air Force. Now, last week against Nevada, we kind of had a rough week, you know. Everything just really didn't go well. Didn't go according to plan. So in the week leading up to these matchups, what has the team really been doing to reset and, you know, kind of put themselves in a clear state of mind, specifically with Rocket League? Wayden, do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, so basically the main thing we've been trying out is we've trying to do some new combinations with some players. So today we've actually got Takidu, Ace Pocket, and Koro, who we haven't seen on the stage together yet, so this is kind of a new combination. We've seen all these players separately before, but we've never seen this specific combination, so we've got some more combinations coming up soon, just trying new things out, seeing how things work.
Yeah, I think that might be a key. I mean, Boise State last week against Nevada, you mentioned Jim Mountain. It was really close. I think 2 one-goal games to wrap it up, so maybe just trying to find that perfect combination might be the difference tonight.
Might be the difference. What do you think Nevada did specifically that really put Boise State back on their heels and what they can improve from that showing?
You know, I think it just they were mainly just outplaying, like playing faster. You know, you could tell they had a lot of experience together. They're playing very well as a team. But yeah, Boise State. I'd be curious to see how well this new team comes together, because sometimes you never know. There could be that natural chemistry that you didn't have with other players.
Yeah, I really thought Nevada had a unique strategy on the 50-50 on the opening kickoff. They would usually have one person right behind the guy going for the ball, and then he would go right into the goal and take the shot, where usually people are going to get boost. It was a different strategy that I hadn't seen before work as well as they had it work.
As we said, this is Boise State versus Air Force in Rocket League on this February 7th. Right now in the evening, we are going to see if Boise State can start off the evening right by pulling out a victory and getting some momentum for all the other teams in League of Legends and Overwatch, which is coming later tonight. So, yeah, you were saying, Fish, Nevada was really good at having another player to cheat out the ball, really get that victory early on, and it can really create a lot of momentum. Nevada was really great at dominating the early game and creating momentum, and that's usually something we see Boise State excelling at.
Yeah, it usually is. So we'll see right there with the 50-50. You can see LC Coro was following up on that. The ball went high in the air, so Boise State clearly learned something from Nevada. We're going to see a little bit of a double commit as LC Coro will play it around JD, bump it over him. Taki not quite able to get there, but Ace Pocket is going to get the clear. So Boise State with a high shot on goal, but a good save there by Air Force.
Yeah, we see already Boise State putting on those passing plays. That's a good sign of some chemistry that these players are getting together. You know, we played Air Force last semester, and it was a pretty good blowout. I think it was a 3-1, so not a complete blowout, but you can tell Boise State did have the advantage. But we're seeing some new players here. You know, this isn't just the exact same roster.
You can see it push down there. Takidu will break that one up. Going to go over to Ace Pocket as we see Taki trying to get it. Shot on goal, and Ace Pocket puts it in himself for the first goal.
Yeah, we see just a 50-50 hitting off that top corner. A beautiful read from Ace Pocket, and he actually just finishes it off all on his own. JD just kind of in an awkward spot there at the front post.
So Ace Pocket definitely one of the players that we've seen throughout this season. What about the new players specifically do you think they bring to this team that we might not have seen before?
It's really like, sometimes it's just like a brand new perspective. You know, sometimes you can, your brain can kind of go to, I call it go to mush, when you just kind of, your brain's just trying to follow the same rules over and over again, and then you try and adapt, and like you try everything new, and then when you bring a new player into that mix, sometimes that can bring some sort of new strategy that you hadn't had before.
Fortunately for Boise State here, we do see 2 Broncos over there. LC Coro and Taki, and Ace Pocket couldn't quite get back, so the equalizer going to go over to Air Force there. Back on the 50-50, so Boise State, after a nice dominating start, Air Force gets one right back there. You see once again Taki cheating up. He's going to beat JD to the ball. That's going to go up in the corner, but Antipex is there. There comes LC Coro, the shot on goal! But a fantastic save there by Air Force keeps this game tied. A great job waiting that out, being in the right spot.
Yeah, you see I'm very impressed with both sides right now. You know, they're putting on some good pressure and some good defense as well. You know, that was a very powerful shot from LC Core, and also a very nice save from Air Force to relieve the pressure, not only get the save, but also get it clear along with it.
Demo came out, but still a shot on goal. JD got that save. Here goes Ace Pocket high up in the air, but it's off the top of the net. Nobody there for Boise State on their final rotation. So Air Force is going to put that ball in the corner. JD's going to get it. Tacky Dude is going to take him out of the fight. And here comes Ace Pocket, a pass down to Taki right off the wall. Unfortunately for Boise State, no follow-up there. A clear until Taki stops that one. Here we go. We see LC Coro going for the ball. Can't get the shot goal. Here comes Ace Pocket, and there it is. 2-1 Boise State.
Everyone participated in this play. We see Taki putting it up mid, LC Coro hitting it off the backboard to get it past that second to last defender, and Ace Pocket just putting a powerful shot on net. JD couldn't recover in time.
Ace Pocket getting 2 goals for Boise State, allowing them to get into the lead right now. You're going to see how this 50-50 comes out as both teams charge for it. Right in the center, both try to cheat it, but it just stays right in. It goes toward Boise State's. LC Coro is going to clear it out toward Nevada. JD in there with the save, but Ace Pocket answers right back towards Taki, toward the center of the field, off a little bit to the side of the goal. Taki right in front of the goal. Someone to figure it out. No, Saber is going to be right there to clear it. No one there to follow up for Boise State.
That was a great job by Boise State eventually winning that 50-50 as LC Coro tries to pass it across the mid. Antipex is going to break that one up. We see JD up in the corner. Can't quite play it around, though, on Ace Pocket. There's nobody back. And the Air Force goal. It's a race for the ball, and LC Coro is going to get the 3rd Bronco goal of the night.
Just a bit of an overcommit from Air Force and a very nice clear from Ace Pocket down to LC Coro, who is perfectly ready to finish that off. Very nice play from Boise State.
We've seen Boise State overcommit themselves and pay dearly for it, but tonight it is Air Force that is going to pay for it, allowing Boise State to get a 3-1 lead, a little bit over half into the match right now. Saber is going to play it up the wall. It goes towards Boise State's field. We see Ace Pocket is able to get the save there, and now it's going to be cleared off toward Nevada above their goal. Ace Pocket looking to contest right in front of their goal, and LC Coro toward the goal, but a great save by Saber is going to keep the play alive for Air Force.
Ace Pocket's going to keep it alive, though. He's going to play it off the crossbar. Taki can't quite get there, just beat the ball a little bit, and now just one man back on defense. But a fantastic save by LC Coro. That ball ends up right in Ace Pocket's hands. He's going to try to set something for Taki. Taki gets bumped off the ball, though. That is great defense by Air Force. That play was set up in a fantastic defensive effort.
Yeah, getting a bump on that when you're rotating back can be very clutch because you don't have to go out of your way to get the bump and put yourself out of position. But so it's not really a risky situation, but it can open up a huge opening for a counterattack.
An opening right here as Ace Pocket drives it into the goal again. Toss your hats into the ring, Boise State fans. That man has got himself a hat trick.
And we see just like a little bit of an awkward situation from Air Force and net, a little bit of a double commit there as well in LC Coro, Ace Pocket. The dynamic duo as we saw on what we call the vets with Cosmo Buster, and they're still working out with that chemistry.
50-50 ball once again. LC Coro trying to cheat it up. Ace Pocket is going to get the eventual clear right over to Saber, but there's Ace Pocket trying to clear it. He plays it around one. That's going to go in.
That's just, it's almost like he followed up his own pass there. You know, you see him pop it up to the left, and then he just beats the last defender there to the ball and puts it right below the crossbar.
Boise State dominating so far. 1 minute, 21 seconds left in the match. Air Force, their backs are against the wall here. They could come back, but with 1 minute, 21 seconds, they would like some more time to score those goals. Right now, Taki's going to try to dribble up. Saber with the answer, but LC Coro right towards the goal. JD with a clutch save there, but Ace Pocket looking to follow up. Instead, JD off toward the side. It gets cleared toward the center, but Boise State with their contest is so great in their aggression here, Fish, just keeping it completely in Air Force's side of the field almost the entire match.
Yeah, Air Force has not had a chance to breathe with Ace Pocket, not quite able to get that shot on goal. Saber finally able to clear it away. He is going to play it over Taki. JD, though, can't quite get to it. LC Coro not able to, but Ace Pocket gets the clear. That's right in front of the net, though. There's nobody there. And that's a second goal for the Falcons.
Yeah, that was actually, I appreciate that attempt at a setup. You know, you see Ace Pocket trying to pass it down there to his teammate, but Antipex is just there in the perfect spot to cut off the pass and score the goal on the open net.
Wayton, what do you see Air Force, if there is a possibility for them to come back, what exactly do you see the path for them going forward is? Although toward it, both of them a little bit of a double commit there, but it does save the ball. And toward the goal, Ace Pocket. Are you kidding me? Ace Pocket, his 5th goal of the match. Look at him just playing it around every single member of Air Force here.
Wow, you see him getting 2 of those touches in the air. The defense was expecting the first one, but not quite expecting that second one. Very nice play from Ace.
These 50-50s have been huge for Boise State, consistently cheating a second member up, as we see right there. Unfortunately, LC Coro isn't able to get there. There's one man back on defense, and that'll cost them another goal for Air Force.
Just when you think Boise State's building up all this momentum and everything, Air Force just comes right back and scores a kickoff goal. That can really kill your momentum and kill the vibes for the next game.
And I was going to ask you, waiting a little bit ago, what's the path forward for Air Force, do you think, here? Because 32 seconds is a very short time to score 3 goals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've really got to go all out. Even if you can't score and then tie it up again. Well, as I'm saying it, they almost just do that. But yeah, even if you can't score, you want to build some momentum, maybe try out some new strategies, and if they work for the last 30 seconds, maybe you can start off the second game with that. So at this point, it's really about momentum because, this game is pretty much gone, but maybe you can carry it on to the next game.
Boise State, though, wants to end with their own goal. They're going to do just that. LC Coro makes it a 7th spot for Boise State.
Yeah, just a little bit of a misclear. He knew he had to hit it there, but he ends up just accidentally passing it to LC Coro, who puts a very nice shot on net. If I were to give Air Force one piece of advice here, I'd just say, communicate more. I'm seeing a lot of double commits, especially on defense. They're not really staying calm. They're panicking in stressful situations, and it's really costing them when they put 2 people going for the ball at once and then no one in net.
LC Coro is going to end this game in style. An 8th goal for Boise State as the time expires.
Yeah, and just as I was saying, another double commit there, and they had no one back on defense because of it.
Well, a very dominant start for Boise State, and really a great one for them so far, because if there was one theme that I really wanted to frame tonight on, it is redemption. Boise State, coming off such tough losses, have really shown that they have put in the practice over the weeks to clear their head and come out swinging, and especially with this new team composition that we're seeing, they're delivering in spades.
Oh, yeah. This is a very good game to come back on, especially after a tough loss against UNR. That's a very good game to, really, just establish their dominance again. They scored, 7 goals, I think, in that game. That's a lot of goals. Usually it's you only need 3 or 4 and you can still get the win, but 7, that's just, they're really getting their offense back together.
Yeah, and I want to see how Air Force responds to those 50-50s for Boise State, because we talked about it. The Broncos' strategy was one guy goes for the ball, both of the back 2 go for the boost. Boise State sent a member up every single time, and Air Force, especially towards the end, still had guys going and get boost, even though Boise State did that every single kickoff.
Now, we had to get into the matchup very quickly, but as we do toward the beginning of all of the matches, if we do have Doc's keys to the game here, Doc Haskell, head coach for Boise State. You can see right here the arcade machine we do have in the arena. We'll get to that later, but Doc's keys to the game, make sure you have great passing, disrupt their rotations, punish double commits. They certainly did that last game, and position yourself to follow up. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Boise State University, where you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more. To make your educational experience unique, visit boisestate.edu for more info. And as we also saw behind the Doc's Keys to the Game graphic there, the arcade machine we have competitions. We choose a game for the day. A high score is set, and whoever can beat the high score in the arena gets a bit of a prize. So more motivation to come down here, not only to cheer on your Boise State Broncos, but have a bit of friendly competition yourself.
Oh, yeah. And I got to say, those 2 Docs, especially those last 2 points on the Doc's keys to the game, position to follow up and punish double commits. Those are very similar, and they certainly did punish double commits in that game. And it looks like we're having some sort of server issue or some sort of connection issue there, so we're going to restart the match. But, yeah, as I was saying, especially in that last game, it seemed like almost every single goal was a combination of good team play from Boise State and also just punishing double commits, which comes back to following up.
As someone who has been in the position to compete, what really is the mindset if you're a team like Air Force there, when you've had a really rough round? What is the team communicating to each other between rounds to kind of reset and try to gain some momentum back?
Well, if the mentality's not right, if some people are feeling down after getting beaten so rigorously, I guess, then usually you want to fix that first, and then second priority is find out specifically what went wrong. And in this case, it was really the double commits. They've got to communicate more and not panic on defense, because when you put 2 people going for the ball at the same time, then it essentially puts the second shot on net from Boise State basically entirely free, because it's just open at that point.
I mean, you saw that at the start of that replay. That was a double commit by Air Force that allowed that second goal to go in for Boise State. And also, I mean, things like this where we've seen teams go over aggressive, but there's still 2 minutes left on the clock. There's not really an excuse to not have a man back on defense like that.
Yeah, that's really just comes down to a communication error. You had 2 people pushing up, they were both ready for that pass, when realistically you only need 1 person ready, and you can have another person a little bit further back on defense ready in case a huge clear like that were to happen. So we'll see how Air Force adjusts here in game 2.
Start off, Boise State's going to win the 50-50. Tacky's going to get a shot on goal. It's going to go high off the crossbar. LC Coro follows it up with a ripper, and it's 1-0.
This double touch from Tacky here puts it off the ground, gets the second one. I don't think, not even Ace Pocket was up for that. He was up for the original, not expecting that, but LC Coro, luckily the third man coming in to finish up the mess.
Boise State has been immaculate on their follow-up so far. Now we're going to get to the next 50-50. It is going to go high up into the center of the field. Ace Pocket there to follow it up, pushes it toward the corner, around looking to set it up in the center, but Antipexis is going to clear it off to the side, now back to Boise State's back corner, toward back to the center of the field, and it's pretty even right now.
Yeah, it is. We're going to see Ace Pocket. He's going to get the ball. He will get that full boost as well. Deny any offensive pressure. Anapexis going to knock Tacky off the ball. Saber, though, is going to get a touch. We're going to see LC Coro play it once off the wall. A great play by JD to deny Ace Pocket. Ready for that pass. Tacky's going to put it down. Anapexis is there, but Tacky beats into the ball. That ball's above the Air Force goal. We see all three Broncos waiting for the rebound. LC Coro right over to Ace Pocket. Unfortunately for him, though, the ball bounced right over, but Tacky's going to get the follow-up. He'll push Saber up off the ball. Ace Pocket can't quite get enough, but LC Coro is there. We see Ace Pocket waiting for the clearing attempt. Here he goes. He sees his chance. A shot on goal. A follow-up, unfortunately, by LC Coro. Maybe a little bit of defense being played there against himself, so it's not going to be a good opportunity for Boise State.
Yeah, I think that was actually like a 200 IQ play there. It looked like LC Coro, he saw it wasn't going to go on net, so he tried to pass it back to Tacky there, trying to make everyone involved, and it's just that much harder to read on defense.
And a wide open goal by Tacky. What a shot! And I want to shout out LC Coro. He bumped the goaltender off.
Yeah, I was just about to say LC Coro. He heads back to net, bumps the last defender there, and just leaves the front post open for Tacky. And the defender, there's almost nothing he could do at that point.
That is going to be Tacky's first goal of the match. All three members of Boise State now have goals to their name. The first contest here is going to go toward Boise State's backside of the field. Tacky and Saber are both trying to contest the ball. LC Coro is going to prevent a centering pass there, but Antipexis is going to keep the play alive around the corner. Tacky needs to stop the centering pass here. Ace Pocket is going to come up off the wall, clear it out toward Air Force's territory. Now he has the ball again. JD is going to get demoed. That might give Boise State just a little bit more offensive utility. LC Coro back toward Air Force's territory, and it does look like Air Force, despite the 2 goals, they are doing a little bit better in their defense. But if they leave an open goal, right as I say, they're going to make me eat my words. Tacky taking full advantage of a completely open net left by Air Force.
Yeah, we see just all three players on Air Force, they were actually just basically within like a few car lengths of each other out there. You know, that's just complete miscommunication and lack of awareness for teammates' position.
We talked about double commits. That was a triple commit there from Air Force, and it cost them. The 50-50 will go over there. Tacky waiting for it. He is going to steal the mega boost there from Saber, so he can't get a full boost. The LC Coro going to whiff, unfortunately. A nice give and go. Ace Pocket right there. We're going to see Antipexis get the demo, but it might not matter. Tacky's going to get a shot on goal. It's just going to go far right there, but he will beat Saber over to the ball. There comes LC Coro, and now it's a race back. We are going to see a demo come out by Tacky. That will slow down the Falcons' attack. Ace Pocket wins that touch of the ball, plays it right over Antipexis. Ace Pocket gets his on and own, plays it around JD. That ball's going to go off the crossbar, though. Here's the follow from LC Coro, and it plays off the crossbar again. Tacky tries to get another touch on it. He can't do it, and now Boise State will have to fall back after 3 so close shots on goal.
You know, that I can definitely tell Air Force was adjusting there. Last game in game 1, they totally would have had 2 or even 3 players jumping up for a crossbar close call like that. But, you know, you can see that most of them were staying down. So Boise State missing their shot. And because they stayed down, Air Force was ready to follow it up.
They were ready to follow it up. Boise State's rotations have been immaculate. You could see Ace Pocket there. He was in a position to follow up with what he wanted, but he played a bit more conservative. Went back to Boise State's territory to prevent a counterattack and a goal on Boise State. Right now, Tacky is looking for the centering pass. JD is going to contest it, saying that the ball high up in the air. LC Coro doesn't quite get the hit that he wanted there. It now goes off to Air Force's right corner. They are going to try to clear it and play it around, but Tacky comes in with the centering pass. Is there someone there to follow it up? Not quite. Ace Pocket there trying to contest. LC Coro back up towards Ace Pocket, centers it. Will Tacky be there to follow it up? No, it goes off into the center, but you can see the rotations. Boise State's fundamentals are so much better this week than we saw last week.
And Boise State's been doing a great job. Here we go, LC Caro. He's going to try and pass it over. That was a wide open goal. If he could have got a clean shot, that ball will be cleared down Ace Pocket right over to LC Caro. He's going to play it off the wall, steal the corner boost as well. Not able to beat Anapexis, though, to the ball, and Air Force is going to retreat. A pass from Tacky over to LC Caro. Can't quite get the touch. Anapexis is there to stop it, but Tacky now puts it right in front of the goal, but Ace Pocket can't quite get the follow-up as we tick down. Under 1 minute left. Boise State keeping the pressure up, even with a 3-0 lead. Now it's an open goal. Can LC Caro get there? No, he cannot. And Air Force gets one.
You know, LC Caro, he just kind of got caught in no man's land there. He kind of wanted to go for the ball there, but then he decided not to go at last second, so he wasn't ready to push instantly, and he also wasn't ready to make the save on defense. So, you know, sometimes you just got to make a decision early. No matter what the decision is, you know, you just got to make it early.
Right now, ball goes off toward the side of the field. Tacky on the wall is going to push it up towards what looked like an open goal there. Instead, they were blending in with the field. JD is going to look towards to clear it, but instead it goes back toward the goal, and I didn't even see that, but Tacky is going to score the other goal. Let's take a closer look at that here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Air Force can just never get a clean clear. There's Tacky right over Anapexis. The goalie is grounded as well. That was a great shot by Tacky.
It was a great shot, and I was going to say, you know, Air Force, it looked like they had their work cut out for them, you know, with a little over 40 seconds. You maybe can score 2 goals, but I was also going to say that if Boise State can get a goal of their own, they are maybe going to push the final nail in the coffin. A double commit there, but they are able to save a follow-up from Texas, and they are going to get their second goal.
Think of it as a little bit of an assist there by Boise State, but still a great job by Air Force, never letting the Broncos get a clear and getting their second goal.
Yeah, and as we just saw, there was another double commit on net there, and because of that, there was no one to follow up and contest that shot from Air Force. So, you know, it really seems to be a theme in this match. No matter which team it is, like every time there's a double commit on defense, it seems like to result in a goal for the other team.
Right now, JD looking to maybe get a third goal, but Ace Pocket is going to push it back toward the corner. Boise State needs to clear this back toward Air Force's side of the field, just running out of the clock, just like if you're in a power play in hockey. Just keep it on their side of the field, run out the clock. Nevada is trying to get some sort of goal here, but as soon as the ball touches the ground, Boise State is going to have their second win of this series, and there you have it.
It was a great job by Boise State, finishing a lot closer of a match. We can see where Air Force is getting better, realizing they had some double commits. But when Boise State had the ball on the Air Force side of the field, that ball was very rarely cleared unless it went in the net.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, it was really like the double commits, you know. It came down to who was double committing less on defense. And you can't really have a risk of double commit if you're not on defense at all. And it seemed like Boise State was on offense for most of that game, and because of that, Air Force was double committing more often, and Boise State ended up capitalizing it more often because of that.
Well, not just double commits, but over-aggression and leaving a wide open goal. If you don't have someone to get a defensive rotation back there to try to keep your goal, at least with someone there to contest the ball, we have seen multiple times on both sides of the team, goals have been scored when both teams don't have someone back there to defend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, something that's kind of rare for this series that I've been seeing is, like you said, like it seems like there's no one back to defend sometimes. Like the offense is getting too aggressive at some points, and like we saw LC Caro getting kind of caught in no man's land where he's not pushing the ball and he's also not back on defense. So that just comes down to like reading the play correctly and also communicating with each other. So we'll see how Boise State adapts to that.
And, you know, you can't count Air Force out because I wouldn't say Boise State has been dominant, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they've completely bowled over their Air Force. We have been seeing great plays from them. Yeah. Every match they've been maybe a couple goals back, so it could turn around in their favor as we go on to the third game in this match.
Yeah, and these are really high-scoring games too. You know, like there's a lot of kickoff goals or just straight up like open nets. You know, it really comes down to who's making the most amount of mistakes, and whoever's making the most amount of mistakes, you know, they're going to get scored on more often. So I guess that's really what it's coming down to in these matches. So if I were to give one piece of advice to really any of the teams, it's just like minimize those mistakes. And the other team, if they don't change anything else, then they're going to continue making just as much mistakes as last time.
As we can see, the Boise State Esports Arena there, we always have some members there to cheer on the Rocket League team. You might see the crowds fluctuate as teams come out to rotate. We usually have the League of Legends team and the Overwatch team come in a little later in the night. They cheer on their other teams while they're waiting for their games to start. And it is a great atmosphere here when we do have players cheering on our Broncos. Right now, we go on to Game 4. The contest is going to go back toward Boise State's back corner. Right now, it looks like LC Caro is going to contest. Ace Pocket clears it off toward Air Force's side of the field. JD contests there. but it looks like Boise State is able to keep this play alive as Air Force looks to clear. LC Coro up the wall is going to keep the play alive.
Coro's going to try and pass it back to Tacky. He's going to get there. Ace Pocket's going to be there as well. One man left and a great save by Saber. He was the last line of defense for Air Force. JD can't quite get the clear he was looking for. Tacky's going to play it off the wall, centering to LC Coro, but a great save by Anapexis. Air Force's defense has been tight, but unfortunately, the third shot goes in.
Just so much pressure from Boise State here. Very nice 50 from LC Coro, and he actually follows it up on his own, tapping it in front of net. A little bit of a missed touch from Air Force there, and Ace Pocket takes advantage of it.
Ace Pocket by far being the Boise State player scoring the most goals in this match so far. Right now the contest is going to come out in Boise State's favor. Saber looks to clear it off toward Boise State's back corner. LC Curo tries to clear it, but Antipexis keeps the play alive, playing it around Tacky to JD. Now over to Saber, who places it. The centering shot for Air Force. No one there to follow it up. Now Tacky is going to miss the ball. It's going to allow Antipexis to keep the play alive a little bit over Boise State's goal. LC Curo looks to have the clear, and Ace Pocket, but no, JD dunks back the ball, and now it goes back to the back corner, and Air Force looking a bit more aggressive now after that first goal.
Yeah, Air Force definitely keeping the pressure on Boise State. LC Curl can't quite beat JD to the ball. That's going to go in front of the net, but a great clear by Ace Pocket, and now the Broncos are running free. Ace Pocket to LC Curl, trying to dribble it around Air Force. A great clear is going to come out, but LC Curl is going to try and keep this play alive. That ball is going to go eventually down into the Broncos' back corner there. Ace Pocket will get it. Nobody's going to take that full center boost. Tacky can't quite get it, but there's LC Curl. He's going to play it high up off the wall, trying to get a follow-up, but Saber will get the clear down into the corner. We are going to see Tacky is right there. Saber can't follow up his own shot, but Ace Pocket can't quite get to the ball. Anapexis with a shot on goal, but Ace Pocket still in fantastic position to get that save. Tacky clears it down, but a great save. Air Force playing a lot more freely and a lot less double commits this game.
And you can see really the chemistry coming together. You know, sometimes it takes a couple games to get into that flow of like the rotations and decision making and everything, and it's really starting to come together for both teams.
And right now, Boise State, you saw with Ace Pocket there, it looked like in that previous play he didn't quite have the boost that he needed. And normally that can be a problem for Boise State if their boost management is off, but that hasn't been a problem for them right now. LC Curl is going to get demoed. That might give Air Force what they need to clear this ball out. Tacky's looking to contest right here, a little bit toward the corner. Plays it above Air Force. Is someone going to be there to follow it up? No. Instead, Ace Pocket getting there a little too late, and now JD is pushing it back towards Boise State back's corner. The centering pass is just a little bit too high for a follow-up, but maybe no. Saber right toward the goal. But LC Curl with a clutch save there. The ball tries to get cleared, but JD keeps the play alive. LC Curl now looking to pass the ball over to Tacky.
Unfortunately, Anapexis there to disrupt what looked like a give-and-go attempt for Boise State. LC Carl going to try that, play that one off the wall, but Tacky will get to it first. JD with a shot on goal, but LC Carl, another fantastic save to keep the Broncos ahead by one. Tacky tries to play it around Anapexis. LC Carl says, "You are not getting it past me tonight, Air Force." He's going to play it around JD. Anapexis, though, keeps this attack on. Ace Pocket over to LC Carl, right back to Ace Pocket. What a give-and-go. LC Carl going for the net, but that ball was a little bit high. Unfortunately, you saw what the Broncos wanted to do, just couldn't quite execute it.
You know, so many passing plays there. They may have been pretty short and close to each other, but you know, you can really see, like, we weren't seeing that at all in game one. So you know, it's really coming together for both teams, and like I said, they're starting to minimize their mistakes. You know, one goal and a minute and a half left in the match. Normally at this time in the previous games, it would be like 5-3 or something like that. So you can tell the teams are definitely adjusting.
Yeah, Air Force has been a lot more offensive this game. A shot on goal, JD can't quite beat it though. RC Coro going to get it. Not a great touch by Ace Pocket or Tacky. Saber's going to get the full boost and have the ball in the corner. Centering shot, but unfortunately Anapexis not in the greatest position either. LC Coro going to race down, can't bait JD to the ball. That one's going to be cleared out right to Tacky. Full boost sitting there. He's going to clear it out as well. LC Coral racing down, but once again, this Air Force defense has had an answer for every Boise State clear so far. Now we see Tacky trying to set something up to Ace Pocket, who gets it over to LC Coral. Right back to Ace Pocket. Right back to LC Coral. He just misses by inches. That would have been a fantastic play.
Would have been a fantastic play, but Boise State, if they could get another goal here to lock this match down, they would have such momentum going into what would be the match point for them. But Air Force's defense, it's been such a contrast for the previous games that we've seen, such a low score between both teams. Tacky hits it toward the wall. Saber is going to play it around for the centering pass, but a great redirect there from Ace Pocket is going to keep the play alive for Boise State. LC Curl back toward the front corner. Tacky up the wall for the centering pass. Someone there to follow it up. Ace Pocket punches in, but Saber is going to be able to save it. 5 seconds left. Can Air Force find the equalizer? Tacky with the save there. The ball just needs to touch the ground. LC Curl grounds it, and Boise State has their 3rd win of the series. What a great defensive play there from Tacky. Such a great save is going to give Boise State their 3rd win. Right now, you are watching Boise State Esports versus Air Force in Rocket League, the start to a great night of matchups that we have in Rocket League, League of Legends, and Overwatch. We want to give a big shout out to the Twitch community watching right now, and if you are wondering how you can get more involved in Boise State Esports, there is a way. You can go to Boise State Esports website to see info for tryouts for the next semester as the new academic year starts. You can see schedules for our next broadcast, and of course, you can subscribe to Boise State Esports via Twitch with the Twitch Prime subscription, which you can also get from an Amazon Prime subscription. You get access to all of our previous broadcasts, exclusive Twitch emotes that you might have seen flashing up on the screen, and of course, your subscriptions fund scholarships, allowing our players to continue their passion in what they love most in playing for Boise State Esports. And of course, you can always come down here to the Boise State Esports Arena to cheer on your Boise State Broncos.
I'm just still getting over how that last game ended. That was, that was pure inches from going into overtime. I thought Air Force had a fantastic setup, but great job by Boise State. That was spectacular defense.
Yeah, and I got to say, I'm really impressed with especially Ace Pocket. Like, he's been involved in almost every single play we've seen here, especially him and LC Curl. We saw them passing back and forth like a bunch that game. It was really all coming together, and they were starting to get that chemistry back together and everything. But also as well as Tacky do, getting that clutch save right at the end. And also LC Curl, spiking it down right at the end. Everyone's involved, and it's a really good team environment for Boise State.
can see our Doc Haskell giving the team some final pointers as they go into this match point. All they have to do is win this next game, and they will secure the first victory. Again, a recap of Doc's keys to the game. Great passing, disrupt rotations, punish double commits, and position yourself to follow up. And I'm really interested to see how this next match turns out, because it is like we're seeing a different Air Force in this last game. It wasn't a high-scoring game like we've seen so far. Yeah, like it's kind of like it's getting closer and closer after each game. You know, the first game really dominant for Boise State. Second game a little less dominant. In this last game, 1-0, and it really came down to the last moment to see who was going to win. So, you know, anything can happen in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, Air Force did a fantastic job of eliminating most of their double commits that have been plaguing them throughout this series. So if they eliminate their double commits, I'll be hard-pressed to see how Boise State can break that defense, because that Falcons defense was spectacular besides one goal, which was a fantastic play by Boise State in their own right.
Boise State is just on the precipice of victory. All they need to do is drive it home. Have we seen a history of Boise State choking? I don't think we necessarily have. They usually are able to bring it out in the match point, but maybe Wayton can bring me up to speed on the history.
I mean, I don't think there's really a history yet, but I don't want to make a history. So let's move on. You know, let's move on to the next game.
It's a 50-50 ball. Did look like it went in Boise State's favor. A clear from JD, but right to Tacky. And Boise State starts out hot with the first goal.
Wow, you see really like LC Coro and Ace Pocket so eager for this opportunity. They double commit. They saw how big of an opening it was, and they just took advantage of it.
There's the answer to my question right there. Boise State certainly showing that they have a lot of fight left in them. Only 8 seconds in the match, and they have their first goal. Right now, it looked like LC Curl was back there to cheat it, allowing Tacky to push it toward the corner, looking for the centering pass, but JD with a great dunk there is going to push it right back over. Boise State's goal, the follow-up from Saber, and a great goal there.
Very nice backboard read there from Sabrel. You know, it's sometimes that can be pretty tough, especially if you're coming from a side angle, which he was coming from, and he just beats LC Coro to that read. Very nice play.
That was a fantastic play by Air Force to punish Boise State. Back on the 50-50, Boise State has been very aggressive, as we see once again. Ace Pocket was there trying to get the follow-up, not able to get it. Tacky unable to get it either. Neither is Anapexis. Everybody's allergic to that ball right now. Finally, Saber gets it, and immediately the demo comes out, but JD can't quite get the shot on goal. Tacky's going to try and push it down, plays it around Anapexis. LC Coro gets launched into nowhere. Ace Pocket tries and gets the follow-up. That's an open goal. And Tacky's able to get a fantastic save to keep us tied in this match. Boise State back on their heels with a great defensive effort.
A great defensive effort is now going to turn into an offensive push. It goes around the corner. A miss there is going to put it right in front of the goal. No one quite there to follow it up. Instead, the contestant from Anapexis was able to clear the ball back toward Boise State's goal. And a very dangerous situation for Boise State again, finding themselves much more back on their heels, not keeping it in Air Force's territory for the majority of the game. They're going to try to change that right here. Ace Pocket just misses, goes toward a corner, and now Saber is going to clear it back over toward Boise State's territory. But no, Tacky is going to push it right back. Now Tacky is going toward the corner with the centering pass in front of their goal. JD misses. Saber with a great save there is going to push it back.
This is a completely different Air Force team that we're seeing from game one. You know, they're putting so much pressure. They're making Boise State panic a little bit on defense. We're seeing some more double commits coming out, and here,
there you go.
Wow, just as I say, Tacky proves me wrong, finishing off that goal. Very nice play from LC Curl. He decides not to put the shot on net, but to pass it down to the right, and Tacky's just there to read the defensive touch.
Yeah, I don't know if Anapexis was expecting that touch. That was a great job sort of redirecting in air, helping Anapexis really be a part of that goal. So Boise State takes the 2-1 lead. They are on match point here, and Ace Pocket going to play that perfectly off the wall. Saber trying to disrupt it as Air Force looks for another tying goal. Tacky can't quite beat Anapexis to the ball. Going to try and beat JD, who doesn't get a fantastic touch either. That ball dies in the midfield. Now a clear over to Air Force's side. LC Carl's going to be the first one to the ball. Plays it around one off the wall, but does get bumped off in the process. Tacky can't quite disrupt it either. And now we're going to see Ace Pocket unable to get it as well. So Boise State and Tacky with a great demo. That's going to slow down the Air Force attack. Boise State playing some very physical defense here.
You know, I'm kind of surprised by like how much random like misses there are from both teams here, especially from Boise State. You know, maybe they could be a little flustered by like how different Air Force is playing now. You know, they're playing way better than they were the first game, and Boise State could be trying to adapt in some way, or maybe they just don't know what to expect from the other team they can't.
Right now, Boise State is not going to leave anything to chance as they push it into Air Force's territory. Saber is going to clear it up the side. Tacky racing back to contest it. Doesn't quite get the clear that he wanted there, so Ace Pocket's going to contest it with JD. It goes toward the side of the field. Tacky gets a hit. It's going to go up in the air, looking to assist from another Boise State player off toward the corner. Tacky with a great save.
Actually, that was a double commit for the pass, but it ended up working out anyway because Tacky just making it up, putting a beautiful shot, redirecting it from the corner, and puts it front post to where the last defender can't reach it.
What a fantastic shot by Tacky in the corner. It just stolen Air Force's full boost as well, and he didn't even need it. 50-50 ball will go just over to the side of Air Force. There's Tacky. Took a little bit of a bad hop off the wall, so not able to get the touch he wanted. JD tries for the clear. Ace Pocket says right back at you. Plays around one. That's an open net. LC Coro, unfortunately, had to back up, so he wasn't able to get the shot on goal. We're going to see LC Carl wants to keep this play alive, though. Anapexis going to try and get the clear. Tacky going to double play it off the wall, so JD can't get to the ball. Ace Pocket continues this attack. Ace Pocket once again in a fantastic position. Tries to clear it in front of the net, but a great save over there by Saber. But LC Carl says, no, we want to keep this ball alive. It goes into the corner. Boise State not letting Air Force breathe right now.
They are not letting them breathe. We've been talking about Boise State maybe panicking. I think that might be also the case for Air Force, as Boise State definitely has some momentum towards this. Saber looking for the clear. Tacky comes in to contest, gets a great hit there. It's going to stay alive for Boise State. Off towards a little bit of a centering pass there. Looking for the follow-up there. LC Curro just not able to deliver. Tacky tried to keep the play alive, but that is going to allow a continued clear for Boise State. Saber is going to get demoed, followed by LC Curro. Both teams are putting in their all, trying to get some sort of victory. Air Force still needs 2 goals to find an equalizer here. Boise State just needs to continue up their aggression, run up the clock, or just keep playing as they have been.
Yeah, Boise State
toward the goal.
It's just sometimes it's just a goal just appears out of nowhere. We had one guy pushing up from Air Force, and he just finds the hole on defense and places it perfectly front post. Boise State, a little bit of miscommunication there.
Boise State has their work cut out for them. Got to protect the 1-goal lead, and just want to give a shout out to Saber. If you wonder why he's so good at some of these aerial plays, recently selected for pilot training. So this is going to be some fantastic practice for him. So he's going to get his assignment very soon, but that is very cool. But for right now, we need him to flounder up in the air as there's just 30 seconds left. Boise State up by 1 on the match point for the Broncos. A clear by JD, not able to get there. Ace Pocket plays it around 1, but Anapexis will get that clear. The Falcons need a goal, and they need one quickly. That ball's going to go off the corner. JD tries to center it, but a great job by Tacky getting that clear. Anapexis down there. The Falcons might have one more shot in them. That ball's going to go LC Coral. Oh, that goes off the post, and Air Force is still alive as the time ticks down. Saber's going to push it up
5
down
seconds.
the corner. Ace Pocket, though, with a great defensive effort. Anapexis pushes it up. The Broncos just need that ball to touch the ground. JD keeps it alive. Here goes Saber, but unfortunately for them, a great save by LC Coro, and the Falcons are going to be defeated.
A great win by Boise State. They're starting the day off right, but certainly not to discount Air Force's effort, especially with how much they improved toward the end of that match. And just as a bit of a show of all the different players we can get here in this esports arena, we have so many different majors. Wayton might be able to follow up on that later. Right now, though, as always, you are watching Boise State Esports versus Air Force. They were able to pull out the victory in this game. Some great play by our Broncos. Starting the night off right, we'll see if that momentum can continue throughout the night. And as this first match winds down, we'll see some replays, see the top player of the game. And Wade and I understand we have a little bit of info about what we saw in Air Force, just in terms of their majors.
Yeah, so we actually have, we just saw Antipexis, Ted Reed, he's a sophomore, he's a physics major at Air Force Academy, as well as Jacob Wortham, that was JD, he's a junior and he's a management major, and as well as Joe Bellina, who was Sabral, and he's a senior, and he's an applied mathematics major, but in a focus on aeronautical engineering.
I mean, it just goes to show we have so many students from so many different backgrounds, and it shows just how accessible it can be for esports. If you want to get in, work hard, and you have a passion to compete for your university, definitely check out the Boise State Esports program. Such a great match from Boise State. We're going to see the player of the game right now, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union. Any predictions?
Maybe Ace Pocket. He scored a lot of goals there.
That's my guess as well.
We are definitely going to see,
here.
and it is going to be Ace Pocket, most goals throughout the match.
One up. Going to go when you have 5 Ace goals Pocket in the first game, that definitely goes a long way too.
Yeah.
Cementing yourself as the player of the game helps out a lot.
As always, you are seeing the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's motto, helping members achieve financial success. Ace Pocket is your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game.
I mean, some of these replays are crazy. By the way.
Yeah, I know, especially with the team play and everything. Like in this one, I said as it was happening, everyone was involved in that one, but Ace Pocket, the shooting is often the hardest part. You can get some passing, but it just has to be a general area. But shooting, sometimes you have to be like so precise to get it perfectly. So, and Ace Pocket did a very nice job of that this series.
A great match all around from Boise State, and that's certainly not to discount the other players, LC Kuro and Takidu, all of them scoring goals, having great defensive plays. Taki had such a clutch save there in the third match, able to keep Boise State's winning streak alive. All around, we were wondering how this new team composition would work out. I say it worked out pretty well.
Oh yeah, I would definitely agree. You know, we saw, especially the passing plays, like I mentioned during the series, you know, we saw so many of them, and although there were some double commits, you know, those can be kinked out with just some more practice time and everything. So I think we'll see more of this team in the future.
And you could really see a lot of those plays, not all of them connected, that's just Rocket League, but you could see a lot of plays developing for Boise State. You could see what they had in mind, and just mere inches separated them from probably adding maybe 3 or 4 more goals throughout the series.
Yeah, you know, so many crossbar hits, so many post bounces and everything, and just like close calls in general, you know, like a play like that could have easily been saved. You know, it can really go either way, especially when you've got 3 players back on defense. So, you know, with a game like Rocket League, sometimes you have close calls and sometimes they're just completely open nets. So, yeah, Ace Pocket, congrats on the player of the game.
And a great first start to the night. I want to thank you, Wayton, and I want to thank you, Fish, for being here for the Rocket League game. But that is not all that we have here to offer at Boise State Esports. Up next is League of Legends. The crowds are increasing. The tension is rising. Will Boise State continue their redemption streak? How will the picks and bans work out? Will Garen and Annie finally be on the team? I doubt it, but some of our staff members can dream. You'll find out all that and more on Boise State Esports after this break.
That's hot. That's hot. That's hot.
Get it while it's hot. Cause in another week it will be not.
Turn off the lights and let me feel you. I don't wanna think about myself right now. Stay out all night because I want to. Wake up in the morning and I'm hollowed out. I drew the outline on the paper, now I'm running out of space. Family at the dinner table, but I don't have a place. Where will we go? Why am I afraid to be alone?
Alrighty then, welcome back. A big thanks to everyone watching on Twitch right now. We are waiting for the next match in League of Legends right now. And Glovely is on the desk, Daniel Glovely Clock. He'll be here for the next few matches. He is our expert draft maker and draft analysis commentator. And he and Fish were just in a very interesting conversation about Akali.
Yeah, I mean, the new patch came out. 10.3. 10.3 came out, and then within 2 days, Riot completely reversed their course. 10.3 was targeted at Akali. The nerfs that were supposed to come in 10.2, nerf the Q, nerf the W. Your R now has to be used on a champion, can't be used for escape. And then within 2 days, they're like, oh, no, we've done too much. And they buffed her E, reduced the cool, and just basically made her R just ridiculous. Her ultimate perfect execution is just bonkers right now. I don't understand any of what's going on, Glovely.
I mean, if we did see the Q actually go through, the W nerfs that we thought were going to happen, the reveal on crowd control, didn't end up going through because there wasn't really a way for Akali to counterplay against that.
Don't get CC'd.
I have some mixed feelings about that because it's pretty hard to counterplay the Akali when she's invisible and untouchable. Essentially to, half the champions in League of Legends who are auto-attack based. But my own grievances and grudges with Akali beside, there's some absurd power right now in her ultimate ability, especially when you hit rank 3. Perfect execution has a cooldown of 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. They added about 100 damage on the first part of it, a perfect execution, the double cast. You cast one to get in, and then the other one is the execute. The non-execute version, they added about 100 damage to it before you get into scaling. I'll be very curious to see because the nerfs to her Q do make laning a little bit harder. You no longer can double Q twice because it costs too much energy. I will be curious to see that, but it feels like late game they made Akali so much more powerful.
Now the question is if she's going to be able to get to that late game scaling point because of the because they took so much out of that Q. Because you can't double cast it, you lose wave clear, which makes it a lot harder for you to clear things out. It makes you easier to punish if you decide to roam. Because you can't just clear out your waves really quickly, run down, get the elimination, then run all the way back.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing that stands out to me in 10-3, and I'll be curious to see if either team brings it out tonight, is the Yuumi buffs.
Oh, yeah.
Riot really wanted to put Yuumi in a better spot as opposed to a cat that just heals you. So they put a lot of damage on her Q, even buffing it, I think, again. It was in the patch notes, and then in part of the Akali refix, they buffed her Q again. So Yumi's going to do a lot more damage than you're used to. I'll be very curious to see if either team wants to bring out a Yuumi, because when I've played solo, she feels so strong right now. That damage is a lot higher than you're used to.
I think the intention behind those changes was to make it so that when you choose to play a more offensive Yuumi build, as opposed to the cat who just sits on you and then presses heal over and over and over again. So Yuumi is a little bit more involved in the game, and that's great, right? Like, go for that. But maybe do that in a way that doesn't make so many of our solo queue games oppressive. We're getting blasted by constant what do they call it? Prowling projectile. The last chapter, so much damage coming out of that champion, and it gets really scary when she gets put on something that already has a lot of high damage, like a Jhin or heaven forbid a Veigar.
Yeah, and then the last thing that stood out to me and that I've really noticed is you're talking about 80 carries. In the professional meta, Senna is pick ban right now. It's usually Senna versus Aphelios every game. Senna's souls for an 80 carry have been completely neutered. No longer 100% chance to drop on the cannon minions. It's buffed for 25% on minions she doesn't kill. But, I mean, you notice right away if you played Senna 80 carry before the patch and now after the patch, your soul generation, if you're not taking them away from heroes, is super low right now.
I mean, she was very oppressive in lane with the ability to heal herself and her ally and do tons of damage and farm up very quickly. So taking that soul generation is going to make it much harder for her to scale up into the late game than she normally would, but it's also preventing her support build from completely falling off the map because of the way that those souls are generated. I think it's a really smart move on behalf of Riot Games. But I do have to question that if Senna is going to be moving out of the void in terms of the 80 carry position, who is going to move up and take her place? Miss Fortune, we also saw, got some nerfs. Wasn't too bad, just a little bit of attack speed. But if anyone, I think, has the potential to move up, I think Ezreal has a really good shot. We've seen that champion has some great late game scaling already. He just got some buffs this patch to his attack speed, and that's going to make him much more effective.
Well, just talking a little bit more, kind of moving up to the whole esports program as a whole. I know you, Fish, you came in here kind of midway through the Boise State esports program, but Glovely and I have been here since the beginning, and it has been amazing to just see how much this program has grown.
We certainly didn't have this arena when we first started. I believe we were running out of essentially a box on wheels for a lot of our programming and broadcasting, at least in the beginning. But the program has grown so much in just the 2 years since I've been here. And I'm really proud of not just the team, but the players and the fans and the people who have stuck with us this entire time.
Yeah, it's great to see the players and also just seeing the the recruiting opportunity. You know, one of the times where it really hit home for me is when we saw a prospective student coming in, and they said, "Yeah, I was planning on going to CWI College of Western Idaho. It's a community college around here." But they then said, "But they don't have an esports program like Boise State does." So I really want to sign up for Boise State just for their program here.
And if you folks out in the chat, happen to be students, we wouldn't mind having you here at Boise State as well if you happen to be interested in getting involved in the esports teams. And honestly, just a great place to get your education anyway.
Yeah, a great place to get your education. It really was something when we said we kind of wanted to be the Alabama of esports, starting early, making a very strong statement that we're kind of pioneers in this area. And it certainly has been amazing to just see all the production, all of the growth. I remember, we started out in front of green screens, in professors' offices. That's how we would broadcast. And now we have this arena all to ourselves. It is so amazing. And especially the part of it that is most amazing to me is when we get other teams coming here. We've been talking about so much the Nevada match last night, but what people might not know is that they were in the arena with us. Nevada traveled all the way over here, brought some of their own fans. We had cheering for both sides of the team, and that's when the energy really hits its peak, and it's great to be in here.
And we've had other folks come over and scrim with us. Or
Wyoming.
Play with us. We've seen Wyoming. We've played against Oregon and Oregon State. They've both been able to come to play with us at one point or another. It's great to be able to have those people in the area. And certainly if other teams in the area, I heard that Pullman is putting together a team. I'm not sure how that's going along, but if you guys are out there, we'd love to see you and we'd love to play you as well.
It's also great that we finally have an arcade machine in here. It certainly has gotten some attention. I know, Fish, you've been a bit, shall we say, apprehensive about the fact that there have been some games which you would have dominated in, but you got to be up here on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the incentive to come out to the arena is if you put a high score on a certain game, you get a prize if you can beat Doc's high score. But when I'm up on the caster's desk, it would be unprofessional of me to go down and play some video games. So I am a little miffed, but I'm very excited to have League of Legends here in less than a minute against Calgary.
Yeah, League of Legends is ready to go. Always very exciting to see our team play in that. It looks like we might have, sometimes we have different squads playing. They all compete under the same Boise State Broncos banner. But it looks like we might be having another squad that we haven't seen play so far this year. So it's going to be very interesting to see what skills they bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Boise has the opportunity to have several people who want to play League of Legends, and this is a team that, to my knowledge, I haven't seen on the stream so far this year, so it should be exciting and probably going to keep us on our toes because they will probably have different tendencies.
Probably have different tendencies. I don't know if they're going to be, trolling us a little bit and hovering their picks. That's something the other squad did. Just putting on a show. That's what Boise State is really great at. And we want to thank you for hanging out with us between matches. We will be right back with Boise State versus Calgary in the League of Legends match tonight. Stay tuned. And welcome back. You are watching Boise State Esports broadcast tonight. We have had a great night so far, starting out with a dominant win in Rocket League, and now we are moving on to League of Legends. Boise State versus Calgary tonight. If you've been watching and hanging out with us between matches, you know that I've got Michael Fisher and Daniel Glovely Clock here to call the action for League of Legends. And like we were saying during the break, looks like we got a new squad up on the stage. It doesn't matter which squad. We've got so many talented people here at the Boise State Esports program, and I'm really interested to see how they perform tonight.
Yeah, very different squad that we're seeing, and that means we're going to see some different champions, some different strategies. I've seen these guys play up here before. I do think they're a great squad and really deserve to be on desk a bit more often than they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to keep you and I on our toes, Glovely, because they do have different preferences for certain heroes that we've seen come out, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And I mean, I'm just excited we're playing Calgary because sorry, Boise State, this is my favorite mascot. It's the Dinos. I mean, how can you beat a dino? I think their mascot's name is like Rexosaurus or something like that.
I mean, that's pretty darn awesome.
A fantastic name. We played them before, I believe, last semester, so this is going to be a very fun matchup.
I am definitely looking forward to this matchup. We were talking a little bit in the break about the new buffs to Akali. I was going to say, you know, in the other squad we have player Red Hots, who that's one of his main characters, so it would have been interesting to see how he would have played tonight with that. But in general, you were talking about Akali, you were talking about the other the other champions that have gotten buffed. Is there anything else that we talked about not during the break, or if you just want to recap that you're looking forward to in the bans and picks and bans?
I think something that we need to continue to emphasize is that while we did have a whole bunch of champions that did affect the Boise State lineups for both teams, of course, there are still some very powerful champions in the meta who have not been touched.
Yep.
We've talked so many times about Ornn and about Olaf and about how much power each of them brings to their team. Aphelios really just kind of got a slap on the wrist. So there's a lot of power still in the game that still benefits Boise State.
Boise State Esports versus University of Calgary tonight in League of Legends. We got a great match coming up for you. Can the Broncos continue on their momentum? We were just getting back to what you were saying, Lovely, about picks and bans. I know, Fish, you haven't chimed in yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be curious to see if either team wants to bring out Yumi. I think Riot really targeted her, is trying to bring her back into the support meta, nerfing Leona as well. A very oppressive champion in the bot lane, especially against Yumi. So I'll be very curious to see if Yumi comes out. And other than that, I think there are still a lot. I think Ornn is going to be contested. I think Nocturne is going to be very contested. I think Olaf is going to be very contested. So I think there's a lot of contested champions that, as you mentioned, Glovely, did not get hit in 10-3 that I think are going to be either first pick or banned right away by either side.
Now, on the Yumi pick, you know who goes really well with Yumi?
Don't say Garen.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm just saying, I've done my research on Calgary. One of their players has only played one ranked game this season, and the only champion, Garen. I'm just saying, it's an entire possibility that we could see that come out in this matchup. And paired up with the Yumi, we saw how destructive that combination was last season.
I mean, I know you were pulling for Garen so much that you'll find any sort of justification to have him on the team. Much like Doc and Annie, I'm sure there are many lectures he could give you about why it's supposed to be on the team. But we'll find out tonight what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a lot of fun. I'm very curious to see how 10-3 affects it. We haven't seen Set either. Barely touched in the patch, just a little bit of a fixing, promise nerfs in the future, which means Riot clearly thinks he still may be in an oppressive state. So I would love to see if either team wants to bring Set out. I think he's a fantastic laner as well. So there's a lot of champions that are on the table that I think either squad could pick up.
I'm certainly looking forward to. I wonder if we'll have any objective steals. Specifically, we saw that great steal about 2 weeks ago, I believe. The final Drake was on the field, and Boise State was able to steal that, or was it the other team?
No, yeah, it was Boise State.
Okay, it was Boise State. I just want to make sure.
It was Red Hots on the Corki taking the Elder Dragon in a crucial moment. Taking that Elder Dragon turned the entire fight around and pretty much cemented Boise State's victory that time. Actually got a surrender out of their opponents.
Yeah, once that happens, we are going to see some top plays from some previous matches just to give you a taste of what you have to look forward to. Boise State Esports playing League.
This was here up in the top lane, I believe. I'm trying to remember all of these events as they were happening. Here comes the gank from the river. We saw that Olaf is just such a powerful champion, but there's 3 members here of Boise State. Dean doing a great job to set up the elimination there for himself, actually.
I think that right there shows why I think Olaf is definitely a pick ban right there because of that power. This was another one, a great turnaround here for Boise State, putting just a ton of damage on us. We did see Dean go down there. The Dragon, though, being stolen away by Can't Get Dopamine. I mean, the jungle plays by Boise State have been fantastic this year.
Number 3 from our previous week here. This was actually a jump over the wall. Great play by Nevada to jump on top of Boise State's bottom lane. Not really able to do anything to follow that up. It was a really rough early game that time for the Broncos.
We're seeing number 2 here again. Once again, this was just a fantastic play by Nevada and Skull Chaos. They were so grateful to join us here in the arena. The atmosphere was electric, and it really felt like the Wolfpack were feeding off their support that they brought down here because they were really putting it in Boise State. And even though that fight started out for Nevada, it actually turned around. It was a great job turning that around by Boise State.
Yeah, red hots on that Diana, and Diana, again, another powerful champion who did actually end up getting nerfed in this patch, but we know that that's a tool in the Boise State arsenal that's still available.
And then this final one, this was the one where you thought Boise State was going to win it, but that Vladimir, another champion who I wasn't touching the patch, and you could just see in this replay the power of Vladimir. Dived on the back line, eliminated 2 members, and just finished whatever he wanted to. I think Vladimir's another one of those champions that I think either team could use to effectiveness tonight.
I mean, he's got so much great sustain, and he does have a lot of damage that he brings to these team fights as he scaled up. Thanks to just the passive that he has, giving him that extra health, giving him that extra ability power every time he builds items. And so many items synergize very well with that passive and with his kit.
And you can see the team up there on the stage with our head coach, Doc, just waiting to prep for this round. We are just still waiting for everything to be worked out. In the meantime, as we've said before, if you want to follow everything here at Boise State Esports, you can, of course, subscribe with your Twitch Prime subscription, which you get with an Amazon Prime subscription. You get access to all our past matches that we've been talking about. You get access to exclusive Twitch emotes that you'll see on the screen periodically. And, of course, one of the best things is that you support everything that's going on here. You support our program, and you directly support our students because your subscriptions help fund scholarships. And it's certainly a big moment for all the students on stage right now as they're ready to get into this next match, hopefully continuing up the momentum that the Rocket League team laid down for them.
And now we're going to get, I believe, I heard, into Doc's keys of the game. As we can see, our production team is there preparing for a fantastic game. Hello, production team. You're wonderful. We love you. Doc's keys to the game versus Calgary.
Get the early vision control, have coordination between your jungle and mid lane, get the first tower and the first dragon, and make sure your eliminations equal vision or objectives. Those are Doc's keys to the game for this League of Legends match, brought to you by Boise State University. At Boise State, you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more. To make your educational experience unique, visit boisestate.edu for more info. And you can also visit the Esports page at boisestate.edu if you want info on, say, tryouts. If you want to come here next semester and make one of the teams, we have teams in Rocket League, League of Legends, Overwatch, and Hearthstone.
So we are going to hop into the picks and bans here. I'll be very curious to see who Calgary wants to target down, as their first is going to be a Camille ban coming out from the Dinos.
That's a great champion for being able to get over walls. Set going to be the ban in response, so we're not going to see that champion as a result. Boise State very happy to take that one off the board. Next ban is going to be up for Calgary. Still deciding a lot of powerful champions on the board that they could take away. Maybe try and focus on a pocket pick. Alternatively, set up one of their lanes. 6 seconds left. Kaisa is going to be the ban.
Yeah, just taking away some of those stronger AD carries. Caitlyn immediately banned out in response by Boise State. So already going to be a very interesting bot lane with some of the more powerful and some of the more played AD carries, especially Caitlyn, one of the most popular, almost every single patch being taken out.
Just a very safe AD carry. It's not easy to fall behind in lane because she has so much range on every other champion. Ornn going to be the ban out, very powerful champion. We've talked about him practically to death. Zach is going to be the response ban from Boise State. That would, I'm guessing, is going to be some sort of pocket pick because Zach, not the most popular champion in the world, but does have that great long-range engage, so Boise State doesn't want that in their face.
No, yeah, I definitely think Boise State, he could be an impressive ganker. The Senna being hovered for Calgary. We see her a lot in the AD carry role. Of course, the latest changes made it so maybe she's not as viable, so they're going to switch over to the Ashe. One of the safer AD carries, provides a lot of utility with the Crystal Song arrows, so not always just, I'm going to get kills AD carry. You can get a stun lockdown that can provide the rest of your team to get some follow-up.
I mean, it slows, it stuns, it's additional vision with the hawk shot. Great utility champion. The only other champion marksman that could really fit in that role at this point that's left over is Misfortune, but it's going to be Lucian picked up by the side of Boise State. Very aggressive, early game lane bully champion, and Ash doesn't really have the range to completely shut Lucian out, aside from poking with her volley ability. So there's still going to be some openings. Nami, we've seen how powerful of a champion this has been lately. Nami, ever since she allowed her Tidecolor's Blessing to affect abilities as well as auto attacks, there's been a lot more versatility that you can pull off with that champion.
Yeah, it does provide a lot more slowing ability. Echo going to be picked up there. One of those champions that was recently nerfed just in the jungle. They reduced his passive damage to monsters by about 50%, trying to slow down his clear just a little bit. So I'll be curious to see if Calgary wants to do that and how that affects his jungle route, because he's not going to do as much damage, of course, not going to clear camps, especially those AoE camps where he can throw out his Q and put a stack on every single mob.
Well, I'll tell you, it's made my solo queue games a lot easier. Syndra going to be the pickup for Calgary. Their battle mage sets up the Qs everywhere, throws around minions. Great, has one of the longest range stuns in the game off of the Scatter of the Weak if she sets herself up in the right position, but it can be a very difficult one to set up.
Yeah, and we are going to see setup, speaking of that. Hovering the Sejuani recently, a minor buff, increased her attack speed at level 1, as well as allowing her to ignore the armor of every minion now, not just epic monsters. So once again, targeting that jungle clear. And I think the thing with Syndra that Boise has to watch out for, probably one of the highest burst potentials on an ultimate in the game on any champion, depending on how many orbs she can have floating around. If you get 6, 7, 8, you could just remove Lucian from the map, unless he has an Edge of Night, unless he has a Guardian Angel. So I think those are going to be high priority items for Boise State, or at least finding ways to shut her down, as the Thresh ban going to come out from Boise State, as we do know Calgary's still looking for a support.
Thresh is just a powerful champion in general. There's so many players in this game who favor that Thresh because of how much he brings. You can play aggressive, you can play defensive, you can set up teammates, move them across the map. It's going to be Zoe, the answer from Calgary, with her long-range poke, the only one who actually outranges Syndra with crowd control.
So you can obviously see why that was a targeted ban by the Dinos. Boise State looking for one more. Leona still taking away despite the nerf. She is just so tanky. She can be in your face, especially on a Nami who isn't the bulkiest of supports. That's something you don't want to have, is have her right up in your face.
And this meta has been all about aggressive supports, marksmen, or the tanks that can jump on top of them and engage them. So now we're moving into the final ban for Calgary. They've got 3 seconds to lock in their final pick. It's going to be Vladimir. We've talked about how powerful that champion was, so that's going to be pulled away from Boise State.
Yeah, I mean, Vladimir has been a lot of potential. So for Boise State, they do like to sometimes flex their picks, so I can't say with certainty they need a top and a mid laner. That could be a Lucian top. It could be a Lucian mid. Veigar being locked in there as well. You've seen him, at least I have in my solo games, as a support sometimes, so there's still some mystery for Boise State, but you have to assume the Broncos are looking for a top laner with their last pick, and a support and top laner on the board for Calgary.
Yeah, you don't really see an AP Nami very often, so it's generally fairly safe to assume that's a support. But it could be Nami Veigar, that's possible. Nautilus going to be picked up for Calgary. He did end up getting a nerf, and more importantly, he got some new visual updates for all of his abilities, so that's going to be a little easier for everyone to see exactly what is going on as Nautilus plays. Assuming you are familiar with the new visual updates having played, Kled going to be the last lock-in for Calgary. Very aggressive top laner.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how Boise State wants to respond there. Ornn off the table, so you can't go with a more tanky top laner, or they can, at least in Shen. Very curious, because I do think Kled would have the advantage in at least being able to sort of bully Shen around. Doesn't have an ability to disrupt the Stand United, though, as far as I'm aware of, so that could be something where Boise State does have that ability. As we see the trades go around, we see everything get set up by both teams. And pointing out, I can rage quit, no teleport in the top lane. Kleds usually don't. They want to ignite for the kills. That just means he has one less way to get down into fights besides blowing his ultimate, and even then, it's still a speed increase. He's not instantly in the fight like Shen can be in 2 separate ways.
Actually, he does have the bear trap on a rope, but as long as Shen is able to get him off of Skarl, then he won't be able to build up the courage and time in order to have that ability and to proc it. So that's going to be a lot of the key, to be able to engage with that Stand United either when Kled can't reach him, or when Bear Trap on a rope is on cooldown, or when Kled is off of Scarl. So you have those windows where you can use that ability, and even if he can't teleport there, you're still getting a shield onto one of the members of your team.
You are watching Boise State Esports versus University of Calgary on this League of Legends match, February 7th. Right now, they are looking to continue on the momentum that the Rocket League team laid down for them. Can we get our second win of the night? A big shout out to all of you in Twitch chat right now, both Boise State fans and Calgary fans. We've been seeing some cheering for both sides during the pick and ban phase. That's exactly what we like to see. And now as we go forward with the picks and bans out of the way, how do you think overall it went for them, for both sides?
I think that both teams have actually drafted really well for themselves. A much more aggressive draft from the side of Calgary with the Nautilus, the Kled, with the Echo. So great ability to engage and pick what fights that they want. On the side of Boise State, however, they have a lot of disengagement tools to keep their team members safe. Shen provides a lot of shields and is able to deny auto attacks. Vagar just raises a wall and anyone who walks into it gets stunned. Sejuani can even throw down the ultimate. So they have a lot of ability to deny the engagement on top of them, and to be able to counter-engage with their own abilities, try and blast them down once they've escaped from the initial onslaught.
Yeah, I think Boise State definitely has to be wary of Syndra. How are you going to counter that? Because that Syndra ultimate can make any fight a 4v5. Vigar can do the same thing, but he needs to land his other abilities. Then he can primordial burst you and kill you from about 60% if he really is fed. So I think for Boise State, the key is dodging the Syndra ultimate, making sure you don't fall into the 5v4 right away. And I think something to point out is we've seen this before from Boise State. We've seen the mid lane Vigar start with the Event Horizon, the cage, which you think that doesn't make sense. He can't CS. And then an immediate level 2 gank comes out from the side of Boise State. I'll be very curious to see if they try to do that here as well. Now, Sejuani, not a lot of kill potential, but she still can execute that with her slows and with her stuns from her passive.
I think the dangerous thing, though, about that is that if you don't land that Event Horizon, if you don't get that gank off, then Vagar does not have the Baleful Strike, his Q that he uses in order to stack up his passive by eliminating minions, by poking the opposing champion.
Yep.
He only has that stun and is essentially weak and open until level 2.
Yeah, it's one of those gutsy calls you have to make if you really think you can get first blood. We've seen Boise have some gutsy calls, though, in the past, so it might be something they want to do.
We are only a minute or two for starting, getting the spectating rights to this game for Boise State versus Calgary. And now let's talk a little bit about objectives and the Dragons. Which ones do you think both teams are going to be very interested in during this match?
I think all of the Dragons hold a certain key, and I really do think, and I've talked to some of the players, that if you just play an objective-faced jungler, you can win most of your games. If you get 3 Dragons, you get 2 Rift Heralds, I think you can win a lot of games. Personally, I think Cloud Drake is the most busted Dragon, especially if you look at the cooldowners on both these mid laners. If either side gets 1 Cloud Drake, let alone 3 or 4, depending on what the third Dragon is, I think that is going to be a huge priority. But I think every Dragon has its unique properties that can turn the game, but I still think Cloud Drake is the best.
Yeah, definitely continuing focus on the bottom side of the map, especially when you look at the champions that they have down in the bottom lane. Lucian, very aggressive early.
Yep.
Ashe has a very strong early game as well. A lot of contested focus down there in that bot lane. I do think mid lane is going to have some issues, if only because Vagar takes a while to really get scaling. So he's going to have a lot harder time roaming than a Syndra will.
Yeah, and then also the Kled will have an easier time roaming than the Shen will as well. So you have to be very wary if you're Boise State playing this more farm comp in the mid to be very careful of where your wards are, very aware of where Kled is. I think Boise State has to realize this is a late game for them. This is not a win early game unless Lucian just straight pops off in the bot lane.
And you never know, it could happen, but I do think that early vision is going to be absolutely key against this Calgary setup. In particular, looking at their champions, Echo is a very good ganker, very aggressive, can play that early game very well. Even with the nerfs, that's going to reduce the speed of his camp clear.
You can see right now the team in the first stages of the match, which is going to start right now. Off to the races, Calgary versus Boise State.
So we load into the game here. Do note the cleanse being taken by Lycan Epic Boss in the mid lane. Of course, trying to get out of that event horizon, trying to get out of that glacial prison of the Sejuani. Besides that, though, actually taken as well by setup to try and avoid that Sejuani stun. But is there anything else, summoners, keystones, items, Glovely, that you want to point out to the viewers?
A few things that I'd like to note. For those of you at home who don't play Veigar, Glacial Augment is actually a really great keystone for that champion. Allows you to slow opponents, making it easier to land the event horizon, and then you can combo it with a whole bunch of your other items like the Twin Shadows, the Hextech GLP, which also gives you mana off the Lost Chapter. It gives you a lot of control over how to engage with that Veigar.
We saw Boise State grouped up in that bush, and we saw the ward come out from the side of Calgary, so they will have tracking on the Boise State blue buff, so that means that's going to be a full swap around. Boise State Medicine is going to head up to the red buff side, so he's going to start on red, and that'll be equaled by Hashmir starting with his more traditional red.
Both junglers just getting ready now. Up in that top lane, we see that the Kled has chosen a pretty standard Conqueror. Going into him, Shen has picked up the Grasp of the Undying, which is great for those extended fights, especially if you're able to use something like Sunfire Cape or a Hydra to keep yourself constantly having that up and available. Gives you a lot more sustain that Shen otherwise doesn't have. Although you are giving out up on the defenses and the extra damage potential that's brought in by the Aftershock.
So we are going to see an interesting start there by Hashmir. He is going to go straight to his Krugs, just recently changed, so they give a little bit more experience, and you also have to make sure you kill all of them. The gold sign sort of moved around, so each Krug is more valuable than it just you killed a couple big Krugs and walk away. Meanwhile, we are going to see Medicine just going for that standard red-blue, and then the Gwomp to hit level 3 and engage up in the top lane. Lelouch doing a little bit of damage. Triple Dot taking a ton of damage from Night Carry, but now the CC is going to go on him. The Ignite's going to come out. Heal, both flashes committed, and he's going to go down. That's first blood for Calgary, and the Dinos secure the first kill of the game.
On top of that, Lelouch took a really good trade in that top lane, coming out from the Kled. So much damage on that champion, and Shen doesn't really have a lot of ways to deny it, especially this early on in the game. But in that bottom lane, you normally think that the Nami would be a perfect for early game trades because of her ability to heal herself as she trades. Flash committed in the mid lane to escape from the event horizon. Not entirely sure what was up with that play because Veigar is not that big of a threat at level 2. Maybe anticipating the jungler coming through because we did end up talking about that early on, what Boise State has done.
Yeah, that had to be a predicted jungler there, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Can Boise State take advantage of Lycan Epic Boss having his splash down? We are going to see the junglers are actually going to meet in that top side river. They're going to run into each other over that Scuttles. Both of them are double buff, going to get a lot of damage from Hashmir right onto Medicine. The Boar has to retreat, and Boise State not able to turn that one around. We go into top lane. Lelouch has to taunt away. We are going to see Icon Rage Kit does get knocked off Scarl. Meanwhile, Disengage come out, but we do see Medicine trying to set up for a gank there onto Icon Rage Quit while Scarl's away.
Early game, Boise State is going to have a really hard time handling this because of the way that their composition is built to scale rather than be really strong in the early game. Sejuani is a great champion and she does have a lot of gank potential, but she really doesn't start hitting those big power spikes until level 6 when she gets her ultimate and has a much easier time ganking with it.
We are going to see, there's somebody who wants to let us know Cody is a Mega Smurf. He can 1v5. Well, he did pick up the first kill, so definitely some proof of that. As we see Lelouch, he's going to try and jump onto Icon Rage Quit. Unfortunately, no follow-up that they're trying to keep him off Scarl. That's going to be an interesting one. And Shen has a lot of damage, especially when he can get back. He can finish his Tiamat. He has a lot of damage for a tank. It's something I've noticed when I've played solo queue top laner. Oh, it's a Shen. He's a tank. He's not going to do anything. And then he kills you in 4 seconds. You're like, what is that damage? So I think Icon Rage Quit has to be very, very careful because Shen also having teleport advantage because he has Stand United. And we are going to see Icon Rage Quit. By the way, he did swap over to teleport. He doesn't have Ignite, but Shen can teleport back to the lane. He hits 6. He basically has a teleport.
Lelouch is going to be going for that Tiamat early on. Has 2 long swords, will probably pick up the Reju bead on his next back. That's going to be a great item for him to be able to shove out the lane and to continuously have that Grasp of the Undying up.
So we are going to see he isn't going to teleport, though. He is simply going to walk back to lane. We see some pings coming out there. Boise State trying to be aware of Cody the guy. And something to point out is that first death on Night Carry, It's so hard when you're an AD carry and you die early in the game because he backed for a longsword. I mean, you are so far behind right now. Now, I will say Ashe did back as well for a pickaxe and a dagger. Usually you see both AD carries saving up for a BF sword. Of course, Ashe does like to sometimes build a Blade of the Rune King. But that is going to be something to point out is Ashe is going to have the permanent AD advantage until Knight Carry can get online with the first couple items and catch back up.
If I had to guess, based on the fact that you've got the pickaxe and the dagger, it could be trying to go for the unhit build with the Rage Blade, where you have the auto attacks stacking up, dealing bonus effects as you get it all stacked. First dragon of the game going to go over to Calgary. That's the Mountain Dragon. And now there's a lot of aggression in the top lane. Pocket Pistol does find some damage out. Lelouch gets the shield up, forced to flash. Not enough. Pocket Pistol finds Lelouch for a second elimination for Calgary.
Calgary doing a great job, and that can be some of the struggle sometimes of Shen is he doesn't have the same damage output. I know I'm sort of contradicting myself, but while he does a lot of damage, he doesn't do the same as a pure DPS top laner like you see in Kled. So now we're going to see an attempted gank. The Event Horizon is going to come out onto like an epic boss. He's going to get jumped on there. The cleanse isn't going to matter. The ult doesn't either, and setup picks up the first kill for Boise State.
Not quite to the point where Syndra has a huge amount of power as well, and also a very limited mana pool. Event Horizon mostly just used to ensure that that gank was going to go through because the flash had been expended earlier to escape, and now we can see exactly why you would want to do that.
Yeah, that flash still on cooldown from like an epic boss, so Boise State gets their first kill on the board here. They've got to keep this up, though, and I think they've really got to focus on that top lane. You cannot let Kled snowball because he will punish a Shen that falls behind because Shen needs that Tiamat. Then he has to start building armor. We already see I Can Rage Quit has his Tiamat finished. His lanes are going to push even quicker. It's going to be even harder for Lelouch to trade and try and knock him off Skarl, so I think Boise State needs to prioritize that top lane very hard.
I do think that that pressure is necessary. We do see that there is a top lane up there. It looks like a blue buff attempting to be stolen there by Calgary. They do have 3 members. Only person there to answer them is the Veigar. So setup, unfortunately, loses out on that blue buff. Is going to have to give it over.
Yeah, unfortunately, Primordial Burst still on cooldown for picking up that kill in the mid lane, so not a lot of burst. That is the time you want to try and kill an Echo, though, if you can find him, is pre-level 6 when he basically has that built-in Guardian Angel in his kit. So Boise State unable to pick up that one. We do see Medicine, after going top, did back as well, trying to get level 6 for that Glacial Prism. Really unlocks a lot of ganking potential for Boise State and that Sejuani, but for right now, I think the other problem here is if you look at that CS difference in the bot lane, I mean, it's nearly 20 plus an assist on the side of Ashe. So Boise State has a lot of lanes they need to prioritize, and Sejuani does not have the mobility of, say, a Nocturne or an Olaf, as I Can Rage Quit going to throw a little bit of damage on Lelouch as well. He's going to go right back in. The taunt is going to land. Lelouch trying to get out, going to use that shield to block any auto attacks, gets back to his turret. A good disengage, but look at that health bar. It is already at half.
On top of that, the Kled continuing, actually freezing the lane. Doing that because, unfortunately for Shen, he has to come out if he wants to get those minions, and that means Kled has opportunities to get in there, to chase him down, and to continue to just harass him. Look at that damage coming out from the Kled, and it takes so much effort in order to be able to turn that down. But Cullen comes out now as there's an attempted gank. Medicine has found out Cody, is able to pick it up, throws out the ultimate, doesn't quite find it. Good flash on by the Ashe, able to get out of there.
Yeah, great job there by Medicine with that gank. Unfortunately, Cody, the guy, walked right into it as we are going to go top lane now. Lelouch trying to do what he can to farm there, and now Pinkborn going to come down like an epic boss. Knows Medicine's there, setting up for something in the future, and this is just the problem, though. You get one kill in the bot lane, but you can see Lelouch stuck at his tower, trying to farm what he can from those tower shots. Medicine has got to get ganking, and he's got to get ganking in a hurry.
Yeah, he's only really put pressure on mid, although we do see actually a great combo coming out. Does have the ultimate setup, is going to take down Epic Boss. There's a Veigar who's getting fed in the mid lane. We do now have an attempt in the jungle to engage. Medicine does force the Echo off, but does have the Chrono Shift forced to back off. Here comes Kled from the top lane, not able to find it, and is going to charge over the wall and be safe from that lane.
That one confuses me a little bit. Not only did Medicine run away. You had Lelouch with his stand united. I think you could have gone in and tried to pick up a kill on Hashmir, turned it into a 1v2 on the Kled, and used your CC to pick up another kill for Boise State. I understand not wanting to be over-aggressive, but I really think Boise State was in a more opportune situation than they realized to pick up a kill on the Echo because, as you said, the chrono shift had already been committed and he was still at half-life.
Bit dangerous there though, because they don't have any damage on their and they're in that combination. Shen, as we said, does do a surprising amount of damage for a tank, but again, that's a Kled, that's an Echo. Both of those are damaged champions. Even if the Echo is already at half health, we also saw that the top laner, Lelouch, was also chunked out pretty decently by that Kled. So I do think that was a great call by Boise State to not commit the engage. They didn't have the Rift Herald anyway, so ultimately, good call. And now they're setting up around this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, the smite battle was won there by Hashmir on that Rift Herald, so that'll be something to keep in mind. Now we're going to see Cody the Guy wants to jump in onto Night Carry, going to dash away. The bubble is going to land, but so does the Dredge line as well. Airborne, and now we're going to see Cody the Guy, the first one to go down, like an epic boss, stunned during his ultimate. That's a second kill for Boise State. Stand United's going to come out. The flash taunt onto Hashmir as well, and Boise State, give me that dragon, you dinosaurs.
Sometimes it all comes down to one smart catch out, and unfortunately, like an epic boss, has not had a great time of things in that mid lane. The pressure that they've created there allowed the Veigar to get ahead. He catches out Cody the Guy, and now that Syndra is just not in the right place, doesn't have the kill threat that a Syndra needs in this position. Boise State just collapses on top, collapses the other way. 2 members down, Dragon's ours.
As we do see Boise State in that replay, going to pick up a kill.
And now we're looking at items across the map. Both mid laners have now finished their lost chapter, but they're both building it into very different items if you look closely at the items that they have. Syndra is, of course, going to be building into that Luden's Echo, which is going to give her a lot more ability to pressure this lane to push it out. On the other side, Veigar has actually finished his Hex Tech GLP, and that's an item that's great for crowd control, and because of the Glacial Augment, it's also really great for engaging because he can throw that out, create this field of slow as he hits every single target with it, and as a result, gets a great setup for the follow-up CC and the damage he puts out.
I think setup is definitely going to be the key here for Boise. We are going to see the Rift Herald is going to be popped in the mid lane. 1 turret taken down already. Shelly going to get a couple as well. Always guaranteed to pick up 2. It does look like Boise State is going to kill her before that turret goes down. And Lelouch wants to continue the fight. He's going to land the taunt onto Hashmir. Unfortunately, the Event Horizon doesn't land. The flash from Medicine, though, lands the stun. And Hashmir's going to go down with Chrono Shift still available.
Did have to commit a flash and a smite to that, but did pick up the opposing jungler. And now it's Boise State who has the pressure on the turret. They're going to give 120 gold from those platings over to the Veigar. And why not? He's 3-0-3, already stacking up to be an absolute monster in the late game.
We are going to see Boise State is trying to find more of an advantage here after an early start for Calgary. First turret is going to go over to the side of I Can Rage Quit as turret plating just does fall. So that is going to be a lot of extra gold onto that top laner for him to sort of find a way back for Calgary.
It is unfortunate to see that Kled get so far ahead. But Shen, because he's a tank, doesn't need as much gold as other champions might in order to be useful because he still brings a lot of utility and damage soak to the game, is still able to affect plays from across the map, and now people are getting caught out in the bot lane.
Yeah, the blast cone goes over the wall right onto Cody the Guy. The teleport's going to come down as well, but Ash was the first target. Here's I Can Rage Quit. He wants to jump onto Night Carry. Heal is going to be committed, and a disengage from Calgary means it's just 1 kill for Boise State.
Teleport is committed by Lelouch, so now Boise State has 4 members down in this bot lane, but that's teleport traded for Kled's charge. So now Boise State setting up around the Broncos, looking to take this tower, taking a lot of focus from from the Kled. Not able to engage on this fight, but not able to clear out the minions. However, a Dredge line comes out, does find a hook. Bubble misses, but Night Carry is able to catch out Cody, and he is on a rampage. Now the Kled is continuing to follow up. They do have the Syndra here, finds a stun onto 2, but isn't able to follow up, doesn't have the ultimate. Kled charges in, but there's Stand United. So much damage shut down onto that Lucian now. Medicine continuing to move forward. Blue turret has also gone down in the mid lane while this all was happening. So the Broncos trade 1 for 1, but they pick up the objective.
Yeah, great job there by setup to continue pushing. We did see like an Epic Boss had to rotate down, and that's where you see the power of that Syndra right through that Stand United shield. Did not stand a chance, and we can see I Can Rage Quit that bear trip, pulling them back, landing the double stun as well. You can see the amount of CC Calgary has, and Boise State was put in an opportunity where it was just a couple of tanks. We are going to see Event Horizon's going to land. Primordial Burst says, see ya, and that's a kill for Setup.
And Setup's in just such a great position right now, 4-0-3. Picked up a needlessly large rod when he backed just because, oh, we're just going to get a bit more AP. Probably going to build that into a death cap because he's this far ahead. So why not? Why not commit that, especially when you're not looking for a hard engage comp, so you don't really need the Twin Shadows. But now Lelouch is caught out underneath the turret by himself with 3 members of Calgary. He's going to get caught by the Dredge line. He's going to get caught by the additional damage, and it's going to go over to, I'm going to call him Ellipses.
It's going to go over to the AD carry regardless of what you call him. He just finishes his Runon's Hurricane as well. We did get a question about who's going to get Baron. Well, first, Hashmir says, I'm going to pick up the second Rift Herald, so that is going to be even more pressure applied to Boise State if he can pick that up, and it doesn't look like the Broncos even know he's there, so that should be an eventual Rift Herald. Something to watch out for is, while all that was going on, not only did Calgary pick up a kill, Hashmir's been pushing top lane. Because I Can Rage Quit got that top lane turret, Boise State has to be very, very wary of a split push coming out from either the Kled or someone else, maybe like Hashmir, that might allow Calgary to get into this game. Cloud Drake, though, going to be the third Drake. This will be our permanent Drake for the rest of the game, and it looks like the Dinos want to contest over it. They're going to push Boise State off. We do see Night Carry in a very scary situation, able to dash away and reset for what should be a full-on 5v5 team fight here.
Neither team feels like they have full control of this Dragon Pit, but this Dragon is going to be so important going forward. We talked earlier about how many high-impact ultimates are on both sides of the team, and to have them up even more often is just terrifying. Imagine a Veigar with an additional 20% cooldown reduction on his ult. They do go in.
Next person is going to land onto Ashaton as well, but Cody the Guy picks up the first kill onto Zach. Ash dropping very low. Medicine going to pick that one up. Setup says, see ya, Hashmar. That's going to be another kill. Cody the Guy goes over for a double kill. We see a duel up here by the blue buff as well. Night Carry going to go down to the Kled with just a sliver of health left, but it's a 3 for 2, and Boise State gets the Dragon.
On top of that, the 2 remaining still have some zone potential. Boise State actually going to peel off of this Dragon, so the Syndra and the Kled still very big threats, and they don't want to deal with that. So both teams going to reset now as the Nami comes back off of cooldown. Both teams trying to find their advantage, but Dragon is still up.
Yeah, that Colette is the only champion of League of Legends who can be at 1% health one moment and then 60% health the next moment because of Scarl. As we do see an instant replay here, a great job by Boise State, even though it was a split fight, focusing down the AD carries. If you have one complaint, it's that Night Carry got no peel. He got 1v1 in the back line by I Can Rage Quit, and as we saw in the very end there, like an Epic Boss wasn't really in that fight. He had to run away very quickly, so that was more of a 4v5, and the Boise State Broncos barely won that engage.
Indeed, and because of that Lucian in the backline, Night Carry has had some real difficulties in the bot lane, had a lot of focus put onto this Lucian because of how much early game pressure he gives his team. Cody the Guy doing a great job forcing that bot lane to pay attention to where his dredge lines are going, and created essentially this idea of how much of a threat he is, and that's caused him to be able to tank up so much for Calgary because they're focusing so many resources on him early in these fights.
Dino's going to feign the Baron, go for the mid-turret. Cody the Guy going to get stunned, going to get just absolutely burst down, surviving with just a sliver of health. The stun is going to come out. Stand United is going to keep Night Carry alive as Boise State picks up 2. Hashmir dropping very low. The Chrono Shift already on cooldown. Medicine says, give me that, and that is a 3 for 0 in the mid lane for Boise State.
And now that they have 3 for 0, they have only 2 opponents that can try and counter them. Jungler is down, red turret is destroyed, but they do have a free dragon, and that Cloud Dragon, as we keep talking about, is so important because of the additional cooldown reduction that so many of these champions benefit from.
Only problem for Boise State is that whole time, as you mentioned, red turret gone down. I Can Rage Quit is now in the Boise State base, putting some damage on that inhibitor turret as well. So the split push strategy coming out from the Dinos, and it has been very, very effective. And for Boise State, they can't even land a pick on a rotation. So Boise State has to be very wary of where Kled is at all times. It would not surprise me if Lelouch is forced to sit up in the top lane and monitor that Kled for the entire game.
They do pick a turret in response. I think that Boise needs to swap out champions as far as who's in the top lane. Red buff ends up going over to setup, and now they're going to find Kled out. They do a lot of damage, but not enough. It is going to be the ultimate from Nautilus, forcing them away.
And one other reason to kind of watch that top lane is that we have seen a match in the past go down to just kind of a base race between the two. So if a lane is left unchecked, it's allowed the team competing against Boise State to actually threaten a win. If even though Boise State is dominating, if they can push that lane in far enough, it could be a thorn in Boise State's side.
Well, that was a massive misplay there by Hashmar. Not only did he drop the Rift Herald, probably because the cooldown was dropping very low, he just got eliminated by setup. No chrono shift available, and Boise State says immediately, we want to turn this one into a Baron.
Lucky number 707 on setup. Very fed Vagar at this stage in the game. We're only 20 minutes in as the Baron has just spawned, and they have complete control here. No vision from Calgary, actually,
no, they do have the
aside
Rift
from
Herald,
the Rift, the Scuttler.
Yes.
Ultimate does come through, but it's not enough. It is Boise State who's going to pick up the Baron. Tidal Wave used up. Bubble doesn't hit anyone, but now the fight is breaking out.
Here we are going to see Icon Rage Quit was in on the back line. Night Carry forced to dash over the wall as well. Cody the guy going to get stunned, but everyone is going to safely disengage, so the Broncos will keep up all 5 members with Baron. Just a miscommunication we saw as soon as Baron died. Lelouch dashed over the wall for the reset, and that's when Calgary went in. If Lelouch is there, they might land a taunt that results in a kill, but still, it's a Baron for Boise State. Now the question is, what can they do with it? They are going to give up mid-turret, though, in the process.
We did see Unleashed Power come out from Boss, not able to convert it into anything. Actually, Night Carry did just manage to survive it. One of the reasons that Unleashed Power has so much damage behind it is because you have the setup time beforehand where you can set up more orbs on the field to increase the amount of damage. And if you don't have that setup time, like they barely got to the Baron in time, you're not going to get as much damage out of that ult.
Now, around the Baron fight, you were mentioning kind of the lack of vision from Calgary. How has the vision game been overall in the game thus far for both teams?
I think...
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Glove.
Yeah, I think both teams have been doing a great job, but overall, Boise State has been setting up their objectives so smart. I mentioned early on, as we were talking about the draft, that it was important for them to have that early game vision to be able to really allow their composition to survive into that late game. And they've done such a great job of controlling the vision, especially around that mid lane, and that's why setup is so far ahead.
I will say Boise has landed a couple of very good ganks onto areas where Calgary didn't have vision. So I do think, and I think Boise State has had the same thing happen to them, especially early in the game. So I think the vision, I'll be honest, has been a little bit lackluster from both sides from what I've seen. Boise State now starting to take advantage, putting wards all over the Calgary jungle. Gonna see the top turret go down there, so Lelouch finally gets that. He is going to back to lane, does have the teleport, as we're going to see Boise State just using this Baron to shove down waves, those empowered minions. But in the bot lane, once again, Icon Rage Quit, left all alone, already on that tier 2 bot tower.
We also saw the Enchanted Crystal Arrow being used. Boise State not really able to contest this split push very easily. They do have Lelouch down there as the Shen. Thankfully, that Baron buff is going to allow them some additional protection, but unless they're able to shove the wave in their favor while Lelouch is forcing this Kled to be away from the fight, they're not going to be able to advance from anything.
You're going to see the cleanse come out from Lycan Epic Boss as the culling was committed as Night Carry as well. So Boise State will siege down their second turret with the Baron buff, get some out of it, but they have yet to convert that into any kills.
Just a quick aside in the Twitch chat, we have people asking about the production of other colleges if it reaches the level of Boise State. And while we can't speak for every other college, I can guarantee that we are keeping an eye on the competition and always looking forward to one-up them.
Yeah, I mean, other colleges are going to see Boise State. I saw some Calgary fans in the audience, and they're going to say, well, how can we get that? So, I mean, Boise State might be the leader right now, but they're pushing other colleges to say we can be better than Boise State. Boise State ain't got nothing on us, so it's really just sort of a push and pull.
I mean, after all, how could we be the best if we don't have any competition, right?
Exactly, as we see the Cloud Drake come out there. Oh, Cody the Guy just barely able to escape the knockback from Lycan Epic Boss. Does bait out the Tidal Blast Code, going to be used over the wall, and this should be a very simple dragon for Boise State. Calgary going to concede that, but look who it is up in the top lane.
That pressure from the Kled, they're doing such a great job with that split push. Lelouch really can't answer it. He doesn't have the damage to be able to fight Kled. He doesn't have the defense to be able to survive Kled. for a long period of time. Yes, we respond to the chat. We love you guys. We love hearing from you.
You know, I am getting flashbacks to that match with the Yorick, also in the top lane a few years ago, continuing to be this thorn for Boise State, just continually pushing up in the lane, giving them something to think about.
And that's where the Baron buff felt wasted for Boise, because if you can pick up 2 turrets in the top lane, which they were very close, then you can sort of slow that down. We got a question, is Elder Drake an option for a comeback for Calgary? We're still a little bit away. We still need one more Dragon, and that would have to go over to the side of Boise State, so we could be 20 minutes away. I think either team gets an Elder Drake, it's game over. I think right now Calgary's best option is using I Can Rage Quit to go wherever Lelouch is. Is it top side? Is it bot side? Forcing Boise State to always be fighting in a 4v4. And if it's a 4v4 without those taunts, without that Stand United, I think these fights are a lot closer than they've seemed. So I think Calgary's win right now, split push. That's how you do it. They've been doing a great job, but he's got to get inhibitor turrets. He's got to get inhibitors for it really to be a game changer.
And he's got to put pressure on multiple parts of the map. He can't just shove down one lane. There's got to be pressure in at least 2 lanes if you really want to feel like you're putting pressure on your opponents. Now, they're going to charge out. They do commit multiple ultimates to this fight. Lots of crowd control. Cullen comes out. Is it able to find the elimination? Yes, Night Carry picks up the first elimination of the fight. Echo comes in and gets a huge area effect. Sun does take down setup, so that's huge. Zach takes down Cody to Guy, and now they're focusing on that mid lane turret. Ellipses is going to go down to Night Carry as Echo gets chased in the jungle. It is going to be an elimination, but they're trading a turret for it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 4-man pickup for Boise State, but we're going to see I Can Rage Quit is going to get that bot turret, and he's going to keep going. Boise State is going to pick up mid inhibitor turret. They should likely have that mid inhibitor as well as you look at the respawn times. Lelouch has been forced to back. I think that could have been a chance for Boise State to end the game, except I Can Rage Quit is drawing pressure everywhere. But that's how you defeat split pushing, as we do see I Can Rage Quit already getting that inhibitor turret down to half health. Lelouch just trying to clear minions right now. Finally able to take care of it, the dash out as well. That's how you punish split pushing, though, if you pick up 4-man kills, because you cannot outpush a 5-man squad if your I Can Rage Quit. Another turret going to go over to Boise State, as we did see the chat, a shout-out to the jungler. That was a 3-man Glacial Prism picked up by Medicine that started that fight.
Not only a shout-out to the jungler, but a shout-out to Denver Yeti, who gifted 20 Tier 1 subs to people in the chat. So I really appreciate that as well.
Holy cow. Thanks, man. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that is awesome. And speaking of awesome, we might have a Baron fight breakout here. We are going to see Calgary at least clearing some wards, keeping some vision on that as well. But the question is it a 4-man Baron or is it a 5-man Baron? What is I Can Rage Quit going to do? He is that win condition right now for Calgary. Wherever he goes, there needs to be no Boise State members. But it's been a while. We're nearing the 28-minute mark. What are some items that are catching your eye, Glovely?
Looking at items, we can see that now that Boise State's jungler has picked up the Warmog's armor 6-0 and 10 on that champion. Very bulky at this stage of the game. Also Gargoyle, Stone Plate, Cinder Hulk. That is so much health that there's no way you're going to be able to burst through that champion. And so much of Calgary's team likes that burst through the Echo, through the Syndra. Even the Ashe likes to burst opponents down very quickly if possible. Just so that she doesn't have to deal with it and isn't going for an attack speed build.
Yeah, I will say, as we did get a question in the chat, how can Calgary come back? I think if you can pick up Baron, get that on I Can Rage Quit, allows him to split push so much easier. The other thing is, Boise State's damage is very limited. It is 2 members. It is setup and it is Night Carry. If you can pick both of those off, yeah, Sejuani has a ton of items. He's 6-0 and 10. None of those do damage. He is just slapping a wet noodle around there. If you can pick off setup and Night Carry, I think even in a 2v3, certain members of Calgary will just eventually outlast the Sejuani. So I do think the alternate win condition is target priority, focusing down setup, focusing down Night Carry. You have like an epic boss who can eliminate one of those targets, especially once he gets his Rabadons online. Those are other ways for you to win if you switch to a team fighting mode.
I mean, we did see earlier in the game that one position where Boise State really couldn't finish on their objectives was when they lost Night Carry, forced out, split off from the team into the back line, and forced to 1v1 against a Kled. That's not a position that you really want to be in as an AD carry, not protected by your team. We've got one more Dragon here at least, and it's going to be the Cloud Drake there. Both teams are looking for an opening, but neither of them are finding them. We do see the Kled split pushing in the bottom lane, but he's not very far pushed up yet. Calgary is here, and they've got control, and now it's blue team steals slain the dragon, so it's going to go over to Calgary. They're going to pick up their first Cloud Drake of the game. Kled comes in with the charge, but he's charging into multiple members of Boise State on his own, and without that split push pressure, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, we are going to see the shutdown is going to go over to Night Carry, and that was just a lot of miscommunications. Boise State had 2 members back right as Dragon started. Now, one of them was Shen, but the other one was the Nami. And so no tidal wave was available. We saw Calgary realize that, immediately start that, and then at the very end, I Can Rage Quit runs in. I don't know if he thought his team wanted to start a fight. I know Hashmir was dead, but that just was a couple of miscommunications. Dragon does eventually go over to Calgary, but Boise State, realizing the jungler has just now respawned and that I Can Rage Quit no longer can split push, that is going to be a free Baron picked up for Boise State. So once again, they're going to be able to shove these lanes out. And with that mid lane having those super minions, it's going to be a lot harder for I Can Rage Quit to justify split pushing away from his team.
Setup there is going to be in that top lane, able to shove out the minions. He's going to back now as the team is starting to transition into the late game phases of the fight. Boise State doing a great job. Huge gold lead for them, now 7K ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing to me is, like an Epic Boss, if you look at his build, it's very defensive. Merc Treads, Zanyas, you see the Null Magic Mantle being built in there. There gets to a point where, as a mid laner, you just have to be able to kill someone. Not having a Rabadon's at 31 minutes on that Syndra severely limits her kill potential, severely limits her ability to pick someone off. So I do think there might be a little bit of too much defensive play coming up from Calgary. You've got to get to the point where you just got to say, I'm going to die, but I'm going to take someone with me.
Well, I mean, Syndra's picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass and is actually now building what appears to be, gosh, why can I never remember that? The Veil.
The Banshee's Veil.
Banshee's Veil, thank you. Which is a great defensive item, and it's great against Veigar to block off one ability from Veigar's burst combo. But you've already got a defensive tool. You're already so far behind in your burst damage. You haven't been able to get any eliminations. Boise State using that Baron now. Broncos pick up one more turret, and they're closing in on this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, Setup has the Banshee's Veil, but he has the Rabadon done first, and that's where I think a lot of his damage is coming from. That's what you need, is the Ashiel is going to land. Unfortunately, not the target they wanted. That landed right on Lelouch. He is not even going to be phased. Boise State letting those Baron buff cannon minions just sit in the back line. Unable to be poked by anyone on Calgary, unable to be shot by the turret. The volleys from Ashe coming out as often as they can, but it's not enough. Bot lane inhibitor turret is going to go down. Boise State is going to pick up the bot inhibitor without much pushback from Calgary either. The Dinos know they have one last fight left in them, and it's game over, and they've got to pick their spot. A stun is going to miss on the event horizon, so Boise State says, okay, we'll just take the mid inhibitor as well.
It looks like they're just going to take that and walk away. Medicine hops out. Echo not able to convert that into a stun. They walk away. They have Baron minions, so if they want to, they can continue to pressure. But now they're moving up towards that top lane, and why not? That's the only place where there's still an inhibitor to take.
Yeah, as we did someone point out in the chat there, Boise State needs to end this game quickly because Calgary can come back. I completely agree. I mean, the longer you wait and the more likely that Elder Dragon gets on the map, any comeback is possible. Now, if you do secure super minions in all 3 lanes, that makes a comeback very, very hard as the wave clear for Calgary is limited in some cases, especially if Kled is trying to split push. But that is an art of League of Legends, is finding out how to end the game and not get too cute, not maybe realize if you're Boise State you might have a fight to give because 1-1 fight for you ends the game. So I do think there is a little bit of push and pick and pull here.
Boise State can continue to put pressure on this lane. The other 2 lanes are already pushing in their favor and could start taking Nexus turrets. Calgary has to be so careful watching. We did see Denver Yeti gifting 43 subs, so thank you for that as the fight breaks out.
Here comes Hashmir. He wanted to get the stun on the back line, Event Horizon, but the problem is Calgary is focusing down these 2 tanks of Boise State. Hashmir is going to chrono shift away, but none of these carries for Boise State have taken any damage. Cody DeGuy, the first one to fall. I Can Rage Quit, realizes he needs to get on the back line, nearly takes down Night Carry, but a great disengage by both sides means it's a 1-0 for Boise State, and Super Minions have this game ending.
The Super Minions are pushing into the base, and on top of that, this Sejuani is so tanky because of that Warmog's armor. Able to heal up. Medicine going to be perfectly healthy if they want to start another engage, so they still have a tank on the field. They take down the 3rd inhibitor. There's only 1 Nexus turret between them and the Nexus teleport coming out, going to bring the Shen back into this fight, so they do still have all 5 members There's the engagement, does try to find the taunt. The Nexus is starting to fall. It's only at half health, but there's damage coming from everywhere. In the backline, the Echo tries to get on the setup, but he picks up the elimination. Able to disengage very safely. Night Carry unstoppable, able to pick up Kled. Ash does get the shutdown onto Night Carry, but now there's continued pressure now between the jungler and the support. But they don't have the damage. Sejuani is off on his own. Medicine is forced to back away, and 3 members now of Calgary forcing their bleeding turret.
I gotta question that play by Boise State, though. If you all 5 focus the Nexus, this is a game over. There is no reason why you need to be pulling out fights in the backline. Vigard does so much tower damage because I believe it converts 40% of your AP into your auto attacks on structures. So for Boise State, picking up this Cloud Drake is nice. Picking up the Cloud Soul is nice. This game should be over, though. I think that was a horrible misplay by Boise State not ending that game and trying to maybe get a little too cute.
Maybe, but you can't argue with the results. That is the 4th dragon of the game. 3 Cloud Drakes going over to Boise State. 30% cooldown reduction on that ultimate. So that's absolutely terrifying for several of their members.
Someone in chat points out Boise needs to stop playing with their food because now with the Elder Drake up, if Calgary can stall for 5 minutes and they get that Elder Drake, this could be game over for Boise State. So I agree, this has to be an immediate Nexus siege if you're Boise State.
Stop playing with your food, as one of the other casters has said here on Boise State Esports. Playing with your food is what gets you grounded. You need to go to your room, just end the match, and stop trying to, humiliate the other team. Just end it.
As we are going to see setup tries to get a pick onto Hashimer. Nothing going to be there, though, but Boise State starting to push down mid. They have super minions in every single lane. There is not much Calgary can do to stop it, but they know one more fight's coming out. The question is, will the Broncos focus down the Nexus for now? Cody DeGuy is the target. He is going to use that Gargoyle Stone Plane. The tankiness is not enough. A kill comes out, though, but Boise State leading the Nexus alone. Hashimer jumps on the back line. We are going to see a ton of damage coming out onto Medicine and Lelouch, but they are the tanks. Icon Rage Quit is going to fall. He tried to jump on the back line. A double kill for Night Carry, and this should be enough for Boise State. We are going to see Zanya's Hourglass is going to keep the last member alive. The Nexus goes down, and Boise State picks up game 1.
Not a moment too soon, if I say so myself. A great start for Boise State in this match. They just need to pick up one more win. This is Boise State versus University of Calgary in League of Legends tonight. The Broncos are looking to continue their redemption streak from last week in picking up a victory here on League of Legends. They've started in Rocket League. Can they continue in League of Legends? They are certainly off to a good start.
A good start, yes, but I think that game could have been over about 10 minutes ago. I really think if there is something you want to say, Boise State, what could be cause for concern? The stalling. You get an ace, you just go to Baron, just push down a wave. I do think there are ways for Boise State to be able to finish that game earlier.
Well, we're talking about reviewing Boise State's performance, and we will go into a full examination of that as we go to the mid-game report card. Let's take a look at each category. We're going to start with draft. I'll start. I would give them a solid A- there. They were able to do what they needed to do.
Yeah, I'll give them an A- as well. They had a plan on paper. It worked out.
A+. The draft was in their favor. They saw the engage coming, so they built a disengage to answer. Now, looking at vision control, I think they were really strong, personally, especially around that mid lane. So I'm going to give them a B+. Could have been stronger.
Yeah, I'll give them a B+ as well. It picked up as the game went on, but early, I think a couple kills went to Calgary because there wasn't enough vision for Boise State.
Yeah, that really was the story. By the time they were fighting with Baron, they had some good vision control compared to Calgary, but a B+ for me as well. As we go on to objective control, I'm going to give them a B as well. They got a lot of good objectives on their side, but Calgary was still able to pick up a Mountain Drake, 2 Rift Heralds, and a Cloud Drake. So not perfect, but good.
I'll give them a B as well. Even though they dominated most of the objectives besides a couple Dragons, they put too much emphasis on the objectives, in my opinion.
I think they did a great job of controlling them, but not a great job of taking them, of forcing that. So I'm only going to give them a B myself. Now moving on to time management. Every time Boise State got enough eliminations, they collapsed on an objective and furthered their goal lead. A+ from me, guys. Well done.
I'm going to give it a B- because this is where the game should have been over so much quicker. That is just sort of chewing with your food, getting a pointless bear, and they did not manage their time well. They almost let Calgary back in the game.
Yeah, I have to agree with Fish. B- from me. It's just they needed to end it earlier. Every minute that went by, as was pointed out in chat, was another minute that allowed Calgary to potentially come back. In team fights, though, Boise State was consistently good in that. I counted about 6, probably more major team fights they won, so I'll give them an A for that.
I'm going to give them a B+. They did win every team fight, but a lot of it was Calgary trying to kill a Shen and a Sejuani. It never felt like Boise State was making the plays to win. It felt like Calgary was sometimes making the plays to not win the team fights.
I'm also going to agree with you, Fish. B, they spent so much time focusing on Cody, the big tank line, and weren't really able to get to the back line because their team was lacking in engagement.
All right, and if we have to add a final check mark, I would say some objectives not met in just the terms of, like we've been saying, they needed to get, if you want to talk about the big objective at the end of the game, they needed to focus that more.
Yeah, I would say focus needs improvement. Focus on killing the Nexus, not just getting some of the flashy plays.
I do think that they played very well with each other. They set each other up very well for, setup.
And that is the midterm progress report. We'll see if we have any revisions toward the end of this match. Now, even though we have our critiques, a win is still a win for the Boise State Broncos. A great start to them. We are going to have a quick break right now. Things are looking great for Boise State, but anything can change. We will see what happens with this overall match right after this. You doing today? We are here at the Boise State Esports Arena watching the League of Legends match. That's what we're doing today. I'm your host, Jacob Gem Mountain Palmer. Of course, as you know, joining me on the desk, I've got Michael Fish Fisher and Daniel Glovely Clock. We are in the middle of Boise State's League of Legends match versus Calgary. They have picked up their first win. They need one more to lock it down. And let's talk about the next match as we are going into the picks and bans very shortly. What are you seeing different? Any possible respect bans coming through?
Respect bans, no. I mean, maybe you could argue the Vigard deserves one, but I just think that Calgary needs to really sharpen up their target and which target they want to focus down. So I don't think we'll see any respect bans. I think we'll still see a lot of, okay, this is a pocket pick for one guy, this is a pocket pick for the next guy. So I really think if Calgary can just draft a team that has either a split push goal in mind, or if they're going to team fight focusing the right targets, I do think the Dinos have a chance.
And even if you do choose to ban the Vagar, that leaves at least 2 other mid lane picks that they banned away previously up. The Zoe and the Vlad, both powerful champions. You either outrange with the Zoe CC or you outsustain with the Vladimir. At the very least, I'd say pick a different champion other than that Syndra. Some other mid laner that could influence the map more.
One thing I also wanted to point out during that match was the very generous gifts of subs that Denver Yeti gave out. We, of course, welcome all the new subs. We hope you enjoy the programming we have here at Boise State Esports. And as a reminder, not only can you catch great competitions, nor usually in the evening here at Boise State Esports, but during the day we have a lot of streams with the players themselves. You get a chance to interact with them from all games, so lots to enjoy here.
Boise State moving over to the blue side, and Set is the first ban. I'll admit I'm a little disappointed because I do want to see that champion being used. I've picked him up myself, big fan of the Juggernaut style of champion, but unfortunately he's strong, and we know that.
Yeah, I mean, every release champion outside a couple key examples for Riot has been notably strong. The Shen, so count me wrong, Gem Mountain, you were correct. There was a respect ban, and it was the Shen. Not sure I agree with that because I really thought I Can Rage Quit won that lane. It's just when it got to the team fighting stage, of course, the Shen is so much more valuable. Caitlyn going to be once again banned away by Boise State. A repeat ban once again for the Broncos, so they clearly have a certain amount of targets in mind that they say, Calgary, we don't want to let you play.
Now that's an interesting question I just see here. Does switching sides help Calgary at all in your opinion?
I mean, most teams like to take blue. We do see setups Vagar getting banned away, so they do acknowledge the power of that champion, especially with the scaling it gets. But there's a reason why a lot of teams like the blue side. There's a very, very slight push advantage for that blue. And also when you're initially first playing the game, they always put you on the blue side for training. So a lot of these guys, when they initially started, are just more used to blue because they played on it more.
It's also more used to for Boise State since we're playing for our color now.
Yeah, I mean, as someone points out in the chat there, red side does give you certain counter picks, certain abilities to say, okay, now we know what Boise State's running. We can now counter pick against that as Zach and Camille are taken away. And it also, red side does give you the easier advantage to Dragon. Now, of course, blue side gets the easier Baron advantage, as you can see on your screen there. The pit opens up towards that side. But Dragon, of course, is the first objective you like to take on the map. So red side can give that. And unfortunately, all those respect bans for Calgary mean that Orn, a Boise State favorite, is going to be the first pick. The Broncos very happy to see that.
In the past 3 weeks, I don't think I've seen Orn get through once, so that is huge for Boise State.
And Camille and Shen, both top lane bans, both champions that are really great for pinning down targets. Alistar going to be the pickup for Calgary there. Very powerful support player. According to my research, has actually been played a whole lot by Cody the Guy in his solo queue games recently. Great champion for engaging onto targets, and it's such an engage-happy meta that no wonder Alistar is stepping up to fill the roles of other champions who have been nerfed, like Leona, like Nautilus.
We are going to see, once again, Hashmere, he liked that Echo. There were some big plays here. Chat wants to know the previous results between these two teams. They did play. Glovely, you are our resident expert. Do you remember who won when these two teams met last semester?
I don't off the top of my head. I have a lot of notes. I would need some time to shuffle through these if I was ever going to find the answers to it.
Ace Pocket lets us know that Boise State won the last game there, as we are going to go. Braum picked up there by Boise State. A good job to not disengage from Alistar, but he does have the ability to stun. His ultimate has that as well, so he can sort of create space between your AD carry and Alistar, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, when you line up your champions basically from front to back, you want Ornn up in the front, and Braum is what I'd call like a mid-stage tank in your formation, where you just want to have him in the middle where he can help the back line, give them that extra layer of protection, but he's only really being used to follow up on engages rather than create them. Misfortune going to be picked up for the side of Boise State, and that's a scary ultimate combination if you can get the Glacial Fissure into the bullet time.
Yeah, Misfortune to me, though, is one of those AD carries where I would have preferred to wait. Now, I know you do have the mid and the top lane that you'd want to pick, but she doesn't have a lot of escapability. If Alistar can get to Misfortune, setup is going nowhere. If your flash is on cooldown, you're shut down as Misfortune. So that has to be something Boise State. Now, you have the Braum, you do have the disengage. That is going to be very key. The Ezreal, meanwhile, picked up for Calgary, means while it won't have as much damage, especially until late game, he can get away from a lot of attempted ganks, a lot of attempted CC, and we're going to see the Olaf ban taken away there by Calgary as well. So I do think that they realize that you don't want to give a powerful jungle over to Boise State.
They also don't want Kled continuing to try to split push and giving Boise State just a continued annoyance.
One thing I do like about the Braum and the Alistar matchup in favor of the Braum is that when you engage with a hard engage support onto a champion, Braum can throw up a shield and suddenly your AD carry is on the opposing side is essentially out of the fight. You could just pick on Alistar, so if you play defensively enough underneath that turret, it's very hard to be able to do anything with that Alistar.
Mordekaiser going to be the final ban taken away there by Boise State. So it does look like we're looking for a mid and a top for Calgary and a mid and a jungle for Boise State. So Calgary, of course, will get that last pick, maybe try and set up some counter picks as well. We've seen the Syndra. Maybe they want to bring that out again. The Zoe ban, of course, as you mentioned in the first game, the only mid laner that really can outrange Syndra. So that might be something they want to go back to. Jack's going to be picked up, though, for the top laner. One of those interesting champions, you don't really ever see him in competitive games. He'll dominate your solo queue games. Jax mode has been a thing for years, but he's not one of those that you see because once again, this is a very kill-heavy lineup for Calgary. Ezreal needs a lot of gold. Jax needs a lot of gold. It's going to be very curious to see how they want to handle that.
Victor going to be picked up on the other side, mid-range mage, mid-lane mage, mid-game mage. So a lot of focus around that middle part of the game where Victor becomes very powerful. He provides more area of effect, damage, and crowd control to stack on top of Ornn, Braum, and of course, now the Jarvan the fourth, Cataclysm, great for locking people in. So they've created for themselves an area of effect team fight.
And I will say, who are you going to lock in, though? Echo has an escape. Ezreal has an escape. Jax has an escape. That Cataclysm might sort of trap you in for your own death, as LeBlanc is going to be the pickup there on the side of Calgary. So while I do like Jarvan, I do think he's a very strong jungler. I think that Cataclysm is going to be limited in its effectiveness this game, if I had to say so, especially with LeBlanc being picked up. I mean, you are going to trap an Alistar in. That is the only man who cannot get out of Cataclysm right now.
No, headbutt.
Yeah, he really can't trap anyone in. I mean, it's sort of like a zoning tool at this point.
I mean, there is one big thing is in terms of if Calgary commits their mobility abilities too early, you can punish that. And considering in the previous game we saw how aggressive they were, and Boise State was looking for a counter engage in that situation. But here it looks like Boise State, their setup, the Broncos have so much ability to engage with the Braum, with the Jarvan, with the Ornn. I do think that the Jarvan maybe not the best choice because of the inability to really trap someone in the pit because of all the mobility options on the other side on top of their flashes.
You are watching right now the Boise State Broncos going up against University of Calgary in League of Legends. They have already gotten one win in this match, and they need one more to get their second game victory tonight. Rocket League has set it up for them. Let's continue that momentum with this league game, and afterwards we'll be going to Overwatch, so we'll see how that turns out. But right now, we have got to focus on this league game and kind of setting it all up. If you wanted to give maybe one sentence of feedback, like the thing that both teams need to improve on the most, what would you give to them as we look at some of the replays from the previous match?
I mean, for Calgary, it would be target acquisition. I mean, we might even see in some of these replays here a lot of focus on a Sejuani who was super tanky, a lot of focus on a Shen who was super tanky. So target acquisition for Calgary could be the turning point for them.
I think Boise State struggled with that a lot too. We did see Cody doing such a great job of pulling the aggression to himself, but what Boise State really needs to do is they need to commit. They need to be able to say, hey, this is what we're going for. And there were so many times when they could have had control over an objective, but they backed off because they were afraid of a fight that they might have won.
I completely agree with you here, and I think the other thing, and something that Calgary did well and can continue to do well this game, as we see from some of these replays that we saw at the start there, as this fight gets turned around, top lane was a huge priority for them, and I think they can still win that top lane matchup because I do not like Ornn into hyper carries like Jax.
Yeah, we've seen previously, as well as Boise State's other squad, the Broncos have historically struggled against these hard carry top laners. This was a dragon fight in which just not great positioning on that Syndra, so far behind already, caught out by multiple members. There was obviously some communication errors from both teams, not able to communicate when they want to go in, when they need to back out. We saw later on in the game there was a charge from the Kled coming from the bot lane to the jungle fight, but there was no one to fight, or there was no one to fight with him.
And this fight right here is really what gets me, is you're going to see everyone but I Can Rage Quit is currently attempting to kill. And also, like an Epic Boss, can't quite find a target. He's trying to focus down nobody right now. I mean, look at all those orbs he has. That could have been an elimination, but instead, he just sort of is trying to kill tanks. This is what I think. You could see a Jax doing the same thing that Kled did. Jumping on the back line, stunning everyone, eliminating Night Carry. I think that is where Calgary has the edge in this matchup.
One thing that I think is important, talking about the Jax change from the Kled, is the fact that he doesn't have as much wave clear, doesn't typically tend to build that Hydra very quickly because the Trinity Force is so important, or the Hexblade if you're building that. So there's going to be less map pressure, at least early on in the game, against that Ornn. And Ornn himself does have a lot more wave clear potential with his abilities than a Shen does.
And I think the other thing is prioritizing top lane. I mean, if you are Hashmir, gank top lane, get your Jax as much gold as you physically can, because the more gold he has, the closer he can get to Jax mode.
Well, one thing I do want to bring up is, if you have just noticed, we've got something new to talk about on the desk actually right here, and that is this cowbell. We actually do distribute out cowbells here in the arena for those who want to cheer the Broncos. You can see right here, this is more of the heavy-duty version used by Doc. You can hear it in the background. This one actually... Yeah, it can make a sound, so it's always nice. It's just another great thing of kind of the community and how we love to cheer on the Broncos.
You know, the cowbell actually got started during our Rocket League games when one of the parents of the fans brought in a cowbell just as a noisemaker to cheer on the team, and we just loved it so much that we got a bunch in for our fans in the background.
Yeah, it can get really loud in here when the crowd is into the game, when Boise State starts making plays. If they get an ace, if they get an inhibitor turret, this stadium can get very loud with those cowbells. Sometimes it's hard to hear you, Glovely. And you sit right there.
Yeah, I mean, even as we're yelling and casting over the top of a fight as the action is happening, it's a great time. And you folks are more than welcome to come down here to the arena, to come join us. I'm sure the fans would love to have you, the team would love to have you, and we would love to have you as we get into Game 2.
Boise State up on match point here. Last time Calgary did try a sneaky invade. I'll be very curious to see if they do that again. Anything catch your eye, though, Glovely, as we load into the game?
Going into the game, pretty standard setup from most of the champions here. I do see, however, that Medicine has gone for the Conqueror on Jarvan as opposed to a tankier mastery, something like Aftershock. So that signals to me that this is going to be a more AD-heavy Jarvan, maybe build the Warrior enchant. We have seen things like AD Assassin, mid-lane Jarvan in the meta before, so that wouldn't completely surprise me.
I think the other thing that stands out to me is that setup is running the barrier. Victor is one of those mid laners that I would argue teleport is required on, because you have to upgrade your Hextech core, because that first one upgrades the laser into the AoE clear. I do think having barrier means that setup has to be a lot more calculated when he backs, especially against a LeBlanc, who we know is going to roam everywhere.
Just very quickly before things get too chaotic, we did have a question in chat about, is there anything after this? Yes, we do have an Overwatch match. We usually do have a standard lineup of Rocket League, League of Legends, and Overwatch most nights.
We are going to see there down in the bot lane. It looked like for a second there Medicine wanted to try something cheeky. Instead, he is going to be heading to the mid lane. That early level 2 gank is going to be coming out. There he is. He is going to get the flash immediately from like an epic boss. That is a successful gank.
Indeed, getting the flash, if you're a jungler, even if you don't get the elimination, flash is such an important summoner spell that getting that on cooldown is a huge help for your team. It creates so much more pressure in the mid lane. If you come back for a repeat gank, it makes it easier to do, although that is a LeBlanc.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So once you have the distortion, it's pretty hard to catch a LeBlanc, even if you are a Jarvan, because of that dash ability, keeping you nice and safe. Actually going to go down to his blue buff there, pick that up for him as Boise State continues to put pressure on the map.
You didn't even mention, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. We went down there and he had engaged the Grump while still killing blue buff, which is incredible. The only problem is he's now like a quarter life when he's going to go gank top lane. So if you do red to blue to Grump, you do hit level 3 guaranteed as a jungler. The problem is you have to try and gank a Jax with no HP. He is regenning it slowly. Red buff does give you health regeneration, but I think he could have got a gank earlier when Jax was pushed if he hadn't been as gung-ho to get that level 3 as he wanted to.
He is forced back. Counter-Strike just barely missing on the Lelouch in that top lane. Jax scales so well into the late game. He's just an absolute monster once he starts picking up 2 or 3 items. His ultimate even gives him additional defenses based on his scaling offenses.
Imagine if he had a real weapon, though, Globally.
Oh, that'd be terrifying. Looks like this is just the standard Jax build, so only going to have that lamppost to knock people around, and Lelouch actually doing a great job of knocking him around, making great use of the pressure that he can put out in that early game. Is running relatively low on mana, though, creating opportunities for him to pick up Grasp of the Undying, so he's going to scale quite well into the late game too, more because of his items than because of his abilities.
Yeah, and Ornn also gives you your ability to make items for your teammates that are about on average worth about 1,000 gold per item, so it really lets you either continue your gold lead or really make some gold leads seem fake, because even if Calgary's ahead 4 or 5 Ornn items and Boise State's right back in it. So Ornn is also another one of those tanks who I think does a little bit too much damage, and I'm surprised has not been touched. We've seen it a lot here. It is a team favorite of Boise State's, and you can just see punishing that Jax. Meanwhile, not a lot of action going on. Both junglers content to back, just trying to farm up. Jarvan does get a lot of level 6 pressure, so does Hashmir, and you can see that's just too much damage for a tank. I do not understand how Riot thinks a tank should be able to do that much damage while also taking no damage.
The Counter-Strike itself did manage to hit, but using the dash, which you don't have to worry about being stunned if you use the dash, using that to get away from any potential follow-up engagement, and as a result, able to fight back even when the Conqueror was dropped.
We are seeing Icon Rage Quit is very low. Both sides do have teleport, but an early plate would mean a lot for Lelouch to just hit that nearly unkillable point for him. Other than that, it seems like we are going to have a Cloud Drake, the first one on the field. We saw that as our primary dragon last game, so I think that still has to be a point of very high contention. I think Boise State greatly benefits as opposed to Calgary. Some of their ultimates already low cooldowns like Echo. As you mentioned, Jax, it does make him very tanky, but it's not one of those flashy ultimates, so it's not something where you use it and you see a lot of damage come out. It's like an Epic Boss going to land the root distortion away, so just a little bit of poke, but even then, still losing that trade. So still a great job by Setup managing on that victor. Who you guys mentioned is a great mid-game champion.
I really do like the barrier. I know that you said teleport is very important for the victor, but you create so much protection with yourself using that barrier to just block out the burst damage. Really good against bursty champions like LeBlanc. I even take it sometimes against LeBlanc when I'm playing Garen mid.
Of course, a Garen reference from Glovely, his favorite
Gotta
champion.
get one in.
Something you don't see. And here we go, Lelouch. Here's the call of the Forge God. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough of the stun, and that's first blood over to Lelouch.
And reminder, this is a tank champion, and he's such a powerful top laner in this meta. Let's look at this again, going through the instant replay. He's been poking him down at a little over half health at the start of this replay as he goes in. Able to land the Bellows Breath, the knock-up, and the stun comes out, but it doesn't matter. Call of the Forge God follows up, makes him brittle. Just 2 more autos, and First Blood does end up blowing the flash, but gets the flash out on the other side, able to complete that elimination.
I do appreciate how the chat is noting that it looks like the Braum is carrying a giant ice cream sandwich. I will say, it's a great skin, but it will not haunt my nightmares as much as the Draven bobblehead will. That will always... that'll always haunt me.
The Draven bobblehead is the best Draven skin, bar none, except
it's memorable.
maybe Broadcaster.
It's memorable. I'll give it that.
I'm just still confused on why Hashmir has just been content farming. I know the chromatic shift is really huge for him, but help out your top laner, man. I mean, Lelouch is at the tower. Like, do something. I mean, I know Ornn doesn't have to back. He can buy items without backing. He can't, of course, get mana, as we saw. But help out your top laner, man. Don't just let him get free farmed all game.
He did pick up a Sheen, so he's going to have a bit more damage output, but not very safe in this matchup. You want to get Jax as far ahead as quickly as possible, and admittedly, Lelouch is going to fall off as the game carries on in terms of his damage compared to a Jax. But the way he's using his abilities is allowing him to consistently win these trades. Counter-Strike does nothing against an Ornn's charges, knockups, only really blocks the brittle procs, and not using it for that purpose, instead trying to use it to perform and engage, maybe needs to rethink his strategy as far as these trades are concerned.
And I can rage quit how to use the teleport to come back to lane as well, so he would have to walk all the way back and give up several plates to Lelouch and that demolish if he does choose to go back. I'm curious how much gold he had. I would have thought in this matchup, Phage would have been the better choice to give you a little more tankiness, as we do see the Ezreal ult is going to come out. Not enough to secure the Dragon for Calgary, so we are going to get Boise State with that first Cloud Drake. And here's the call of the Forge God up in the top lane. The stun is going to land, but no minions at the turret mean that might be a time for Calgary if they want to try and turn it around because there's no ultimate on Lelouch.
And they do have someone coming up from the mid lane. The low block comes down onto Lelouch, does land the chains, uses the Bellows Breath to be unstoppable for a little bit, to deny some of that crowd control, at least for a little bit. Oh my goodness, so much damage from setup on that Victor. Really plowing into that Echo's health bar. Echo forced to retreat, forced to burn the ultimate there in the mid lane. So 2 big ultimates burned for either side.
I have to admit, that might have been one of the most clutch level ups I've ever seen. Hashmar hit 6, got his chromatic shift, and was probably hitting R as hard as he can. I'd hate to see his keyboard because as soon as he hit 6, he immediately had to use it to stay alive. So that was an amazing level up for him. Unfortunately, no kills going to come out from either side. The upgraded Hex Tech now onto setup, so that laser's going to do a lot of wave clear. And now once again, we see I can rage quit push, but Lelouch is just doing a ton of damage. And you can see Medicine over the wall there. No wards on that side, and they want to try and target down the Jax. Medicine going to get the knock-up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get it. The Cataclysm are going to come out. The Counter-Strike is going to land onto It's not going to matter, though. Medicine picks up that kill.
One thing that we didn't talk about is that Cataclysm can be used to set up Ornn for additional knockups. It does end up destroying the Cataclysm terrain, but that's not why you're putting it down. You're using it to give yourself additional knockup advantages.
And I did talk about how every champion on Calgary's team can get out of the Cataclysm. The only problem, Jax had to use his Leaf Strike to get even further away and avoid the knockup. After that, his flash is on cooldown. Cataclysm is still going to lock you down in the classic Jarvan fashion. So that is going to be a win for Boise State. And I want to point out here, there hasn't been a lot of action in the bot lane. That's because no one has backed yet. They are both sitting on Doran's blades. I mean, Night Carry is sitting on all 5 biscuits, or maybe that's 3. The number's a little fuzzy on my screen. There is very little poke. Both these teams are just content farming back and forth. So Ezreal, that's mind-blowing to me because Ezreal needs a Tear of the Goddess. He might be able to get a full mana mute, but he's going to be behind because he's not going to have any stacks on it.
It's entirely possible he could try and go for a build that doesn't include Tear of the Goddess, but that item is so important to Ezreal and to his ability to sustain and poke and continue to put pressure on lanes that I don't see why you wouldn't have backed by now. When they do finally back, Night Carry is going to have such a huge advantage just through sheer farm.
We do see, don't understand why Calgary is putting minimal effort into the top lane. That's where they did well last game. I don't know if they potentially were banking on I can rage quit once again being able to out-trade Lelouch on that Jax, but I completely agree. I know that Lelouch does a lot of damage, but if you get Hashmere up there, if you can land the Echo stun with the shield, if you can land the Counter-Strike, I do think that's a kill. And here comes Hashmere now, finally coming up at level 7, and all he does is throw out a little Q, say hello, and walk away. I think that is really where Calgary is going to be kicking themselves, is why did we not help out I can rage quit? Because Hashmere's just been content to farm. I mean, this has just been a pure farming game, and while that does favor Jax, if he can't get his items, he's going to be just too far behind.
I Can Rage Quit has also delayed his Trinity Force, picked up instead the Negatron Cloak, but now we see Lelouch taking full advantage, actually does able to dodge, but unfortunately here comes Medicine Cataclysm. Did you see the damage coming out of that ability? It looks like from this distance he has built the Warrior Enchant. It's really difficult to see on my screen from here. But you get so much damage out of the Jarvan. There is an engagement from the jungler, not able to even get the stun. Lelouch just going to charge out of there, and just too little, too late.
As we're now going to see the Merch Treads finish on I Can Rage Quit, so that Jax build is all over the place. The long sword of Rejuvenation B. We are going to see the passive pop by setup, not enough to get a kill, and Boise State smells blood in the water. They're going to jump onto Hashmar. They realize he has the chromatic shift. They'll back away, but this game early has been all Boise State.
And we look down at our bot lane, and again, neither laner has backed. It's almost like they're looking each other in the eyes and daring each other. Don't you dare back. Don't you dare back. We're going to punish you real hard if you back. And now it looks like I might be eating my words. Bullet time does come out, but it seems like it's just for the poke and a little bit of wave clear. There's no damage behind it because neither side has backed. Boots have been picked up for the Misfortune, but only because of that Inspiration Mastery, giving her the additional boots for free. So going to have some more movement speed, and that does end up giving you an advantage over this Ezreal.
I mean, this is the bot lane that solo carry 80 carries dream of. No kills, and you just are in a massive farm fest. Both people over 120 CS at 13 minutes. The problem is if you're Calgary, you're not playing something like an Aphelios or a Senna or something that doesn't need a lot of ramp time. You're playing Ezreal, who not only has to build a Triforce, you have to build a Tear of the Goddess and get 750 stacks on it. So for Boise State, they are perfectly content. I would not be surprised that bullet time was blown because you could see off screen backs were being channeled. That was a bullet time to stop a back, and now here comes Boise State. They are on top of a ward in the Tri-Bush. I think they realize that they have to fall back, and as chat did point out during my rant, this Ornn is playing really well, and I think Ornn is maybe a little too powerful.
A little bit. I mean, we've talked about him for multiple weeks now. I don't think they even have any changes for him on the PvE right now.
And we are going to see this is going to be a second uncontested dragon over to the side of Boise State. An Ocean Drake, meaning either Mountain or Infernal, is going to come and do some terrain editing very quickly here on the Rift. It is going to be the Inferno, so it's going to burn away a lot of the map. Something Boise State, I'm sure, would love to see, but if there is a comeback for Calgary, it's picking up 4 Infernal Drakes and getting those onto Jax, getting those onto Echo, and getting those onto LeBlanc.
Although they also have the Ocean Drake and the Cloud Drake, so that additional cooldown reduction. Call the Forge God multiple times in that top lane, continuing to put pressure on this Jax. 0-3-0, had to buy Mercury Treads, Rejuvenation Bead, and a Longsword, so he's had to delay his Triforce on top of all of the other problems he's already having. And now there's an engagement from that top lane. Charges through, not able to stop the Rift Herald, but is able to get the jungler. Lelouch has slain Hashmer and is taking over this game. 2-0-2 now on that champion as Boise State leads 4 eliminations to nothing.
I honestly thought Hashmer was about to die to the Rift Herald. I was waiting for him to die to the Rift Herald. Almost does, eventually goes down, is able to pick it up. As we are going to see once again a ton of damage coming out onto Like Epic. Bossy is able to distort away. The flash is going to come out, but unfortunately LeBlanc just covers too much ground and not able to pick up a kill. This has been a farm game, and right now, especially in the mid lane, that favors Boise State.
Bot lane finally back, so Ezreal is now stacking things up. Boise State going to pick up the first turret of the game. They already have so much pressure on this top lane turret. It's almost certainly going to follow after one more wave of minions. So they're in a real good position as far as objectives go. 2 dragons, 1 tower, 1 on the way. Their bot lane all farmed up. We see that the Essence Reaver has been picked up as the answer for this Misfortune. So they're going to be able to sit there in the bot lane as long as they please, unless somebody comes down there to shake up the action. I do agree that Calgary does have hope in the bot lane. We know how hard that Ezreal can scale into that late game. So even if the tier was unfortunately delayed for them because of that choice to stay in the lane to try and avoid being punished, they did still get punished in the end, and they have to wait even longer for Ezreal to really hit his hard power spike.
Hashmer is going to come in and smite the Scuttle away there, though. We did get someone in the chat point out that Calgary has to play through their bot lane at this point. I completely agree. The problem is your Ezreal's so far behind right now. I mean, that Manamune has less than 100 stacks. If they want to win, it's going to be through Ezreal, and it's going to be a 40-minute game, which if the way the Dragons are and objectives are going, Boise State just simply has to play for the Elder Dragon, and it does not matter what happens. So I agree it has to be through the bot lane. The only other way is if you finally let Jax just sort of passively farm up in the top lane. There is one downside to Lelouch getting that tower. It makes it easier for Jax to farm anytime Lelouch walks away, because you can't always be a tower and a half deep in the enemy jungle.
It does, however, make it a lot easier for Lelouch to pressure this lane. Lelouch now has the freedom to roam wherever he wants on the map. This Jax has to sit back, has to protect this tower. Now, both teams are trying to find openings on each other, but Boise State, Broncos still have the pressure in this bot lane against the Dinos.
And Boise State is just content saying, if you want to farm, we're going to farm, because turret pressure in top and mid is all ours. Someone in chat did point out, Ezreal behind in his build, but miles ahead of his team. I agree on that as Medicine making Kashmir pay for being in his own jungle. Cataclysm going to come out. The Chromatic Shift is going to come. And here comes the call. The Forge God. It's unfortunately not going to land on anyone, but Lelouch has minds of his own for a double kill. We do go down to the bot lane. A little bit of damage is going to come out. The Blast Cone going to save Kashmir like an epic boss, backing with just very little help in the river. A scattered fight, and here comes I Can Rage Quit. Jumps onto Setup, who is very He does land the stun, however, and Lelouch is chasing him down like an epic boss while all this is going on. Did get caught in the river, and now I Can Rage Quit is up a paddle without a river, if you want to put it that way. He is going to flash over the wall. I was all set up. I had it ready, and he just flashes over the wall. Bullet time comes out, bot lane. A scattered fight for 1 kill.
But the Dinos committed multiple flashes as a result of that. Looking just at their champions, so many flashes committed just to try and keep themselves alive, and as a result, they lose so much lane pressure. 5-0 Boise State, 2 towers up, now going to be 3 towers. Never mind, they don't quite have enough to take this bot lane, but they do have the wave. They are going to be able to pick it up before Calgary's Dinos can get back to the bot lane.
Someone pointed out, Calgary does play their champions very well. They pick them very well. They just haven't executed them very well. And I do think this top lane is showing a problem in League of Legends, is that tanks can do so much damage. Jax, of course, you're used to be seeing him. He just needs to farm. He just needs kills. The problem is Ornn doesn't need farm. Ornn doesn't need kills, and he still does a ton of damage to this Jax. So I do think tank damage should be something we look at in the future here, as I Can Rage Quit is going to disengage, and that is a first Infernal Dragon over to Boise State.
3 dragons for the Broncos. They're just 1 away from picking up an Inferno Soul, and now they're continuing to pressure all of these lanes, doing such a great job. Calgary needs to find an opening, and they need to find it soon.
We still see 20 minutes in, this Jax is still looking for that Triforce there. I'm very confused what that Rejuvenation bead, what he had plans for. He's just leaving that in that inventory for that little bit of passive health regen. As we look at some of the other items, though, Glovely, what is catching your eye?
Aside from, of course, the Jax, continuing to follow up on that Jarvan, it looks like he has the components for a Black Cleaver for that additional armor shred, which is going to be very useful against the Alistar, who is really the last holdout as far as tankiness goes on his team. The rest of the champions completely devoted to damage. We do see Trinity Force finally finished. Woo! It only took 20 minutes. And let me tell you, as someone who plays a champion that builds Trinity Force a lot, that's abysmal in terms of your laning phase.
I will say I'm very shocked that for how dominating Boise State's been that they didn't pick up a Rift Herald in that. It really confuses me for how dominant Lelouch was that they let that second Rift Herald, or really even that first Rift Herald, just sort of go to waste here. As we do see Boise State, though, just content, just sort of pushing down towers. This has been a low-kill game. Lelouch now is going to be surrounded. He's going to try and run away. He is going to get stunned. The Unstoppable is going to be used. Call the Forge God going to be used as well. It is going to land a double knockup, and we can see just how tanky this champion has become. He will go down, but in the meanwhile, Boise State picks up a turret.
3 members now focusing on this bot lane. They do get the shutdown, and it went on to Jax, so that is going to be huge for their top lane. But they've already lost so much as a result of it. Going to lose 2 towers in this bottom lane. That's an exposed inhibitor, and the base is open for Boise State.
This isn't one of your sexier games. This isn't one of your flashier games for Boise State. This has just been fantastic gameplay, managing the lanes. Lelouch does get killed there, but they pick up an inhibitor turret to an exposed one in the bot lane. So Boise State putting on a clinic of clean gameplay right now. It took 21 minutes for the first member to die. They've been in complete control of this map. The question is, can they finish it off? Because the gold lead, while it is 700 gold, is a lot closer than what it would be for how dominating all these lanes have been in the favor of Boise State.
Something I want to point out is that Calgary has actually gone for the blue build on their Ezreal. Ellipsy's going that way to give himself more protection and more peel, and that's great if the opposing team is trying to engage upon you, and Boise State does have a composition like that. The problem is that you lose out on so much damage and so much pressure that you get out of a Trinity Force build. And that's the damage that they need to really be able to come back. I really disagree with this choice on the Frozen Fist.
So we are going to see, if I'm Boise State here, I think this is a perfect opportunity to force Baron. You have a huge gold lead, you have lanes pushing, you have so many wards up in the top side there that the red jungle, you know exactly where every member is. It looks like they're going to bait one for now. Ward comes down to let Calgary know that's not happening, but I thought that was a perfect opportunity to sort of say, all right, let's see what you got. You guys have been farming all game. Not a lot of kills to come out. Let's see if you can stop us at Dragon. I think that might have been a missed opportunity for Boise State to really sort of end this game if they are going to go with this let's push wave sort of mentality.
No Dragon up, and it's going to be a while before it is on the map. All 3 lanes push in favor of the Broncos. We do see a Jax up in the top lane, all by his lonesome. He does have an idea that Boise State is hanging out in his jungle, but not really able to do anything, as Lelouch is the one pushing the bot lane. And what's an Ezreal going to do to this fed Ornn?
Ornn just does not care what Ezreal's going to do, especially going for the Frozen Fist build there. He's going to have a decent amount of poke, a decent amount of CC, but not a lot of damage. Boise State on the meanwhile trying to set something up. We are going to see Ezreal is rotating over, so that is a free inhibitor if Lelouch wants to take advantage of that. But Boise State right now just content playing a massive vision game, putting Calgary back on sort of the defensive and saying, we don't think you can stop us from pushing, and we don't think you're going to engage on us in a team fight.
It feels like the polar opposite of the previous game, where Boise State had over 20 eliminations once we were getting to the point that we were getting into the base. Now 5-1. Call of the Forge God does come out. Ellipses does get knocked up by it, not able to put out any more damage. Lelouch just content continuing to tank up these hits, and meanwhile a fight breaks out around Baron.
Bullet time is going to come out. I can rage quit dropping very low. Going to be smited down there by Medicine. Hashmere going to try and jump onto the Jarv, and Cody Degai going to go down as well. Hashmere just barely gets out. Like an epic boss is going to fall as well. That's a triple kill for Boise State, and they might have enough pressure to either force a Baron or in the mid lane.
Lelouch is really low, but True Shot Barrage not enough to eliminate him. He's able to get away with just a sliver of health. The only one back on defense is Ellipses on this Ezreal. Because he wasn't involved in that fight, they lost out on so much damage around the Baron. They didn't have the True Shot to try and steal it away, and now they're going to get the bot lane inhibitor, they're going to get the mid lane tower, they're going to get the mid lane inhibitor, and the Broncos really just running roughshod all over Calgary.
Yeah, Boise State is content. They are going to pick up the Infernal Soul as well, so that means they're going to have a little bit more AoE damage as well, and means that Elder Dragon is now a possibility in about 5 minutes from now. We talked about it last game, never spawned. If Calgary has a win condition, it's winning that Elder Dragon, even if it means conceding a Baron over to Boise. I think in the current state of the game, Elder Dragon is so much more powerful than the Baron. So if you're Calgary, can you survive until Elder Dragon spawns, and can you win a smite battle between the two junglers, because you know Boise State's going to be there? That is your win condition if you're the Dinos.
And also, can you survive through the Baron? Because they already have so much pressure on the map, Boise State can really just, if they want to, grab this Baron buff and just shove, just go up into the top lane and shove, because they already have 2 lanes giving them additional pressure on this map. Lelouch already in that top lane, using the Infernal Soul to continue his pressure and push, taking one last tower for his team. It's the only thing really standing between him and a victory.
Yeah, that Infernal Soul is going to do a lot for Ornn's pushing capability, something I know everyone looks forward to. And once again, it's a triple man engage onto Lelouch, and he simply does not care. Call of the Forge God is going to land onto Hashmere and get the knockup. Counter-Strike is going to land the stun, but the health bar doesn't even look like he's been engaged on. Here comes the Cataclysm. Headbutt is going to save I Can Rage Quit for now, but he's going to be stabbed out. Meanwhile, Like an Epic Boss isn't on the back line. Does not matter. Night Carry's going to pick him off as well. Stopwatch comes out from Cody Degai. That's not enough to save him. Double kill, and Boise State is running down this top lane.
You try to engage onto an Ornn, but it just doesn't matter at this stage in the game when he's so far ahead. He's so tanky, has multiple tank items completed. They take down another turret, and there's nothing standing between them and these Nexus turrets. Only 2 members now trying to stave off these attacks, only the Echo and the Ezreal, and they don't have a whole bunch of scaling damage to rely on.
No, they do not have a lot of scaling damage. They do not have great wave clear, especially wave clear that they can do from afar. The second Nexus turret is going to fall. Boise State is going to eliminate Hashmar. Like an Epic Box can't get there, and the Nexus goes down, and that's another win for Boise State.
What a dominating performance. So much control over objective. 12 eliminations to 1. All of those towers. I don't think Boise State lost a single tower over the course of that game.
I don't think so. No, that was a dominating performance. One of the cleanest you will ever see by Boise State.
A very clean performance, and what you just saw was the Boise State Esports Broncos going up against University of Calgary in League of Legends and delivering a dominating win, getting 2 wins for the day, 1 in Rocket League, 1 in League of Legends, and we will see coming up very soon if Overwatch can tie the bow on it and make it 3 for 3 for the night.
Yeah, Boise State, I mean, that was just a clinic on how to play a clean League of Legends game. I mean, not flashy, not a lot of kills, but just win your CS in every single lane, push down Calgary, a fantastic play by Boise State.
And now we're going to go to the report card. We're going to see what changes we can make.
I would bump up the objective control to an A. I would bump up time management to an A as well.
I'll just bump up objective control to a B+. I think they wasted at least 1 Rift Herald that game. Other than that, I think I'll leave everything the same.
I'm going to say S-. They only gave up that 1 Rift Herald. So fantastic control by Boise State across the map.
And that has to do it. Those are our final revisions for the final report card. But overall, a win is a win, and Boise State certainly delivering that for the night today. We are going to go to the player of the game now for our league match, and any predictions?
Well, I do think Setup was incredibly dominant in that first game and continued to have control over that mid lane. But we also have to credit Lelouch doing a great job, even in a losing lane in the first game, and then absolutely dominating that second game.
I'm going to say
the
Medicine. That's my pick, though.
Medicine was also really good. It is going to be Medicine.
I had to make sure I got it out there.
Yes. So great champion. It was because of Medicine who enabled both the top and mid lanes able to set up. We actually saw this gank here. The pressure from Medicine on the map earlier forced out the flash, and then now Setup able to pick up that first elimination, and that's what got Setup scaling so hard into the late game. He absorbed so much damage over the course of these team fights. So fantastic job by Medicine.
I mean, he was the Bronco tank in that first game on that Sejuani. A ton of ganks, several multi-man glacial prisons that he landed. And then in that second game on Jarvan, he just built full bruiser and said, I'm going to smash you down, and that's exactly what he did. But I really think that first game, being the tank when Lelouch was sort of behind, is really what put Boise State ahead.
And that is your ICCU Player of the Game, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Medicine is the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game.
Did he die tonight?
I
don't think he
did.
I know he didn't die on the Sejuani.
Somebody get me some stats on game 2, because I know he didn't die in that first game.
I don't think Medicine died tonight, which is a huge reason why he would be, of course, the player of the game. I mean, he was just so disruptive. No, production is telling me that he did not die tonight. He did not die.
That's ridiculous.
Especially playing Bruiser DPS Jarvan. That's sort of, not a meme, but you're a little bit more squishy. Incredible playing, not dying over 2 league games.
And just in case you want to get a bit more insight onto Medicine and how he did tonight, I have heard that we are going to be interviewing him shortly, so definitely has a lot to be proud of tonight.
I mean, he was fantastic.
I mean, really, just the way that you did a great job setting up all of his teammates, including Setup.
Yes.
We make that joke forever now.
All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for League of Legends. We will be back with Overwatch shortly, but like I said, we have Medicine coming up soon, and we're going to take a look at the top 5 plays as we head into this break. Stay with us because it is not over for tonight.
Out from the Kled, and it takes so much effort in order to be able to turn that down. But Cullen comes out now as there's an attempted gank. Medicine has found out Cody, is able to pick it up, throws out the ultimate, doesn't quite find it. Good flash
on that side, and they want to try and target down the Jax. Medicine going to get the knock-up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get it. These Cataclysms are going to come out. The counter-strike is going to land onto Seb. It's not going to matter, though. Medicine picks up that kill.
additional 20% cooldown reduction on his ult. They do go in.
Electric Person is going to land onto Ash a ton as well, but Cody the Guy picks up the first kill onto Zach. Ash dropping very low. Medicine going to pick that one up. Setup says, see ya, Hashmar. That's going to be another kill. Cody the Guy goes over for a double kill. We see a duel up here by the blue buff as well. Night Carry going to go down to the Kled with just a sliver of health left, but it's a 3 for 2, and Boise State gets the drag. Herald, so that'll be something to keep in mind. Now we're going to see Cody the Guy wants to jump in onto Night Carry, going to dash away. The bubble is going to land, but so does the dredge line as well. Airborne, and now we're going to see Cody the Guy, the first one to go down, like an epic boss, stunned during his ultimate. That's a second kill for Boise State. Stand United's going to come out. The flash taunt onto Hashmere as well, and Boise State, give me that dragon, you dinosaurs.
Sometimes it all comes down to one smart catch out. And through this fight, lots of crowd control. Culling comes out. Is it able to find the elimination? Yes, Night Carry picks up the first elimination of the fight. Echo comes in and gets a huge area effect. Sun does take down Setup, so that's huge. Zach takes down Cody the Guy, and now they're focusing on that mid lane turret. Ellipses is going to go down to Night Carry as Echo gets chased in the jungle. It is going to be an elimination, but they're trading a turret for it. Hello fans, welcome back to the Boise State Arena here. We've got Medicine and Night Carry here on the desk for an interview. You guys just got off of a great game, 2-0 against Calgary. So tell me, going into this game, what kind of preparations did you guys have coming into Calgary? What were you looking for?
Well, we definitely did some pre-scouting before coming into the game. We wanted to see what their strong picks were, what their strong suits were, and we kind of just wanted to form our game plan around that. And even before then, we decided that we needed to probably focus bot lane a little bit, and especially because they were probably their highest ranked player, I believe. But bot lane in both games, we decided that that was our win condition. You know, we kind of left Lelouch up on top lane just to farm it out by himself.
Yeah.
But other than that, I kind of was like, carry. I'm going to come camp bot, set up, I'm going to come camp mid, and then we just really needed to play off that and snowball, and we really wanted to focus on, after every single kill we did, we wanted to translate that to an objective, a dragon, some kind of vision control, just anything we could do to try to further that match ahead into our favor.
And speaking of that bottom lane, Night Carry, you did such a great job in that bot lane. But in that second game, we saw kind of a farm fest where there were no eliminations, no real jungle pressure from either side. You just kind of sat back and farmed. Can you explain to the audience and to our fans here more about how that happened?
Yeah, that was kind of weird because when I picked Misfortune, I don't have any escape, so I thought they gonna camp bot or something. And then we went for like 10 minutes and nobody came. I was like, oh, okay. So we decided to just farm, and then we just interact. Just let Israel don't recall so he doesn't get his stacking item. And then, yeah, there were so many times that Israel tried to recall into the turret. I would just walk over there and just drop the E. And there were one time I just literally used my ultimate to cancel his back. That was just my goal.
We did actually see that bullet time come out. Yeah. We thought for a moment that was you actually coming around the side, or you in setup trying to do a dive, but you didn't actually get there in time. So the bullet time, really creative use there.
Yeah.
Speaking now to you, Medicine, you did such a great job across both of those games, getting your players ahead. So how do you determine what lane you want to gank, especially in these previous two games?
Well, if I believe correctly, the first game, the mid laner played Syndra, and just all around, when we were picking, and they picked Syndra before us, I believe, and she was running Flash Cleanse, and I thought, I was just kind of mouthing in setups here. I'm like, either you land the E and then she has to cleanse it and then I ult, or we just blow flash early and then basically we have chain CC just to make sure that she's going to die, because Sejuani is an amazing CC tank to abuse immobile champions, and you saw that a lot in the first game. Is I would always be trying to target the Ashe or target the Syndra, but the game plan was kind of just like based off mobility. What can I do as a jungler? Because as a Sejuani, I have Q flash, I have ultimate that reaches a lot of range, so that played a big factor into whose lane I wanted to gank and whose lanes I thought could snowball the game. And you just saw that in the first game a lot with setup, because his Vigar ended up going like 10-1, and arguably a big reason to why we won the game that game.
One final question here before we wrap things up and get on with some Overwatch. So for your audience, is there anything that you'd like to tell them as players, since you guys don't have a lot of chances to play up on our stage?
Well, I definitely think that it's very fun to come out and watch either team, whether it's the varsity team or the second team. I think that we can all provide great content for the audience to come watch, and we always love supporters. I personally think, and I think Carrie does too, that we all play better when there's a nicer audience here, and you have people kind of egging you on and rooting you on. And it makes, if you are losing, it makes you want to even come back and fight for even stronger, because not only are you playing for your team, you're also playing for the entire university, and it makes doing that even that much more fun and enjoyable.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I think that was good.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll be back shortly with Overwatch for Boise State University. We're going to have a great time here, and we hope that you'll stick around for it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in a war, I'm in a race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a wires every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, So when I leave your shit on red and you're on your cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Just stay alive. I'm not saying you die, you go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping at the age, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, So when I leave your shit on red and you're on your cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Just
Welcome back to the final match tonight for Boise State Esports broadcast. I'm still your host, Jacob Gem Mountain Palmer, and we have moved on to the final match of the night. It is Overwatch. We have had 2 wins so far, one from Rocket League, one from League of Legends, and now can the Overwatch team tie the bow on it and make it a perfect night for the Boise State Broncos? We're going to find out shortly here. Right now I've got Michael Fish Fisher on the desk. He's been on the desk the whole night. And I've also got David, Captain Star Vogel, on the desk with us. It's nice to have you here. Is this your first time joining us on the desk?
It is indeed.
Well, it's great to have you here. You are a member of one of the Overwatch squads. Get the chance to practice and scrim with the team. What's been going on during practices this week?
Well, we've been doing a lot of. The meta has changed recently, so it's been a struggle to try to relearn the meta. It's been double shield for a long time, and they recently nerfed shields, so they break a lot easier. So there's a lot of relearning how to play with more dive, with more poke, that kind of style.
And what heroes are you looking forward to seeing a reemergence of the most? What has you most excited to see?
I'm really excited to see double sniper. I've always liked watching that. You can just see all the positioning, and you try to have your tanks introduce mistakes to the enemy team, get them away from the shields, and the snipers can come in and get a headshot or two.
Well, how about you, Fish? With double shield maybe fading a little bit, what are you most excited to see?
I am most excited to see 0 Deadeyes tonight. That's what I'm most excited to see. I am excited to see no McCrees, no Deadeyes, no 0 kills on the ultimate.
All right.
I don't want it to be high noon. That's everything I'm looking forward to.
All right, just so you know, we have a lot of new viewers tonight, so I'll bring them up to speed.
Oh, they'll be caught up to speed the first time a McCree misses his ultimate, and he'll understand why I hate it. It does not need explanation. He tells the whole world it's high noon.
A very strong opinion of Deadeye as an ultimate.
That's a fact.
Anyway, we are going to go on to the final match of the night. This is Boise State versus Wyoming, the classic matchup, the Broncos versus the Cowboys. And we're going to see if Wyoming's logo really comes true there, if it's going to be tamed or if the Wild Broncos are going to kick the Cowboys right out of their saddle in Overwatch tonight. It's sure looking to be a great game so far. Overwatch, like all the other games, had a tough loss last week versus Nevada. What has been the mood in trying to, Captain Star, in trying to reset your mindset after that?
Well, if you ever have a loss, you have to just forget about it, say it happened once, we can do better next time. And we spend a lot of time trying to review our VODs, see what mistakes we made, and hopefully we won't make those this time.
It will be interesting to see, have there been any particular maps? We can see the team up there getting ready. We are just waiting for everything to be all squared away technical-wise. But until there, let's talk a little bit about maps. Have the teams been preparing for any maps in particular?
Busan is a really common one that we've been scrimming on as the first map in the rotation, the first control map. And we've also been practicing a lot with Eichenwald. But we're not entirely sure which maps are in the rotation or are going to be common with this new meta. So it's been really hard to prepare a list of maps that we're trying to practice for.
Well, one thing that happens is I just have to wonder if we're going to see Kings Row for the umpteenth time tonight. It's like every single broadcast we try to rationalize every single reason not to pick Kings Row. And we go down and for a few minutes we talk about all the other maps, and then against all expectations, or should I say following all expectations, it's always Kings Row. So it's going to be interesting to see if the prophecy still fulfills tonight in way of that. You can see right here the arcade machine that we have there. Looks like we have Ghosts and Goblins tonight, and certainly giving a lot of people a run for their money just with the difficulty that game has. I've been hearing so many game over sounds behind me throughout the night, so definitely living up to that. Thank goodness it doesn't take quarters, or else we could fund even more scholarships. Anyway, we have a great match coming up until we get to the game. I'm wondering, we might have Doc's keys to the game before we start, just to take a look. There is a look there, and yes, there we go. Versus Wyoming, make sure you have the right comp, prioritize targets and pre-fight, stabilize and continue, and track those ults. Those are Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Boise State University, where you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more. To make your educational experience unique, visit boisestate.edu boise.edu for more info. And you can also visit the esports page on Boise State's website to get information about tryouts and schedules and upcoming broadcasts. Alrighty then. So we are waiting just a little bit longer. There's a way from production, always making us look our best, the unsung heroes of this broadcast. We want to thank them. And we also want to thank the viewers here in the arena and also all of you watching on Twitch right now. It has been a great night so far interacting with the Twitch chat, and we just appreciate all the support that you give to our Broncos here.
That makes it a lot of fun. League of Legends had a lot of chat thoughts that we got to, so I'd love to see that for Overwatch as well, because wouldn't shock me if chat's at least smarter than me. I don't know, I don't want to speak for you guys, but wouldn't shock me in the slightest.
It wouldn't shock. I wonder if they'll have any things to say about your Deadeye. I know that if ever a McCree comes out, we're always on the edge of our seat when Deadeye comes out to see if you'll be proved right or wrong.
I know that a lot of times in the pro scene, they just use Deadeye as a reload. Because why not take off half a second and you can shoot more?
I mean,
it's so hard to get kills.
That I understand, but we always see McCrees who are like, it's high noon, and I'm waiting there, and then I look at the kill feed and he's dead. So
yeah,
if you use it as a reload, I won't complain. I have yet to see it, though, Captain Star.
Half the time I see it used, it's either it fails miserably or and the McCree dies, or the whole team just gets behind the wall and so it's a good zoning tool. You could zone them behind the wall and use something else there.
If a DPS is using his ult as a zoning tool, that character needs to be redesigned as soon as possible.
Well, we can certainly see here. And, of course, this is in the Mountain West tournament right here for Overwatch. As we have said in previous broadcasts, the way that this is working out is that the top team from the Mountain Division and the West Division come for the finals. There is no semis in this, so it really makes it crucial that every single match we have that we win. And as we can see, there's Wyoming versus Boise State. The other matches, we see San Jose State versus UNLV. UNLV, a great rival of ours. Nevada, also a very tough team against Hawaii. Utah State versus Colorado State, and New Mexico against Air Force, which we played in Rocket League. So a lot of great matches tonight, but the one we are focusing on is Boise State versus Wyoming. You can see the team getting all prepped there, ready for the match that is coming soon. And are there any other thoughts that you want to go over as we're just waiting for all the technical issues to get ironed out?
I mean, I'm just really excited, as Captain Star mentioned, with the meta shifting away from the double shields. I'm with you, Captain Star. I do love the double snipers. I think it is a lot of fun. At least one sniper, because some of those headshots, especially on Widowmaker, are just so sick to watch. So seeing what DPS come out of that, not just what tanks come out, but now your DPS are more open because you don't have to find shield busters. You can find real DPS. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Just how the whole meta is continuing to develop, because we've seen, even with the shield metal gone, Boise State at times when they need a clutch point has still gone back to the Orisa Sigma.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we like to run is a Mei with our comps. Because if you just split their team in half, you can run past their shields without fear of dying yourself.
And as we can see so far into the Mountain West standings, we are only one match in, but Boise State is certainly off to a good start with 1-0. The only other team right now is Air Force with 1-0 too. So it's going to be crucial to see how this match turns out. Again, with the way this is structured, basically want to win every match we have to have the chance of going on to the finals. And we will definitely see. We are just waiting just a little longer, and I agree with you two. It's going to be great to see other compositions. I remember, it was great seeing on times when Dive was a lot more viable, I should say. Nerdy Bird was great on the Diva. It was great to see those plays. And then just Double Shield came on, and she moved on to support. And it's just going to be great to see players play other heroes for once, because they're so talented at so many heroes. I mean, even though our players are locked into different roles, we can have for fun matches where they go into different heroes. And you're just amazed at how much flexibility they have because they're that good at the game.
Yeah. One of the things that we like to encourage in our players is to have a wide hero pool. So no matter what the meta changes to, we can always adapt to that meta. So we like to have people have at least confidence in some snipers or some hit scan, but also be relatively comfortable in like Genji and Tracer, so we can run a traditional dive if necessary.
And I mean, that's going to be really important in the future, because Blizzard just said in their most recent dev update that for whatever reason, I don't know if I agree with it, that they want to be very aggressive with their patching. I mean, we're talking like they made it sound like we might see multiple week patches because, all right, we buffed Reinhardt. All right, Reinhardt's too strong. We nerfed him again. I mean, that's how crazy it sounds like the meta for Overwatch is about to get.
Well, there's been a lot of player feedback over the entire life cycle of Overwatch that the updates just come so slowly and the meta sticks around for so long. They've decided that they're going to do a new approach to the game balancing, and that approach is going to be really quickly rolling out new updates, and if they do it too fast, they will just revert it. So Ryan might be weak this week, and then strong next week, and then might be weak again the week after.
Yeah, definitely. Just in terms of Blizzard in general, the one other game that we're not playing tonight, unfortunately, but Hearthstone, the other Blizzard game that we have playing, that was a complaint too, that they were just too slow with the patches. The meta got stale. You know, if you had goats in Overwatch, you had Odd Paladin in Hearthstone, just these very notorious metas. And just a few months ago, or last year, they took a different approach with Hearthstone and said, okay, we're going to be doing a lot more balance changes, and if we mess up, we'll just go back, and at least we tried something new. And the community really took to that, and so I hope it works out for them in Overwatch too. And speaking of Overwatch, you are watching the Boise State Broncos versus the Wyoming Cowboys in this final match of the night. Can they make this a win and end the night on a positive note? We will see here very shortly. We just see the team up there, very practiced, very intense. It certainly is, when they're practicing, because the room becomes about 10 times louder when they are practicing. More than any other game, they make their presence known. So it's going to be great to see how they perform tonight.
Yeah, one of the jokes that my roommates had was Ryan won, because we used to yell that constantly.
Yes.
So they always whenever I was playing Overwatch, they always come up to me like, Ryan won, Ryan won.
I mean, Overwatch is really the probably the most exciting game. I mean, we just saw in League, sometimes it can turn into a snooze farm fest here. You can't do that in Overwatch. There's no minions to farm. There's no stall you can do. You've got to dive in and eventually start a fight if you want to win.
Well, it's kind of like the difference between, a baseball, you know what I mean? Like baseball, it can be an exciting game. You have a deciding place, but there's a lot of downtime between, the pitches and the hits. And Overwatch is kind of the opposite of that. The downtime is like the 10 seconds between each fight, and then it's just all chaos breaks loose again. So it is a very exciting game to play. It's interesting. I'll just say, it's a story, and it kind of really speaks to kind of the intensity of esports, is that I was another event casting an esports match, and Rocket League specifically, which is another very chaotic game always. And I had someone who wasn't involved with esports, kind of an older gentleman. He came up to me and said, I just don't know how you can keep going for that long. It's like even football announcers, there's downtime between the plays. They don't speak as fast. Here it's just nothing. You're off to the races the whole time. And actually, the match looks like it's in progress or a replay. It does say Boise State versus Wyoming. All I know is it looks like Boise State is doing well.
Yeah, Boise State, as far as we can tell, is doing very well here. They do. This is a replay of what happened last. I was going to say this is a flashback, if you will, of what happened last time with Boise State and Wyoming. It's good to have these because, unlike Glovely, I do not have a binder full of notes. I have no idea what happened the last time these two teams met. So it's good to have a refresher.
It is good to have a refresher here. You can see this coalescence coming out here. It looked like it was a pretty even engagement so far. Modern Frost was sure coming through on that Reaper, though, and great in taking out the Pharah as well. And this looks like it's an engagement that helped Boise State lock down the point and go towards a victory, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so one of the things that you notice here is the Mei kind of splits the team in half, and then the Reaper and the entire team can kind of collapse on whoever is stuck in front of that Mei wall. And the opposing team, Wyoming in this case, needs to either go around the wall, which takes time, or if you have a nice choke point, they have to break through the wall, which can take even longer. And it gives you a nice opportunity to engage onto them.
Yeah, of all the mechanics in Overwatch, I would say that when executed right, a well-placed Mei wall, there is almost an art form in just hitting it at the exact time and being able to peel off a few members of the team for a quick pick. And so when it's done right, it's so exciting and can give the team a really great advantage early on in the engagement.
I mean, there's also counter, though, because we've seen a lot with Boise State where the opposing team runs a Mei wall, and they'll say, oh, well, you caught out one of our members, then we're going to put a Mei wall up instead. So it's just basically you're stuck in between Mei walls. So we talk a lot about Blizzard, we talk a lot about freezes, but May's Wall, the one ability that doesn't do any damage, might be the most important one because you really can make or break a team fight if you can get sort of a pick onto somebody and get them stuck out by themselves.
Yeah, May's Blizzard is very powerful, but because it's an ultimate, it takes a long time to charge. And while it can win you a team fight, it can take 2 or 3 team fights to charge that up, whereas the wall can come out multiple times a team fight depending on how long that they last for.
And you can see certainly we're still waiting for the results coming in here, but we're just going to have some time, just chill a little bit. And Captain Sir, what's it like being up here on the desk for the first time? How different is it from being in the stands watching or playing?
It's very intimidating for sure. I work in the production, so if I'm not playing on the stage, I'll be here for pretty much every esports broadcast for League of Legends, Rocket League, Hearthstone, and I'll just be in the production, and that's really fun. But you don't have to just talk. It's a different skill set, to say the least.
A different skill set, and instead of looking at actual humans and getting the reactions from them, you've just got that single eternally staring black circle just staring into your soul. But it's fun because the Boise State Broncos definitely make it fun. They have had some great matches in the past. Can you remember any specific matches in Overwatch's history that in our history, for the Broncos at least, that really stand out to you, either playing or being in the production room?
Every match has its ups and downs. I don't like the maps or the matches that we just steamroll. It's no fun. It's no fun to play. It's no fun to watch. It's no fun for pretty much anyone.
And there we got to see the lineup for Wyoming. We had Baratel on desk as well as Fish. But, oh, yes, this is one thing I had forgot is that last time we played Wyoming, they had actually come all the way up here to play us, much like Nevada did last week. And we always appreciate it when that happens because it makes the matches so much more exciting. I got to give a shout-out to production on those graphics for Wyoming as well. I mean, those are really cool. We certainly do our best to make each team shine as much as we can. And it was a very fun night and a good omen for Boise State so far. So hopefully they can pull out a victory again tonight.
It's really fun when the school sends their team down here because then we can talk to them before the match. We can scout them out, sort of.
Yeah, and another thing, too, and Wyoming before that night also came to kind of scout out Boise State as well. But Wyoming, we were talking about the last matchup, another esports program that has really grown tremendously as well, in their first couple of years, as every school does, you're just starting, getting your footing. But if I remember correctly, the last time we played them, which I think was last semester, so still the same academic year, they were just talking about all the recruiting they have done and all in building up this new team and getting very skilled players. So it's going to be interesting now to see later in the year, maybe they've had more time to mesh together as a team to see what kind of challenge they bring to the Broncos tonight.
Yeah, so one of the things that I was talking with them after the match last time they were here, and we were talking, and they said it'd be really helpful if they had clips that they could use from their time here, because they were like, this is really cool. If we have access to this material, we could really push our program further. So one thing I was doing was just compiling clips of all the times that they won team fights in Overwatch or got a goal in Rocket League. And they were really grateful, and they were really good sports about the whole thing, and it was a really good time.
So if Boise State loses Captain Star, it's your fault.
I'm not going to say that,
but you were the one that clearly helped them improve their gameplay. So you know what? If chat, if we lose, you know where the fingers go. Right there, point them right at Captain Star. It's like, what are you doing?
It wouldn't be the first time a presenter in the third chair has been responsible for a loss in Boise State, but I won't talk about that any more than has already been talked about as well. We are just waiting for it. As you can see in the corner, hashtag free sub, or I think it's exclamation mark free sub. You can find out all sorts of information about how to support the Boise State Broncos in the esports program. And of course, your subscription gets you Twitch emotes. They get you access to the past broadcasts we have, including not only competitions we've had, but during the daytime we also have various players from each of the team playing each of their games. It's a great chance to interact with them one-on-one. And we also have the players playing other games that they don't normally play. We've had Woojin, who's on League of Legends team. He plays Teamfight Tactics every now and then. I know I usually stream Hearthstone, but I've also streamed a bit of Legends of Runeterra. So it's just a very fun, casual environment where you can interact with Boise State Esports in another way as well. As for right now, though, we are waiting for this matchup against Wyoming, the Broncos versus the Cowboys. And as we are continuing on in our conversation, let's just go.
That was my favorite one. Was Sulpan? He made the comment last year that every time the Boise State Esports teams have beaten an opponent, because we like to do last year the Gridiron Challenge, this year the Hardwood Rivals, that the Boise State football team was undefeated. We smashed BYU on the esports field. And let's just say things didn't go so well in Provo. That is still one of my favorite times here at Boise State, is when Sulpan had more power than you know. So, Captain, sorry, I'm just saying, you got to be very careful what you say in that chair. That chair holds powers
it
not
has
known
powers.
to man.
It has the desk, I would say, has powers. And to take advantage of those powers, we have a special guest up on the desk with us. It is our own Doc Haskell. And what are you bringing to us tonight, Doc?
You know what? Sorry, I'm a disembodied body until the camera moves to me. Oh, and it's just one of those nights. We are in a holding pattern with our friends at Wyoming. Keep in mind that our friends at Wyoming actually drove down here to play us last time. It was fabulous. They got in a car, they came down, they brought a bunch of their folks, and they played us on this stage. So we absolutely adore them. They were trying to set up tonight in a very public location on campus to get their fans to come and cheer it on. It's a big deal. It's getting to be a big deal. And I don't know if you know this, but the president of University of Wyoming is the father of Monte Cristo. So the idea that they could have esports there, huge possibility. Anyway, internet, first time, didn't work quite the way they wanted. They had to quick move to a new location. They're setting up in there now, and we're almost ready to go. You do not want to miss this. It's going to be cool.
Alrighty, you heard it from Doc
Any
himself.
questions for me while I'm up here? Because I'm not coming up again. It's a big step to get up here.
Normally, this is kind of a more general esports question, but we often see, during games where maybe it's the match point or they need to win this game to either win the series or prevent, a sweep happening in the series. We usually see you up there talking with the teams. What are you generally saying to the teams to get?
So it's really unique. I have a very specialized role in this. Shifty, Nick Travis, who's our strategic coach, works with the team each week. My job really is chief educator. I'm just trying to capture everything that we are learning and make sure that it's digestible. Tonight I'm going to be doing something very specific in comms in between matches. I'm going to deliver the comp as we discussed it and practice it, talk about the win condition, talk about their win condition, and then I'm going to turn it over to them. They'll make any changes that they want, and then I go to my position and I just track what's happening in the game, and I make sure that the people who are on stage are the freshest mentally and not making big mistakes, and if changes need to be made, then I make changes to get the right personnel on stage so we can be our best.
Well, we certainly know when they are performing at their best because we can often hear you cheering.
I just scream a lot.
Yes, just like a lot of other fans in the arena and currently watching on Twitch. And it was great to have you here and give us an update.
Awesome. See you guys soon.
Alrighty then, so you heard it. Wyoming just had a few technical glitches, but it looks like they are setting up again, and we will be ready to go real soon. But just any other things just to add on to that of what Doc said. It is great because we've had events of our own that have been showcases and getting a lot of people here. And the president of our university visited one of our broadcasts once. It was a great night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun when you see the support that esports programs are getting throughout the country. I mean, we saw a lot of people in chat tonight just sort of blown away by what Boise State has, asking if their school has an esports program. So it's really cool to see the influence that Boise State is having on these other programs. It's just scary that they might pass us one day.
Yeah, so one of the things that BSU in particular is doing really well is they're putting a lot of emphasis in broadcasting games. We have broadcasted hundreds and hundreds of games each year, and that goes really far towards building trust with the community and getting esports' name out everywhere. And even on BSU's campus, there's a lot of people that still don't know that we have an esports team, just because it is such a new thing, and it's one of the hurdles that esports has to get through. but we're almost past that.
And I think we are getting a lot of great press, especially from local media. We've had local news stations here. I know last semester we had we had a great story from Channel 7 that came and did a nice feature on us. I still really like the interview they did with Nerdy Bird. You know, she said, "Playing for video games? What is this?" So it really was. But it is great. All the publicity that we've gotten, all the support that we get from the fans, all the support that we get from you in the Twitch chat right now. We're glad to have you with us. And we are going to be getting to this Overwatch match as soon as possible. As we've said, it's been Rocket League, then League of Legends, and both of those have been victories. And sort of, I said a little earlier tonight, this kind of the redemption from losing all 3 games last week. We've won 2 games so far, so like for the full redemption sweep, as I'll call it, we just need to pull off this victory in Overwatch. And you certainly have been practicing a lot with the team, Captain Star, and I would be willing to wager they have put a lot of effort into learning what went wrong last week and improving themselves.
Yeah, so one of the most important things when you're playing any game, but especially like Overwatch and those that have a detailed replay mechanic, is to go back and watch your games. A lot of professionals watch more than they play because you go back and you take notes. Here's what my mistakes were. Here's what I did right, and that kind of cements in your brain so you can make those instantaneous decisions to be successful.
I mean, I think that is sort of the one thing that some players, especially myself, don't like to admit is you don't, because as you mentioned, it's not fun to go steamroll team, and it's not very helpful to watch you steamroll a team because everything's going to look fantastic. But when you have a loss, when you can watch misplays that you're making, maybe miscommunications you're making with your team, when you can see those, that's where the real improvement comes from. It just always isn't comfortable to watch yourself kind of take that L that Boise State got. I know when I play solo, I'm like, man, I probably messed up, but no, I was flawless. It's my team's fault. 100% on my team, not my fault at all.
All right, here's an interesting question I have for you. We already know Fish's answer, but in terms of ultimates, you know, what's probably your most favorite ultimate to see and your least favorite ultimate to see?
That's tricky. In terms of what? Because there's a lot of different ways you can. In
terms of maybe a mix of effectiveness and also showiness, you know what I mean?
I've always been a fan of D.Va's self-destruct. It is very powerful, but yet easy to run away from. So if you can set it up properly, you get a team wipe. But if you just lob it into the enemy team without any preparation, it almost never gets a kill. So it requires a lot of team dynamics to force the team into an area and impede them from getting behind a wall. I've always liked that mechanic behind it.
I would say I've always liked... just in terms of gameplay for me, I always think it's fun. I've always liked Riptire. Just in the way of you're always trying to get the right angle of your team. You're climbing up walls. You're trying to peek around corners before the clock runs out. I always kind of like those abilities where there's a lot of power behind those abilities in ultimates, but you've got a clock to worry about. And so it is a thing of I need to hurry up, but I also don't need to play too carelessly so that they just mow it down. And
on the receiving end of Riptire, it's a loud ultimate. You know it's coming. But since it moves and it's so fast, where is it coming from? It could be on your right side 1 second and behind you the next. And it's really hard to play around that.
How about you, Fish?
You know, I do agree with Capstar. I do think a great D.Va ult is a lot of fun to watch, but I'll go with Sigma. I really like Gravitic Flux. I think it looks really cool. It's really fun to find unique ways to cast it, so I think that is my favorite. And to answer a question I saw in the Twitch chat by, I believe it was Your Pet Cactus, which seems sort of scary, they want to know if this is a certain league or exhibition matches. All these games count in some form or another, but this Overwatch game coming up is part of the Mountain West Overwatch Esports series, so this one matters. There's a championship in Las Vegas coinciding with the basketball tournaments in Las Vegas. So this one is a conference game. This one means a lot, my pet cactus.
And no more waiting because we have had a lobby formed. We are ready to go. This is the Boise State Broncos versus the Wyoming Cowboys in Overwatch, the final game of the night. Can Boise State keep riding this momentum that they've had all night and deliver a win to end it? We are going to find out very shortly right now, and I truly mean very shortly, because we are now going to be going into the lobby in just a matter of seconds. It's going to be great, and I don't know how much more I can say, and I just want to get to the gameplay now.
Yeah, so one of the things I'm a little bit concerned with is when you set up a new setup in like a public space that Wyoming is doing, there's a lot of things you have to take into account. Is there enough internet access, like how do you get your internet there? Is it Wi-Fi, which is never a good option? But there's also a lot of Ethernet ports. But if you have 6 computers running Overwatch, most places can't support that. So I'm curious to see how well their performance is based on their new setup. And then when you set up a new computer, you have to bring your monitors, and who knows what all goes wrong when you set up that.
And I will definitely say it is like night and day on campus when you switch from the esports wired connection to the campus Wi-Fi. It looks like we're going to go over Doc's keys to the game right here one more time. Make sure you have the right comp, prioritize targets and pre-fight, stabilize and continue, and track those ultimates. As always, as we've been saying all night tonight, it's brought to you by Boise State University, where you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more. To make your educational experience unique, visit boisestate.edu for more information. Alrighty then, we are just about finally, after all this anticipation, ready to get into this Overwatch match. You see Doc on stage there, prepping the team, reminding them of their comps and win conditions. The rubber is finally going to hit the road, especially if a rip tire is on. And we are going to be very soon. The opening map, I have gotten the information, is going to be Ilios. So what can we say about that and how the team has been performing on that, Captain Star?
Ilios is a really interesting map where there's a lot of map depth, like ledges that you can knock people off of. I could not think of a better term. Environmental kill potential. There you go. So like Lucio is really popular. Orisics you can pull. Roadhog, Pharah. Those are very popular picks there because even if you don't directly get a kill, you force them back. They can't be aggressive because they will get knocked into the edge. Wrecking Ball is also popular.
Yeah, it's always great to see those environmental eliminations. It's always, I remember we have seen a lot of Lucio, especially when Basilisk was playing. One of the top 500 Lucio players was very potent on that champion, and always seeing those little cheeky boops that just put them right over the edge. That's always it's a great thing to see and very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a lot of fun, and it's just a change-up. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of Busan in the opening map, so it should be nice to just see a different map for once for Game 1 of this series. It should be just refreshing as a caster to see something unique.
And Busan is one of my favorite maps. You have so much different variety in terrain. In Ruins, you have a lot of Widowmaker potential. Widowmaker is a favorite to run there because there are so many angles you can get. And then you have a well where you have a lot of that Orisa pulling people into the well to kill them. And you have a lot of different variety of different comps you can run.
We do have a good question in the chat right now, which is, what is the SR of these players? Can you give us a general range?
Most of them are in Masters or Grandmasters.
Yeah, very high bar to set for Boise State, and we'll definitely see how well all that practice and all those matches will reflect tonight. Certainly, it is something to see just the general SR of the team increasing year after year because the esports program does get more attention, it does get more applicants, and the competition really increases each year to represent the university.
And one thing I want to emphasize is SR is, if you look at it objectively, it's almost meaningless. Because it's solo queue is its own game in and of itself, and how you play solo queue determines basically how you gain SR. And if you play in a team environment, there is so much more to playing as a team than to playing at solo queue. When you play solo queue, you can basically guarantee that the enemy team doesn't have voice comms for everyone. Communication isn't really a thing.
Or what communication does happen might be subpar, to say the least.
Yeah. So solo plays and catching people out and aggressive flanking Roadhogs can be very successful. But as soon as you put that into a team environment, that all falls apart because they will call out your flanking Roadhog and you will be punished for it, where you wouldn't have if you were just solo queue.
Are there any other major differences that you could point out between solo queue and playing as a team in this competitive setting?
I mean, a lot of the competitive thing is you practice with comp and you know how to run your comp together as a team. Whereas in all your play styles, you've played together enough so that your play styles kind of mesh and you know, even without communicating, essentially what your team is going to do. Communication is still really important for all the information, but you should be able to have at least a sense of what your team's going to do. Whereas in solo queue, who knows?
Alrighty, we have promised a match for a while, and here it finally is in Ilios, and one of my favorite maps here. Just so many plays, like you were saying, Captain Star, with the environmental kills you can get, the boops, but also Orisa with her halt can pull players into the center hole. It's just a great map. I love this map.
One thing I'd watch out for is Pyros playing Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball is one of his favorite heroes, and if you get a flank, you can just knock everyone into that well.
It's like going bowling, basically, at that point. I mean, how can you line up a strike? So I think that either team, if you see a Wrecking Ball in either team, you always have to be aware of your surroundings and also make sure you're not grouped up, because at least if he kills one person, it's only one person. If you're all stacked up, he gets 2-3 in the well, that can be the difference in a fight.
Yeah, and then there's also a lot of ways, if you know a Wrecking Ball is coming, have him McCree to flashbang him, so when he comes to boop you, he just stops. And Orisa can also pull him, and there are ways to mitigate what he can do. We'll see what Wyoming does.
We do see a Far Mercy one of the teams has chosen to use. We also see a Lucio and a Wrecking Ball. I got to give him points for style on that one, Fish.
That was very cool to start out there. It'll be interesting to see how Boise State handles the pharmacy count coming out from Wyoming. We know that a lot of damage can be done. There's not a lot of alcoves you can hide, but that doesn't matter for Boise State. 3 kills to start it. Slap Happy and Viking Pilot go down as well, and Boise State gets up to a huge lead against Wyoming.
I mean, no pressure, just your average team kill in the first engagement.
That's what Dive does really successfully is you pick a target, you kill them, you eliminate them, and you pick another one, and you just snowball from there. You do it really quickly, because they Dive, because of the nature of the squishy targets, if they do into a whole team brawl, you typically lose.
And so many swaps on the side of Wyoming as well is going to change their composition into a more divey composition to try to counter the Broncos here. As we move on into the next engagement here, you see Pyros near the front just trying to move everyone around, move around, no elimination, but Zoriath is really low, and Blue is going to be the first to go down for Boise State, so they are going to be very low. Zoriath is so low, Euphoria is able to be taken out by Pyros as well, and a great just right into the center. CPMX, he made me a little nervous there, but he knows what's going on. And a boop, too, for the Diva and the Moira as well. Boise State is just continuing where they left off and showing real dominance over this first match.
This mirror is not a mirror matchup, but since they swapped to Dive, we are ahead in ults. So we have the ult economy on them by default. And then since we won that second fight, we have basically all of our ultimates where they don't have a single one out. They're going to have one soon, but they're not ready yet.
Captain Czar mentioned there's 5 blue check marks up for Boise State. Minefield going to be the first one dropped. Euphoria dropping very low. Blue going to be tunneled down in the back line by Slap Happy and by Trenton 24, but it's not going to matter. 3 people die in the front line by Wyoming. Blue doing a great job keeping herself alive. Just finally falls, but it was long enough for Boise State to turn around. Another double kill going to go over to Nerdy Bird, and Boise State starts off great, just committing 2 ultimates in that fight.
They still have 4 ultimates left, and the respawn staggered for Wyoming, which they cannot afford right now because there's only 96 seconds left. They need one good engagement here. Honk is going to take out Euphoria too, so Wyoming just has to try to push past this choke and get on point, but Food is going to use his ultimate to take out Slap Happy as well. Coalescence and the beat is coming down, giving Boise State some more survivability, and this Genji Blade is just taking out Wyoming left and right, taking out the Moira, taking out the Genji, taking out the Lucio as well. They are just going extremely fast and hard against Wyoming. I don't know if they can come back because now they are just straggling on to the point. Pyros taking out Euphoria, and that's going to be the first match right in the face as a little bit of an exclamation mark. I don't know if Boise State could have been more dominant in that first match.
And a large factor to their dominance was the fact that they forced Wyoming to swap their comp and lose their all their ultimate charge. By the time that Wyoming had to touch point to trigger overtime, they had a single ultimate. Like, as long as Boise State plays it well, doesn't make a mistake, uses their ultimates relatively effectively, they're basically guaranteed to win because Wyoming doesn't have the tools to fight them, and they are forced to point. They can't poke any longer. They need to just go.
And Wyoming really in that last fight, too, tried to do sort of a split engage. You saw Blue was being trained down by both the Diva and the Tracer, and they weren't able to get that pick. They were just being distracted for that whole time by the Ana, and Boise State said, all right, we're just going to clean up your front line, and now we're going to turn our focus to you. So as you sort of talked about with comms, you can say, all right, I've got a Diva and a Tracer on me. The rest of the team knows it's a 5v4 the rest of the place on the map.
And that's one of the things that Dive requires is very strong and fast communication. Their Tracer and their Diva saw there's an on in the back line who we can dive, but it doesn't matter if you dive them with half your people. If you can't secure the elimination, it doesn't really matter.
So Wyoming has to turn this fight around here, or Boise State will take game one. Captain Star, do you think the Cowboys will stick with that second comp we saw?
I think this map is a lot better for brawl comps, unless you have a really good Widowmaker. And Honk is a really good Widowmaker. So we're going to play Dive to force their team apart, or at least a form of Dive. And then we can make openings for our Widowmaker to get this.
A great start as Pyros is going to take out Zoria on Wyoming side. Slap Happy and Euphoria taking some heavy damage. Pyros, unfortunately, right off the side. That is going to even it up for both sides. CBMX getting frozen there, and Wyoming is trying to push some damage onto Boise State, but Food is going to take Slap Happy out before they can get elimination. CBMX is going to lose the mech, so now Baby Diva is out on the field for both teams. Trenton 24 is going to go down, as well as Nerdy Bird. Wyoming has a little bit of an advantage by taking out Food there. They are going to rush to take the point now, and it looks like it is going to be captured onto them, so the charge is going to start up there.
Yeah, good job there by Wyoming, taking advantage of Pyros going off the map, forcing CBMX out of the Diva mech. He's going to get it right back. Immortality Field is going to keep Pyros alive for now. Viking Pilot, the first one to go down to start this fight, so Boise State finds himself in a 6v5. Razzle Dazzle does have the coalescence if he wants to use it. A great freeze, though, is going to take out Nerdy Bird. CBMX forced out of the mech as well. Food dropping very low. Another kill for Wyoming, so the Cowboys have turned this one around despite a double kill being picked up for Boise State. The Broncos have to be content with just a soft reset.
That was such a great Ray Firm from the Reaper there, right as the Widowmaker was ready to take him out. And Boise State has to try to take this back. We do see an amplification matrix followed by the Genji play coming out from Boise State, but the Lucio beat is going to give Wyoming some extra survivability, so that is going to be a nice counter. And Nerdy Bird is going to be going down from Euphoria. CBMX is going to answer that back by taking out the Reinhardt. So it's one tank down for Wyoming, one support down for Boise State, and 5v5. Trenton 124 is going to be knocked out of his mech, and we are going to see a Death Blossom be solo ulted onto Food. Honk is going to take out the Diva on the side of Wyoming, so it looks like they do have Boise State and Wyoming are certainly even. Infrared sights are going to come out. The ultimates are just going when they can get them. Pyros going down as well, but Zoriath is answered back and forth, but with those two eliminations on Honk and Nerdy Bird, Wyoming looks like they're going to keep holding the point.
The one thing I've noticed about the Boise State comp is they need to force the Wyoming out of position, and they haven't been able to do that. They need to get their squishies away from their tank so that Honk can get those headshots, and they haven't been able to do that. Wyoming has done a really good job of being able to be aggressive and denies Widow the sightline that you require.
CBMX is going to dive onto the point with it reaching up over 90%. Got to get frozen though. The Shatter going to come down as well. Immortality Field and the Sound Barrier from Nerdy Bird are enough to keep CBMX alive for now. Razzle Dazzle and Viking Pilot going to fall. Trenton 24 goes down as well, and that was the fight Boise State needed. We are going to see a couple of kills picked up by the side of Wyoming, but Boise State still has the numbers advantage. Euphoria going to go down as well. Just a couple of DPS and Razzle Dazzle alive as respawns come out for Boise State. We are going to see Zorath and Slap Happy go down as well. Boise State stops overtime and finally gets on the point.
They get the point, but now they have to be immaculate in their performance in order to hold it. They cannot let the point go over to Wyoming at all. And Wyoming, for their part, does have two ultimates available for them, and the Death Blossom is going to be online for them very shortly as well. Now, Boise State does have the amplification matrix, and oh wait, they're going to have the Deadeye soon enough. So that's going to be match over right there, unless Fish has something to say about it.
Well, the amplification matrix does come down. We're going to see the Diva mech used by Trent 24. It's going to pick up Food, but a double kill over to Boise State. Slap Happy and Trent going to go down. Death Blossom Coalescence going to be used. Death Blossom picks up 3 for Zorath, and that might be enough for Boise State to be in panic mode right now. We're going to see Honk trying to get to the point. CBMX is going to go down. The point goes into overtime. Honk gets there just in time to at least stop it, but I don't think Food has enough mobility. But we do see Pyros come in with a clutch save to keep this game into overtime. He's going to use the minefield. The high noon comes out from Food. Food. He's not going to pick up anybody. We're going to see the sound barrier come out from Viking Pilot to keep the members of Wyoming alive. Boise State just trying to rush back. CBMX is going to pick up Razzle Dazzle, go down very shortly, and Wyoming gets game 2.
So what would you say, based on the dominant performance we had Boise State in the first round and now being Wyoming kind of answering back, what do you think changed most from that first match to the second match, Captain Stern?
I think that Boise State went Widowmaker, and we weren't able to get success out of it. Our entire comp was based around knocking them out of position. We had the Wrecking Bolt and knock the DPS and the tanks away from each other. And we weren't able to successfully do that, and our Widowmaker got very little value. We also had a Genji who could help dive and secure targets, but wasn't able to successfully do that, so you saw this swap to McCree to put more long-range poke pressure to, again, try to open up the shields, allow Widowmaker to get those picks, and ultimately that still did not work.
So what comp would you want them to pick for this map?
Dive is good here, but I still prefer Brawl Comp. Brawl Comps I find work really well in this meta.
Well, we do see a Farm Mercy out here for Boise State. It looks like, yes, and she's going to start hammering down a great anti-nade onto Wyoming. Is going to allow Boise State to take out the D.Va Met, but unfortunately CBMX is taken out as well, so now Boise State is down. Wyoming has a 6v5 on their hands, and now with Honk going down as well, he is going to, CBMX is going to be revived, so it is still 6-5, trying to put as much damage as they can onto the point. It is such a tight point that so many people can crowd into, and right now Boise State is able to get Viking Pilot, follow that Euphoria, and this Farah is just going all over Wyoming. That's just going to allow Boise State to keep pushing in, and it looks like this Reaper is now going to be taken down as well, allowing Boise State to take the point.
And Wyoming's comp has no answer for Farah outside of D.Va, and D.Va is an effective counter if they don't have a Mercy pocketing the Farah.
Oh, there's the counter coming out though, the Free.
Yeah, there you go. The Farah is being a really big nuisance. Already has Barrage up. If you see, yeah, Wyoming's coming up through the top, so they're looking for a barrage here.
Food's trying to set up that barrage, waiting for Wyoming to come out. Now he's going to use it. A really good shield, though, by Euphoria is going to protect the entire team. So great defensive play there by Wyoming. They are dropping very low. They're in a very small corner, so Food is able to do a lot of damage. Now we see the D.Va coming for him. He's going to be eliminated by Trend24. Honk unable to pick up anyone with a pulse bomb as well, though Food will get revived, and now Wyoming is going to push on the point. Valkyrie is going to come out from Dirty Bird. Coalescence comes out from Razzle Dazzle. Pyros, though, going to go ape and try and knock anybody off the point that he can. He will not, and it looks like this could be a big D.Va bomb, but another great shield by Euphoria there. He has been the MVP of this team so far. For Wyoming, we're going to see Zoreth pick up a double kill as well, and Boise State will have to reset. Those Euphoria shields have been immaculate.
One thing that Boise State needs to do to be successful is they need to catch Wyoming on their path to the point. If you can catch them while they're not all grouped up in a secure location like the objective, you have a much higher chance of being able to get the picks required, which is why you see Boise State swapping to a new comp, is because Wyoming is set up on the point.
We are going to see the Reinhardt, looks like the D.Va, and the Ana was the only one that was kept through for Boise State. Everything else has changed. Meanwhile, Wyoming has 3 ultimates to their name, the Beat, the Deadeye, and the D.Va Bomb as well. Right now, both teams are going to engage. The D.Va Bomb comes out from Wyoming, isn't able to pick anyone up. Boise State is just going right in there. You see the Ana here trying to get any sort of healing onto Boise State. There are multiple members that are low. Euphoria is going to be taken down. CBMX punches Zoria right in the face, and the D.Va mech is going to go down as well, and like dominoes, they all fall down. The Moira is going to be the last to go down, allowing Boise State to take the point again.
So one thing that I think Wyoming failed here was they tried to keep their ultimates. They thought we can win this with only a sound barrier, but Boise State was able to play it so well that they were able to sustain through that, and they got picks before Wyoming was able to swap the mindset and say we need our ults now, but it was too late by then.
You can see Honk is waiting there, just sort of peppering shots down on Wyoming. They do finally find him out. He is going to go in the Wraith form and be able to get away, but he did build a substantial chunk on his ultimate there. Wyoming knows they need to get to the point. The D.Va Bomb is going to be used by CBMX. Razzle Dazzle is going to use the Coalescence as well. Pyro is going to be the first one to go down here. You're going to see the Blizzard come out from Slap Happy. We're going to see Honk is going to be in power, but it's not going to matter. The Blizzard counter by Food was fantastic, and Boise State picks up the team kill, and that might be enough to get them round 3.
Lucio, turn on your speed boost because you have got to get to the point too sweet here. They are just in pure desperation tactics. There goes the Lucio trying to find his way on the point, but it's not going to be fast enough. Boise State taking the first win in this match. A great performance from there to be sure, and now let's take a look at the play of the game. Going on to CBMX here. This was such a great performance from Boise State. We are going to see in this final match here. This was great, an environmental kill, like I said, punching McCree right in the face, and then it all just went like dominoes. Both him, Pyros, Nerdy Bird, everyone was just in on it, hammering damage onto.
And once you're able to push the enemy team into a corner like that, Reinhardt can just swing away and basically hits the entire team at once. And it's very hard to come back once you're that far down being swung at by Reinhardt.
All right, we are going to go into the next match, which has been hybrid, if I believe. And, well, like I said before, we said it a while ago, but do we want to start the ritual right now and list every reason why they should not pick Kings Row, and then they're going to pick Kings Row instead?
Kings Row is very popular because it is a map everyone is accustomed to. They're all very good at playing it. The problem is why we don't like picking Kings Row very often. It's because everyone is good on it. You don't have a distinct advantage if everyone is good.
It is a very it is a match. You can see why it's popular because it's a map that has some exciting features to it. Obviously, such a short distance between the spawn and the first point can make defending it a bit of a hassle. So many of the games that we've had there have been down to the wire in kind of the factory area of it. It's just been such an exciting map, but it would be nice to see something else.
I mean, it would be nice to see something else, but anything that Boise State gets a win on is good for me. But I wouldn't be shocked if Wyoming goes Kings Road, just like Captain Star mentioned. It's a map that everyone knows they're good at, so you know if you're Wyoming picking as the loser that you can have confidence that you're going to win that map. So I would be shocked if it's not Kings Row at this point, just because if you're the team that lost, you want to pick a map you know you're good on, and that would explain why a lot of teams like to pick Kings Row, because it is a map you can say, I feel comfortable on.
I mean, we also have seen Boise State pick Numbani on a couple of occasions. They have seen success in that. And there you go. It's the old favorite. Here it is again. Week after week, it is Kings Row. So is there anything else we want to say about this map that we haven't already said before?
So there is a lot of high ground that you can use. If you have like a Hanzo who's able to flank and use the high ground effectively, you can get a lot of value where most teams typically don't use that high ground. They have a May, they have a Reinhardt or something on the ground level, and then you just kind of brawl it out. But if you're able to play it well, you can have your Hanzo flank and take the high ground where they can't engage onto you. And you can, if you are able to play that well, you can get picks and win the fight from there.
And I do think that Double Sniper also has an opportunity to shine, at least sieging the first point, because there is so many openings. Even on defense, it can work really well because there is that lone choke point that most teams go through as we fly through it ourselves here. I do think that Double Sniper has the potential to be played here, at least on defense, and I do think it can come up very clutch. Doesn't seem like we're going to see it, but that's something that I think either team could consider.
It is really hard to play double sniper on defense because if the enemy team has a good sniper, they can just sit and spawn.
Yep.
Like, you can't peek that because the enemy team will just, they can kill you, and if you die, it's a much more of a problem than if you kill them.
Right now we see the first engagement. The Reinhardt is going to come right onto the point, but a great Maywall is going to peel them off somewhat here, but no elimination so far. There we go, onto Euphoria. That's a great start for Boise State. Unfortunately, CBMX looks like he was frozen there, but he is going to survive to fight another day. Another Maywall, two of them going up, in fact, and now they are going to ring around the Rosie, around the roundabout, taking out Zoriath and Viking Pilot as well. So a great first engagement from Boise State, and the Reinhardt is going to continue just mowing down Wyoming, and that was a great first engagement, a team kill to wrap it all up. Very nice from Boise State.
So Wyoming had the Hanzo who could have flanked, but they didn't allow them time, didn't allow Wyoming, or Boise State didn't allow Wyoming the time required for Hanzo to actually go around, and they weren't able to get value, which is why he swapped to Reaper right now.
This fight's going to start off with a disadvantage for Boise State. Zorith beats Honk in that Reaper battle. Blue is going to use the Coalescence to try and put some extra damage out. for Boise State. Trenton 24 dropping very low, but no kills yet. Zorath also dropping very low. Razzle Dazzle has her own Coalescence, going to use that immediately. CBMX is going to use the Shatter and die at the same time, so that ultimate is going to get no value for Boise State. The Diva Bomb will pick up one for Pyros, eliminating Viking Pilot right now. Euphoria going to use his own Shatter. Only get one onto Honk. Nerdy Bird going to use the Sound Barrier. Honk, though, immediately going to be eliminated. CBMX is now just trying to rush back to the fight. Death Blossom comes out from north. That's going to pick up two. A third member going to fall as well for Boise State. CBMX just runs right into his death, and this looks like it should be a very easy first point for Wyoming.
It's a very good balancing act of how many ults do you need to use to secure that fight. So we were able to force out the Blossom, which is a very powerful ultimate. If they didn't use that, we had a chance of retaking it, so we were able to force that, which is very big for Boise State.
Now as the payloads start to move, we are going to come up to the second choke point. We see some missiles coming out from the Diva as well. We do have the Blizzard, but so do they as well, and the Coalescence is going to charge up from Boise State, so no doubt that is going to be played soon. Speaking of the Death Blossom, which is such a powerful ultimate, now Boise State has one of them to their name. A beat available from Viking Pilot as well. A Maywall comes up trying to split them, but here comes the Coalescence trying to mow down this Maywall as well. They might see a Death Blossom here, but he's just going to try to get the Lucio instead. The Coalescence is going to pick up Euphoria, but Honk is going to be taken down by the Lucio he was trying to get as well. CBMX with a great Flame Strike is going to take out Slap Happy, followed by Viking Pilot as well. So CBMX is the Reinhardt getting so much mileage, forcing Wyoming to be pushed back to the point, and that is going to be a great hold there from Boise State.
May is so powerful here because of this really tight, close quarters choke point. You can basically wall off whenever you want. You can be guaranteed to get one or two people.
That was a great job there by Boise State. Unfortunately, there is one complaint. Honk used the Death Blossom as he went down, so they won't have that ultimate available. We do see Wyoming has 3 up right now. Just the Shatter for CBMX. Honk already taking a lot of damage as the Cowboys try and push through this sort of small choke point here. It's going to be a 4-man Shatter from Euphoria. CBMX only going to find one in return, but a double kill for Boise State. We are going to see CBMX get pinned by Euphoria. He is going to go down as the Coalescence from Razzle Dazzle was enough damage. Pyros going to get blasted out of the mech as well, so Baby Diva is on the field. Immediately gets it back and then immediately gets blown out of it right again. So Boise State with a good hold is going to have to surrender a little bit of a push to Wyoming.
That was a good hold there. Unfortunately, Wyoming does continue down the field. It looks like, in terms of ultimates, they have the Coalescence, which of course they do, and then they have the Lucio beat as well. But for Wyoming too, they have that and the Death Blossom again. Such a crucial ultimate that can turn the entire tide of a battle if you are able to catch the other team off guard. Right now we see both teams. We see the May trying to snipe, getting the pick at all, but it's going to be Blue that is going to be taken down as the first pick of this match, and that's going to be followed by Fu, taken out by Wyoming Zara, and they aren't even have to expend any ultimates here, but a Missile Barrage is going to take out the Lucio. Unfortunately, I think it's too little too late, because Honk is going to be taken out. CBMX still has something to say about that with the Shatter, and now Pyros and CBMX are going to turn this around. Unfortunately, like I said, a little bit too little too late, because Slap Happy and Zoria put the nail in the coffin, allowing Wyoming to continue through that engagement.
However, we were able to force out the grab, which is another ult that is basically team fight winning.
Boise State going to try and see if they can do anything to contest that first point. Honk going to go down. Blizzard going to come out from food, and then he is immediately going to be eliminated there. We're also going to see Blue go down as well, so Boise State back on their heels. Might have to be content with a soft reset, but Pyros is going to get blown out of the mech. We'll suicide it there to stop the stagger respawns, but Wyoming going to get that second checkpoint and have 3 minutes with the final goal in mind.
But how many times have we seen Boise State able to hold the other team in this fight? It always seems to come down to this final stretch here, and Boise State has pulled out so many come-from-behind victories in this area. Right now we see both teams sniping each other. Honk is going to take out the other Reaper, but they are just going to disengage from each other. No pick there to speak of. Wyoming does have the ult advantage here. The only thing that Boise State has right now is the Death Blossom. You can see Honk here is eyeing the other Reaper, trying to get the pick off him, but he's just going to be knocked down. Slap Happy is going to put out the Blizzard, and that is going to free CBMX, but no elimination, so now CBMX goes down, followed by Honk and Food. Unfortunately, Boise State not getting the better of that engagement, and now Wyoming just has so many ultimates that they can use at their leisure. Pyros is now going to go down for Boise State, and we are moving into desperation territory now, as Boise State just needs to hold this point by any means possible.
This is possible to win from Boise State, but it's going to be very difficult. We have to be very good about ult management and ability.
Death Blossom's going to pick up one, and Honk uses it one of his own, and he's going to pick up two. Zorith is going to even the score on the Reaper kill count, and now we're going to see Blue pick up a kill. Zorith gets his fourth. He gets his fifth of the sort of match right here. He is doing a lot. A 6 kill for Zorith in this small engage. He has been doing work for Wyoming. He has been your MVP. Viking Pie going to throw down the sound barrier. Zorith picks up his 7th, 8th kill of this extended engage as Boise State, with the respawn advantage, is at least able to get back to the point very quickly and at least burn out some time. Euphoria going to go down. Zorith, of course, who else is going to get another kill? Finally, that man goes down, and Boise State is able to start to turn this around. Food is going to pick up one. Viking Pilot does get a cheeky little boop, though. Nerdy Bird going to kill off Viking Pilot, and Boise State, just as you said, Captain Star, the defense holds, thanks in part to the spawn advantage.
Yeah, so one of the most important things when you're doing that last-ditch effort to hold the point is you can't have 3 members alive and all 3 get on the point. You have to say, okay, your Reinhardt's going to go now, and then you're going to follow in with Moira, because as soon as you have those 3 people die, you can't wait for more respawns. That's what Boise State did really well.
You've got to respect Zoria, though, for his hit potential and the way that we fought off against him. Right now, though, the Nerdy Bird is going to take out the Zoria. That's a great start. Unfortunately, the Death Blossom is going to come down, and Pyros and Honk is going to be taken out, followed by CBMX. So now we are right back where we started. The remaining members of Boise State have to try by any means necessary to hold Wyoming right here through desperation tactics. We are going into it again. Right now, there's 37 seconds left on the clock, so Boise State, if they can possibly hold them enough here, might be able to keep them to 2, but it's going to be very difficult.
Unfortunately, Boise State edging very, very close. They're not able to stop it all the way with 28 seconds left. Wyoming is going to get there.
A nice Reinhardt charge there. Unfortunately, maybe just a bit too passionate of a charge. Goes right off the point, allowing Wyoming to get 3 points and 28 seconds to their name in overtime. Now the gauntlet is laid down for Boise State in offense.
And that 28 seconds are really important, because if you have less than a minute remaining and your opponent finishes the map in overtime, then they go up to a minute, so you gain another minute. So it's very important that you have that time bank remaining. It'll give you an advantage if the enemy team still completes the map.
I want to see. I'll be very curious to see how Boise State wants to handle this map, if they want to maybe copy Wyoming's comp, which had a lot of success, especially that Zorith. I mean, you cannot copy that, man. I mean, a 9 kill streak at one point. It didn't quite result in the game being over, but no matter what he plays, he has to be a very scary target if you're Boise. You have to be aware of where he is at all times.
And one thing that I'd like to point out is that the choice of tanks, of off-tank, of Zarya and D.Va is very dependent on how good you are at using the defense matrix. And I didn't see the defense matrix eat any significant ultimates like the Mei Freeze, the Mei Blizzard. That's a really relatively easy one to eat, or the Zarya Graviton. I didn't see any of those being eaten the whole time. So I'm wondering if Boise State wants to sub our or replace our D.Va with another Zarya, because it does offer you a lot more potential damage output.
Right now, I see a Reinhardt that is going to lead the way for Boise State, and a Zorya as well. So no deep for Boise State. A great Maywall is going to split them up, but another Maywall is going to come down. Zorya, they are trying to focus him down and take him out as soon as possible. Viking Pilot almost went down, getting very low on health right there, but no eliminations for either team so far. No ultimates to choose anyway, so it is going to be, there you go, CBMX taking out Zorya, and Honk doing great work taking out Euphoria and Slap Happy. The Zarya and the Moira are also going to go down, and a very quick engagement for Boise State has allowed them to take the point right away much faster than Wyoming did. That is a very nice start for them.
Yeah, that Mei wall was critical, where we could split the enemy team, and then our Reinhardt charged into that wall. So instead of going all the way behind the enemy team into the building, they were able to stop his charge halfway to the wall, which left the Reinhardt in the middle of the enemy team where he wants to be so he can swing away.
Well, the Broncos are going on a tear right now, which is very crucial, wanting to get as much time on that overtime clock as they can.
Zorith is going to be the first one to go down. We're also going to see Trend 24 and Euphoria go down as well. Boise State putting on a clinic on how to push this first point. If I had any complaints, it's that no one's on the payload right now.
Yeah, it's really important that you're able to win that first fight after taking the point, because this choke is one that we've been full held at before. It's really easy to hold this choke. If you are able to win the fight on the other side of the choke before the payload gets to it, you're in a really good position for the rest of this second point.
Yeah, I'd give them a 9 out of 10 so far. I just don't want to see any C9 coming out on here of them just not being on the point. But right now they are doing a great job for themselves. We can see Boise State now has the Coalescence available to them. The Shatter is going to be coming through very quickly. The Blizzard goes down, followed by the Earth Shatter on Wyoming, and that's going to allow Viking Pilot to be taken out, followed by Euphoria. CBMX is going to be taken out, but it's not going to matter that much because Trenton 124, followed by Zoriath and the Moira are also going to go down, one after another. Like dominoes, Boise State is continuing their run towards this point. This next checkpoint.
And we still have 2 ultimates as opposed to the only Wyoming that only has 1. So we can win this fight, but it can go either way.
You have to be worried, though. You do see Zora up over 90% with his own Death Blossom. Honk has one as well, and you can sort of see him in the corner of your screen there, that silhouette waiting for the perfect moment to strike and potentially lock up this game for Boise State and send us into overtime. The Graviton Surge is going to come out from Pyros. A ton of damage. There comes the Death Blossom from Hawk. 3 members are going to go down. Slap Happy did get the Blizzard off, though. Wasn't enough, though. Zorth and Razzle Dazzle dropping very low in the back line, and another team kill for Boise State and another checkpoint. Their timer is up above 5 minutes.
As much of a joke we make about Kings Row getting played so often, one of the great things for Boise State about this map is they have staged so many great comebacks on this map, and they are just being so dominant so far. Haven't lost 1 engagement yet. You can see Honk up here is going to come down, try to get a pick out, and he's going to succeed by taking out the Moira. That's going to be a great start for Boise State. Now they know he's there, so he's going to go into Ray form. Slap Happy is also going to be taken out, followed by Viking Pilot and Trenton 124. You got to give it up to the Broncos. They are doing so well, and Euphoria is also going to be taken down. Drive it into the parking spot, guys, and let's finish this.
One thing that Boise State has been doing really well this whole time is ult management. They have always had a ult to counter anything that Wyoming has thrown at them, and then still be able to let the fight happen.
Speaking of ultimates, Wyoming's going to throw everything against the wall. Graviton, Surge, Coalescence, and Sound Barrier all coming out. Boise State answers with their own on the support, and the Shatter going to come out. North's going to use his Death Blossom. It doesn't matter. Honk says anything you can do, I can do better. And Boise State gets to the point.
Now, isn't this an amazing overtime we're going to see here? Boise State is going to have 4 minutes and 44 seconds compared to Wyoming's 1 minute. So now, what looked like a tough defense for them, they have turned into one of the best offensive drives I have ever seen, not losing 1 single engagement in that whole push.
One thing that Boise State, the reason they were able to do that is they were able to keep the tempo. They were able to choose where they wanted the fights. Wyoming had to get to the point, which normally it's the other way around, where the attackers need to engage into defense, but we were able to dictate where the fight happened, and the defense had to engage into us.
And you were really right, Fish, also saying in terms of Honk, it wasn't anything you can do, I can do better, because he was getting so much mileage for Boise State there.
Yeah, I mean, both Reapers have been clutch on the offensive side, Zorith and Honk, so be very curious to see as Reaper is inspecting the ground, making sure that no bricks are out of place. You want to make sure you don't trip on your way down.
That is such nice workmanship on the cobblestone there.
You got him, and you never can be too careful there, Gem Mountain, but I do think I'll be curious to see if Zorith can have another huge performance for Wyoming. They don't have as much time. They're going to need huge plays, and if it's going to be anyone who makes it, I would be shocked if it's not Zorith.
And we have seen teams complete the entirety of Kings Row with a single minute remaining. It depends on, again, if you're able to take favorable engagements as opposed to letting the enemy team dictate where the fights happen.
Well, right now the first engagement is going to come through. They push past the choke point. Boise State on the defending end. No one really going down low for Wyoming. We do see hits being traded across. The Maywald's going to come out, take out Euphoria. Are they going to be able to get him before it breaks? No. Wyoming has a lot of sustain, a lot of good healing here, and now they are just pushing back each other on the point. Then Euphoria now is finally going to go down from food. Honk is going to take out Slam Happy as well. So now Boise State getting the engagement that they wanted here. They've taken more than half of Wyoming's time off of the field, and it's chasing them back to the spawn. And now if they can hold them here, all they need is 1 ticket for over 4 minutes to get to it. But they got to get this next engagement.
Boise State has to be very wary of not getting overconfident, not letting Wyoming flank around them. We're going to see a perfect Maywall there come off, shut down some of the damage. Honk is in the back line trying to do what he can, but Zorth knew he was there immediately. Viking Pilot going to go the first one down, then Honk wins the Reaper battle before falling to Euphoria. CBMX is going to pick up Slap Happy as well. The Coalescence from Razzle Dazzle is not enough. Blue says, I'm going to use my own, and anything you can do once again. Boise State can do better. A double kill for Blue, and nothing on the board for Wyoming.
Boise State only needs 1 tick And they've got 4 minutes, 44 seconds to do that. Approximately how many engagements do you think that is? With what a short distance.
Potentially, you could get upwards of 10, depending on how fast the fights happen and how fast you can regroup. But realistically, probably more like 7 or 8. If we lose every single one.
How do you think ult management comes into that? Because since we've got so much time, it's okay if you lose if you can build up so many ultimates in the meantime.
And that is one of the strategies you can use, is if you have enough time, you can do multiple dry pushes, make sure that the Wyoming needs to commit the Death Blossom, commit Coalescence, commit Graviton, any of those big ultimates. You can dry push into that or commit only like a single ultimate and force out multiple, and then you will have the advantage. And it gives you a lot of opportunities to set that whole thing up.
Fish, what's your diagnosis of the situation so far?
I mean, this is a perfect situation if you're Boise State. This is, as Captain Star said, you have 7, 8 engages. If you lose every single one, you can do, as he said, a dry push, sort of force Wyoming every time to use your ultimates. If you can save them up, then you can just throw everything at the wall. So for Boise State, I think the biggest thing is just not getting too overconfident, not thinking we've got this on lock because we have 4 minutes and 44 seconds, and just playing the same way they played last time, because if that's the case, this isn't going to be a long match at all.
And one thing that we saw from Wyoming's push in the first attack phase is Boise State was able to win the fight with 2 ults against 4 ults. So it really depends on how patient you wait until you have an optimal usage for your ult.
Right now, Boise State is going to be fighting in the roundabout, trying to push their way to a point. A May is just going to go right up to the Reinhardt and try to take him out. Food is going to be the May that's going to be taken down, though, instead of Wyoming. So now Boise State is down 1 in this engagement. The Rhine is up near and is going to be taken out by the May wall, but the clutch grenade there is going to keep him alive, and he's going to be taken out. Euphoria, unfortunately, Nerdy Bird also went down, and now Trend 124 is going to be taken down as well. Viking Pilot is hit with the Sleep Dart, and Slap Happy is taken down as well, and Boise State, it looks like they have gotten the engagement they need, are just going to ride this up to 1 tick, put the May wall up there, and looks like you have come back, but the Reaper's going to be there, standing on, just trying to stall this out, and there you go. He's just a little friendly hello hi.
It was a great job by Boise State. Especially it looked a little dire. Zorith got the first pick of that fight, but a great job fighting through that by Boise State, using their May walls creatively, and really just sort of putting the pressure on that Wyoming never found the answer to.
It's all about being patient and waiting for opportunities. Even though Boise State was down one member, Wyoming had committed so many resources to getting that elimination that Boise State was able to still win the fight afterwards because they had more resources.
Some exciting clapping there on stage. They are definitely happy with their situation. They just need to win 1 more, and they've got 3 rounds left potentially to do it. And then the next round, we are going to be going to Payload. But right now, this is the Boise State Broncos versus the Wyoming Cowboys in this Overwatch match of the night. The Broncos have been putting on a great performance so far tonight, and in this match, can they secure the victory and make it a perfect night for the Broncos? 3 wins out of 3 games we are going to see very shortly here. So in terms of the potential match, we've got Dorado, we've got Eichenwald, we saw Havana last time in terms of the picks. What are you looking? What do you think the Wyoming, might pick in this circumstance?
I'm always a fan of Dorado. I just love the aesthetic. It just looks really cool. There are multiple different comps you can run there. There's a lot of high ground, especially first point, you can use to run the dive if you're on defense. But most of the time, from what I've seen, Wyoming has mainly stuck to a big brawl comp with Reinhardt and Zarya as the main center points of it, with like a flanking Reaper. So that doesn't lend itself to Dorado as much.
Eichenwald is a hybrid map, right?
Yeah.
Not a pay. Okay, so I got that wrong. Excuse me for that one. I just realized that as you were talking. But yeah, we do have Dorado, and
where Havana is a lot more brawl-oriented. Yeah. There's a lot of places you can position yourself to avoid a dive and force a brawl.
Oh, and another map I haven't seen? Junkertown. That's another one.
Junkertown is interesting.
It's interesting.
It's when it first came out, it was the pirate ship map. Mm-hmm. You run Bastion, and you just push it as far as you can. With the nerf just overall shields, that is no longer a really viable strategy, and I haven't seen what the meta has developed for on that map. But I also haven't seen Junkertown in a very long time.
A very, very long time. All but a distant fading memory at this point. Fish, what do you think we're going to see in terms of maps?
It's very interesting. I have to be curious to see if Wyoming has a sort of a secret map that they want to come out with, because they went with Kings Row because it's the most popular, and you can say everyone has a win condition on it. So if you're a team like Wyoming, I think this is when maybe you show a map that maybe like at Junkertown, where you practice that a lot exclusively for the ability to pick it. So I would not be shocked if we maybe see a Junkertown from Wyoming picking something that you don't always get a lot of practice on if you're Boise State.
It certainly would be interesting to see Junkertown. Like Captain Star said, it has been so long since we've seen a Junkertown on the field. I think my first time doing play-by-play casting with a Junkertown came out. But again, that was when Pirate Ship was in the meta and with the nerf to the shields. We might not be seeing that, but we are going to be finding out really soon. Certainly, whatever map is chosen, the Broncos only need to get one more win to secure this victory. And of course, it's very important in this Mountain West Conference where every victory counts, and you need to have as many wins as you can, because only one team from each division is going to be going to the finals.
And there's a lot of competition, a lot of really good teams in this Mountain West division. So if you do lose one, it's a very hard, there's a low chance of coming back from that, just because of the very, very high stakes.
Very high stakes, no semifinals, which is still hard to wrap my head around, but it certainly is going to be the case here. A high standard for the teams. See Doc giving some final advice to them, just reminding them of what they need to do to pull out victory in the end here. And Fish, you know, you think there's just got to be more pressure on them with every game than there have been in the past, since a loss is so much more punishing than it once was.
I mean, every match when you're up on the stage, when you've got Twitch viewers, when you've got your audience, every match is high pressure. But when, as we've talked about, there's no more semifinal, there's no mistakes that you can make right now. You have to be able to win every game. You can't have one slip up. One ultimate misuse could be the difference between going to the final and sitting at home and watching the final from your couch. So, I mean, these games are more important than last year. So it's going to be curious to see how the teams respond to the pressure.
Respond to the pressure, and certainly, like Captain Star said, a lot of competition, you know, a lot of great rival teams that we've had, like UNLV and Nevada, too, which gave Boise State a very harsh run last time we played him in Overwatch. It is going to be Volskaya Industries, so excuse me, I was wrong on that. It is going to be Assault for the third map instead of Payload. And Volskaya Industries was what we saw last time Boise State playing. And I remember D'Angelo, who was on the desk last time, had some very choice words about Assault, saying it's just awful to play.
Assault is, honestly, it's one of my favorite maps. I just like the idea of the two payloads. I know, or the 2 points.
So I'm glad we have that contrast in views
There
here.
is a lot of snowball potential, but I think a lot of that comes down to how well you take the first engagement. The first engagement of Assault maps is exponentially more important than any other map type. And then Volskaya specifically, there is a lot of opportunity for different comps. You have high grounds, you can run dive, you have a lot of choke points, you can run a brawl comp, or there is some open areas you could run like a bunker. So it's really interesting to see what both teams pull out here.
Right now we are looking to the first engagement. This is the final round for victory if Boise State is able to pull out the win here. If not, we are looking at possibly 2 more rounds, because they are 2-0 in this series overall. And now we see the first push from Wyoming. They're able to push themselves past the choke point into the building on the side. And we saw one member kind of peeling off from there. They were going to now try to go up in this bridge. But Boise State knows exactly their strategy here and are going to stay on the point, trying to get any pick that they can.
Yeah, Boise State waiting for Wyoming to come out of that building, trying to do as much damage as they can while trying to make sure they avoid any as possible. Now we're going to see Wyoming going for that high ground. Now we're going to see Euphoria jump right down into the fight. Guac going to just sort of fend him off there. Euphoria dropping very, very low. He is finally going to go down. Guac's going to pick up that kill. Honk's going to pick up another one onto Slap Happy. Trek 124 taking very low. Going to be forced out of that mech. Razzle Dazzle going to go down. Viking Pilot will pick up 1 kill, but meanwhile, Wyoming forced to go back. A great defensive stall out, and then final engage by Boise State.
And what I think was interesting about that route that Wyoming took is they forced Boise State to face the back of the map, which makes a charge so much riskier in that scenario.
Yeah, so one of the comps are set up right now. So Wyoming has the McCree. McCree is a hit scan. He does really well if he has the high ground where he can look over the point. So if we can deny that sightline, if we stay underneath McCree, he will basically get no value. And then eventually Wyoming will have to rotate.
Well, we see the May wall coming up there. It looks like Slap Happy has his ultimate, but Euphoria is going to go down instead, followed by Zoriev, who almost went down, but he was able to hold on there at the very last moment. Viking Pilot also taking a good amount of damage, getting very low. Zoriev is going to be taken out as Zenzatta punches Zoriev in the face. A little bit of a violent move for such a pacifist robot, but I'll take it. And then Viking Pilot is going to be taken out as well. So another great hold from Boise State against Wyoming.
And as you see, they're changing their comp because their McCree has not been working out. They haven't been able to set him up properly, so they have swapped him to a Reaper for a more brawl-oriented comp.
Boise State, they do have 4 ultimates available, though Honk did get picked off, so it is a 6v5. Wyoming can fight soon here. The Shatter is going to come out, not going to land on anyone. Blizzard going to come out, the Modern Frost Tranquility as well. The Coalescence comes out from Razzle Dazzle. Modern Frost trying to get a pick, can't land onto it. Zoriev is going to use his own Blizzard as well. Squawk going to be the first one to fall in this very long team fight. Now Blue going to go down as well, so Wyoming has found their success. A 3rd and 4th member go down for Boise State. Sly Pie trying to stall as long as possible, but Wyoming going to get the full team wipe and the ability to get the first point.
And that whole engagement was preceded by the Honk being charged by the Reinhardt. He was trying to do his aggressive flank that have been successful so far in this series, and it just so happened that he got caught out this time.
Now Boise State is going to have to defend the second objective, Wyoming having about 4 minutes to take it. We have seen it go to overtime in the past before Boise State was able to pull out victory, but we are far away from that right now. As the Maywall is going to trap some members of Wyoming, Euphoria is going to be the first to go down as well, and the Diva Bomb is going to come down, take out 3! That's going to be huge for Boise State! That is certainly a play of the game right there, and a team kill for Boise State. What a play!
Yeah, so the Diva Bomb is very predictable most of the time, but what he did right there was he shot it at an unpredictable angle and was able to get it through that doorway he's looking through now, and was able to land it right next to all of these supports who were not able to get out of the way in time by the time they realized where the trajectory was headed.
And that was a huge ultimate there by Pyros, and Boise State with that able to hold on to 2 of them. The Honk once again going to be caught out, so this time the respawn is a little bit closer than before, but Boise State has to be very, very cautious. Euphoria dropping very low. Block going to use the Shatter, not going to pick up anyone. Euphoria going to use his own to get a 2-man stun. Slap Happy going to use the Death Blossom, pick up 2 in combination with the Graviton Surge. Now Boise State is back against it. A perfect Blizzard though for Modern Frost, right as he dies, is going to allow Honk right off the respawn to pick up a couple. Unfortunately, right as he Death Blossoms, he gets hit right in the face by a hammer by Euphoria. Zorith now able to use his own Blizzard as well to try and zone Boise State off. It does kill Pyros, but Boise State has the res advantage. We're going to see Tranquility come out for Blue to keep Boise State alive, keeping Wyoming from getting more than just 1 tick. Modern Frost dropping very low now. Slap Happy going to go down. Zorith going to go down as well, and Boise State survives the Wyoming push and pushes the Cowboys back, giving up just a lone tick.
And a nice stagger on the respawns there. Boise State has burned about half of Wyoming's time. Wyoming does have 1 tick, so Boise State will have to get past that in their offensive push. In terms of ultimates, though, Boise State had to spend pretty much everything to keep Wyoming back there, and now they have got a rally and a coalescence available to them. So the 2 supports have an ultimate. The closest thing then is the Death Blossom on Slap Happy, followed closely by the Shatter on the Reinhardt. Now the next push from Wyoming comes up. They're going to push past, take a lot of damage. Here comes the rally and the coalescence from Wyoming, so they're going to try to put as much healing on them as possible to get past the choke. But a great Maywall is going to take out the Reinhardt as well. The Reinhardt has a Shatter, which he is going to use. No elimination so far, and now they start coming out with Honk, and the Death Blossom is also going to take out Modern Frost. Walk goes down as well, and now Boise State has to try to stall out here again, just like they did last time.
The only saving grace for Boise State right now is that Wyoming did use every single ultimate they had. So if we can stagger onto the point, we have a chance to come back.
But they have to get on the point. The Wrecking Ball is going to do just that, doing what a Wrecking Ball was designed to do, to stall out. And a great Blizzard there is going to get a lot of members of Wyoming taking out Viking Pilot, but unfortunately Modern Frost is going to go down as well. We do see the Transcendence coming out there from Blue, giving Boise State some great survivability. They just got to get the picks that they need, but Slap Happy is going to continue by taking out Pyro, so Boise State not getting the eliminations they want. Instead, Sly Pie is going to be taken down. Euphoria coming down, trying to get some damage onto Blue here. Honk is also going to go go down and block as well. So the one thing you can say about Boise State is they did stall it out for as long as possible, but Wyoming able to take the point there with 40 seconds left on the clock.
And it's really, really powerful that we were able to reduce it to 40 seconds. Again, once you get it below a minute, that is very powerful because then even if you, as I was saying in the last map, it gives you the advantage. Yeah.
I mean, for Boise State, though, they've got to make sure they get to the point because Wyoming, especially after they got that first point, it took them a while, but things just seemed to click. A couple of diva bombs that sort of slowed them down, but Wyoming really never took their foot off the gas. So for Boise State, you've got to make sure that Wyoming hasn't found their groove and can't just sort of roll a really good offense into a really good defense and hold you from getting both points.
And as you said, Captain Star, the first engagement is so crucial in this map because of the snowball potential, and we certainly saw Boise State just roll over Wyoming in the past map
So
when they had offense.
As you saw on Boise State's final offensive on Kings Row, they had the Somber Scout, so they knew exactly what composition Wyoming was running, so they were able to tailor make their composition without Wyoming being able to change. We could get a few and make a most favorable engagement possible. I expect we'll see the same thing here, so we can choose exactly the counter that we want to whatever Wyoming chooses to bring out here.
Right now we are just waiting. The mood is thick enough to cut with a knife in the frigid air of Volskaya Industries, just waiting for those doors to open so Boise State can make their offensive push and hopefully tie a bow on this match and get the win that they need.
And Boise State, of course, you don't want to think ahead. You don't want to think into your overtime strats. Your first goal here is to get to the point, is to make sure you don't get caught out. Make sure you have as much time as possible for a potential overtime. And from now, Boise State, we're going to see Nazaria Ryan going to come out once again. No changes for the Wyoming comp, and Boise State is content just shoving it down the Cowboys' face. Now a good Maywall there from Zorth. Going to separate the teams. Block taken very low, getting caught out by that Maywall. We're going to see an answer from Modern Frost. Unfortunately, Boise State cannot find a pick on their own Maywall. Euphoria now going to go down before Zorth picks up Hawk. So Boise State, these Maywalls have just been a thorn in their side. A great job by Zorth sort of isolating members of Boise State.
And as you saw, we got the pick on the Rhine, and if we were able to push off of that, just regroup and fall back and sustain a little bit, we could have regrouped and pushed off of, they were down their main tank, we could have used that to our advantage. But we tried to push a little bit too early, and we weren't properly regrouped, and as you saw, we failed that engagement after that.
Boise State starts their second push. They're going to go around the building here, trying to get to the point, and a Maywall is going to come out too on the other hand. That was something to see right there. But now both of them are going to go down, and both teams are just going to shoot at each other, trying to get any sort of pick that they can. We see the Coalescence is ready for Boise State should they choose to use it. The Maywall comes up. No one taken out inside of Boise State. Another Maywall is going to take down the Reinhardt, so that was a great Maywall right there. A Blizzard is going to come down from Wyoming as a response, but the Transcendent is going to keep Boise State alive, and they are just going to continue by taking out Slap Happy as well. This is a great engagement from Boise State so far. The Zara is going to go down as well. Another Maywall coming out there from Boise State, and is looking that through this engagement they are going to be able to take this first point.
And we only use a single ultimate to sustain there, but also Wyoming only used the May Blizzard, so it's basically going to be 5 ults versus 5 ults for the next fight.
Yeah, Boise State did a great job there just using the Transcendence there by Blue. But Zorth has been huge with these Maywalls. If he can keep getting picks, if he can keep separating 1 or 2 members of the Boise State team, that can be a key for Wyoming in prolonging this fight or even trying to bleed out the clock in to 0 seconds and winning this before we go to overtime. So the Maywalls have to be huge. Here comes the Graviton Surge. A perfect Maywall, though, is going to be cowered. Modern Frost is going to use the Blizzard. That's going to be a 4-man freeze, and Boise State picks up the team kill just like that.
One thing that was it almost failed miserably because of the Maywall blocked the Blizzard Ice Cube or whatever it's called from actually reaching into the middle of the point. Luckily, Wyoming was grabbed just close enough so they were able to get a full freeze on almost all of the team.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need everyone's attention here. Do those times look familiar? those are eerily familiar overtime numbers. Might be a good omen for what Boise State can do here in overtime.
I mean, that was a really ballsy play, like you mentioned, Captain. Sorry, if they don't get that Blizzard off it, or if it just doesn't land in the right spot, Boise State would have committed 4 ultimates and not gotten a kill. So I like the aggressive play. Very, very close. Probably a matter of inches if that would have worked or not.
Yeah, And one of the major deciding factors, and if you win a team fight or not, is how early you use your ultimates. If you're able to get your whole team on the same page and you say, this is our plan, let's execute it now. If you can do that even a fraction of a second before the opposing team, your chances of success rise exponentially.
We were waiting for this final match here. Boise State's facing a similar situation that they did in Kings Row. They just got to get a couple of good engagements here to hold off Wyoming and then just push forward that 4 minutes and 44 seconds that they had. But there still is a scenario where Wyoming could push forward with just a minute left. Like we said, this map is very snowbally. If they get a good first engagement, then they can just charge toward that second point. It all depends on how this comes out here as we are going into overtime.
Boise State, last time they were on defense, did put up a decent defense, at least long enough to why Wyoming only had a minute left on the clock. So it's something that's definitely doable for Boise State. You want to make sure you don't get caught out, because if one pick could turn into a team fight win, and we've talked about how snowbally these maps can be.
Right now, Boise State, you see the Zarya here just raining down some damage from above. The Zarya is going to get frozen, but she is not going to go down. She went very low instead, and now Walk is going to be the one that's taken down instead. Slap Happy almost went down as well, but now Wyoming is up one in this engagement. A nice Maywall there is going to try to find out some members of Wyoming, but no one's still going down. They are still on the point and still fighting. Honk is going to go down. Modern Cross finally taking out Viking Pilot. Maybe that is going to change the tide of battle. Boise State definitely needs some picks here. Pyros instead is going to go down, followed by Blue and Modern Cross. But now Wyoming is going to take the first point, but they are out of time now.
And as you notice, like, our Walk went down really early in that fight, but it was very crucial for Boise State to keep that fight going long enough for them to build ults. So as you see, Boise State almost has basically 3 ultimates and coming up on a 4th. That's very big that they were able to keep the fight going long enough for them to build those ults.
Wyoming now having less than 30 seconds. They got to make this quick.
Yeah, they've got to get on the point at least to keep this into overtime. Worry about winning the team fight as your second priority here. Boise State does already have 3 ultimates for you. Just a lone Shatter, Graviton Surge, and Blizzard going to come out from Boise State. Seems like a repeat, and once again the Broncos are going to have the advantage. 4 members down, 5 are down, the time bleeds out, and the Broncos know exactly what they have to do when they get back on offense.
The only ultimate Wyoming had coming into that was Earth Shatter. They had to get that set up, and Boise State knew that, and they did a really good job of denying the Reinhardt the opportunity.
I don't know about you, I like that little Death Blossom for show just at the end there on the point there, making it a little bit more flashy. Now, Boise State, they have to make it to the second point and get 1 tick on it to take this home. They certainly have a lot of time in their bank with 4 minutes, 44 seconds. What would be your #1 piece of advice right now to Boise State to drive this home?
Take it slow and patient. You don't need to rush anything. You have plenty of time to come up with a strategy, build the battlefield into the optimal way that you want to take your engagement, and then take that fight. You have plenty of time to set that up. There's no need to rush. Most of the time when you see a failed push, it's because you didn't properly set up the conditions, your win condition. You didn't set that up properly.
I mean, I agree with Captain Star. It's once again one of those things where you don't have to win the first fight. You probably have 4 or 5 fights you can lose just on the first point before you really need to start to worry about it. So I think for Boise State, either if you lose a fight, starting to bait out ultimates from Wyoming so they don't have them for your push, just don't over-aggress because you think you need to capture that point right away.
And that's one of the reasons Wyoming didn't want to go to point B as fast as they did, but they needed to. They didn't have the time bank to sit. If they had 10 more seconds, they would have come into that with 3 more ultimates. But because of that time requirement, they just couldn't, which is BSU abused that fact and took the favorable engagement for them.
Time is definitely a luxury that Boise State has available to them right now. All they need to do is get to the second point and take 1 tick on it. They are going to push forward through their first engagement right here. You see Glock heading up the center is going to get the bubble pushed on him, and he's going to try to push past the point right there. You do see Slap Happy on the top there, was trying to get some sort of damage. No picks off from either side right now. Slap Happy went awfully close down to Maywall, and now you can see Slap Happy is the one who is taken out. Glock trying to get a charge there, didn't find find out anybody. Boise State up in a 6v5 engagement. Another great Maywall there, but unfortunately Block is going to go down instead. Not what Boise State was hoping for. Euphoria is now going to go down, making it a 5v4. Boise State has the advantage again, followed by Zorith. Honk is going to be taken down by the Zara, but Boise State still has a small advantage, which they're going to turn into a big advantage by taking out the Moira, Zara, and the Lucio, allowing them to take the first point with over 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to take the second.
And so much of this series can be classified as a duel of Reapers. It was which Reaper could win their duel first, then they could engage onto the enemy backline and get value. And that's what you saw here. Honk won his Reaper duel, and then he was able to go and basically win the fight for Boise State.
Yeah, almost 4 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Boise State just needs one tick so they can afford to take it slow. Razzle Dazzle does have the coalescence for Wyoming. If a push does come, a Maywall there for Boise State to shut down a lot of the damage from the Cowboys. Modern Frost very close to that Blizzard as well. Coalescence already going to be used there by Razzle Dazzle. Not sure if that was a misclick or what he had in mind. So that is going to be a wasted ultimate. Honk is going to take down Slap Happy in the battle of the Reapers. Modern Frost, a perfect Blizzard right onto the back line of Wyoming. Euphoria goes down. Trent 1-2-4, Razzle Dazzle, Zorith, and Viking Pilot the last one left alive. Now Zorith did get his Blizzard off, a double kill by Slypie with the Coalescence as well. Boise State gets very close to that first tick, but Slap Happy able to make it back to the point, and now Boise State has to make do with no ultimates available. Both Graviton Surges are being used. First one by Trent 1-2-4, the second one by Pyros. Nobody able to move a great ice wall as well as Boise State is going to pick up 2 more, but Wyoming contesting. It might not matter though. Viking Pilot going to be forced to use the sound barrier right before he goes down. Him and Zorith, the only one who are going to benefit from this right now. Boise State looking for 2 more picks. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get a clean wipe on Wyoming. Now they get it, and Boise State wins in overtime.
Applaud your Broncos, Boise State fans. That is a perfect day for them. All 3 games won in Rocket League, League of Legends, and now finally Overwatch. The redemption week, they have won everything, and you see Pyros here is going to get the play of the game, as to Diva, and there couldn't be any other great play here to take it. There were certainly some great Blizzards, but I certainly got the most excited out of this one.
I mean, both Captain Star and I mentioned in the run-up that a well-timed and a well-executed Diva ultimate, probably one of the best ultimates in the game to watch.
Yeah, and one of the things that Boise State did really successfully here, especially on Volskaya, is they set the tempo. The reason that Wyoming lost that last fight was Boise State's Reaper, Honk, was flanking and drew their attention away. And as soon as their attention left the front line, Boise State was able to engage and win the fight from there.
What an amazing showmanship of the skill Boise State has and of the pure entertainment factor in all 3 of the games that we have seen tonight. And as we're starting to draw to a close tonight, I do want to remind we have had so much great engagement with the Twitch audience, and we want to thank you for watching Boise State Esports. If you want to see more of what we have to offer, you can subscribe to the Boise State Twitch channel with a Twitch Prime subscription, which comes free with an Amazon Prime subscription. And by that, you get access to all the past broadcasts that we have, exclusive Twitch emotes, and you do support scholarships here. Your subscriptions fund scholarships, never forget that. And you can also go to Boise State's Esports page where you can find out information about tryouts as they happen at the beginning of every academic year. So if you're over the summer and you like what you see here and you want to join the Boise State Broncos, think about that. You can also take a look at our schedule and all the broadcasts we have coming out tonight. And what a night it has been. Fish, are there any moments that really stand out to you? Because the Broncos certainly brought their A game and won every single match.
Yeah, Boise State doing a fantastic job. I mean, I don't know if there was a single moment as much as just how well Boise State played, how well they answered the bell. I mean, Nevada rung their bell here in the Game Pants Esports Arena while they were here, and Boise State comes back with a vengeance. Doesn't even drop a single game across all 3 different video games. So a fantastic job by Boise State tonight.
Yeah, none of the games that we played today were overwhelming. Rocket League, while we won every single match, it was never just a complete sweep.
Yeah.
Wyoming did a really good fight. They nearly won multiple maps. They pushed all the way to the end of Kings Row and Volskaya. They are a good team. but they just weren't able to cinch the victory.
Yeah, a lot of great teams here, and like you said, it wasn't necessarily a blowout in every specific match. Boise State did overall sweep every single match, but there certainly were moments where the other team sure brought their A game. We saw that from Air Force, we saw that from Calgary, and we saw that from Wyoming in the final match. All great teams that we love playing against, and we love cheering on our Broncos, whoever they are going up against. But also, to just bring out the view just a little bit, that is another great win for the Mountain West Division. That makes Boise State 2-0. So great so far. More to go through now, remembering that every loss could be the crucial one that sends you back home. But so far, Boise State has managed to impress all of us with a great showing tonight. We have so much more in the next coming up days. You can check the schedule at Boise State's Esports page to find out when we are broadcasting again. But for tonight, though, that's going to do it for us. I'm your host, Jacob Jim Mountain Palmer, signing off. You have a good night.